Yo, 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 good morning,
What is good?
everybody. What
Why
is
isn't
up?
mine loading? There it is. Mine wasn't loading then, but it's loaded in now. What's good, people?
What's news? What's news, mate?
Nothing much, mate. You?
Ah, dude, quiet as a grave. Quiet
Yeah,
as a
same as that, man.
grave.
I just had to. So we just went out and grabbed some lunch. Me and Cece. Dude, I'm stuffed. Like when you eat that much, you like it was spicy food as well. And when you like overeat, like you overindulge, and it's spicy. You're like, am I full or do I feel sick or am I sweating or is it the heat? I just had like all these waves of emotion come over me. I was like, oh my god, I just want to go back to my apartment and turn the aircon on.
Wave of emotions. Like, what do you think is the spice level of food that you've been ingesting? Like, if you had
On
to, what's the
average,
comparative, what's the comparative heat or spiciness?
so let's go on a scale of 1 to 10. 10 being like, is it a kuna? Is the hot curry? Is it kuna? The one just after a vindaloo?
I was always under the impression that Vindaloo was
No, you got
the
one more.
hottest.
Yeah, you got one more, which is just after, which they don't usually sell or they don't advertise.
It's
Usually, it's
fall.
if you know, yeah, it's if you know sort of curry. So on a scale of 1 to 10, one being like a chicken tikka masala, the other one being like the val or whatever the hottest
Yeah,
one is.
fall.
Val.
Phall. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. So probably around a 3 or a 4. I'm probably average meal in, but like CC loves a good 7 or an 8. So every now and then we'll go out for some proper spicy food, and I'll have like a 6 or a 7. She'll have like a 7 or an 8, and then just today was probably like a 5 or a 6, and it's quite sticky outside anyway, and it's quite hot, and I'm like, I don't know if I'm in the mood for that, but it was nice anyway. It was tasty. It was yummy. Came back and I thought I'm just ready to sit down with the aircon and chat charts for a minute.
Awesome. Speaking of charts, shall we get a chart up and going?
Let's do it.
History
Do
X by June. Get on with it. Dude, relax. We're getting there. Jeez.
Get on it. You know what? No, no. You know what? I'm gonna take my time now. So, what did you eat for breakfast this morning, Rich? I would say lunch, but it's what 10 a.m. with you now.
Yeah, exactly. It's
Yeah.
10 a.m. here by us.
Tell me, what did you eat for
I
breakfast?
I haven't had breakfast yet.
Are you doing
I
that
woke
intermittent
up.
fasting?
No. I generally do eat breakfast, or generally, but I didn't go to the gym today. And because I haven't gone to the gym, I don't really have much of an appetite right now.
Yeah.
So I'm just
There's two
I'm
things
not
that I
hungry
find.
right now. I'll eat. I'll have lunch. I'll have a proper sized lunch.
Yeah, there's two things that I find helps you a lot in the morning. When you go for a run, that helps you like move your bowels in the morning. So I always found that I'd run like 3 mile, like 2 or 3 miles out, and that would be my halfway point. As I run back, everything would just drop. The minute I'd get into the house, I'd run to the toilet, and then gym instantly opens up that appetite. So if you're ever feeling blocked up, go for a run at like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. And if you're ever feeling that you're not finding much of an appetite, go to the gym like 5, 6, 7 in the morning. You will eat breakfast.
Yeah, that's kind of like what I mean. It's just like I woke up today. I slept really well, just not much of an appetite. Today is a rest day for the gym, so I'm just I don't know. I haven't built up an appetite as yet. I had some water, had some coffee. That's about it. That is about it.
I just
Uh, Dyke Sports is saying, "How's life with the 5ers? It is all gravy, baby,
I
all
literally say it's
gravy."
all gravy, baby. It's all good.
Someone should tell Trump to calm down.
Oh,
So,
bro, I
very,
know.
very interesting thing about that last night. We
Mm.
were talking about this yesterday. I'm going to bring my screen up. We were talking about yesterday about hopefully we could have a Taco Tuesday meaning Trump always chickens out, and it being a Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
Lo and behold, last night during the wee hours of the morning, Mr. Tangerine terrorist over here decided to not go ahead and obliterate, as per his previous tweet, obliterate a whole civilization. So that the taco trade or the taco movement ended up playing out quite a bit. So this is NASDAQ. So with the news coming out roughly over here. So nice gap on it. And then on top of that, just absolute send off. And if you look at gold, it's similar as well. We also had this gap over here as well. And then the news itself just came down, wicked to the bottom of that gap, and then started pushing up again. I don't know if there's going to be much more follow through on this, because we've kind of gotten, I think we've gotten the reaction, but we haven't had the follow up. The follow up has been very, very flat across Tokyo session, and so far in London session as well. It's also quite slow. So we'll have to wait and see. Metals, but slowed at the moment. Euro USD also massive upswing. Tokyo session had some consolidation, tried to break out, came back into that consolidation, and has kind of been sitting here. So we're waiting for that next follow-up. So yes, we had the news that no, we're not going to go ahead and, well, not we. Trump is not going to go ahead. He's going to postpone it for a while. And then we just sit here and wait now. Now it's just the waiting game. Now we're waiting for the next movement. I'm asleep here, mate. Like this section right here, I'm fast asleep. I can't participate in the market there. So to me, it's just like, okay, you know, I can't be a part of this, at least. But so far, it's a bit flat. I'm thinking there is the potential for us to maybe come back down again. You know, potentially trying to wiggle our way down, just picking up some orders and then pushing up again. But time will tell. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm just gonna grab Forex Factory up so I can have a proper look. So I don't think we got anything other than FOMC later on today, have we? No, we haven't. No, so we had New Zealand dollar out at 3 a.m. UK time, so GMT +1 or BST. And then 4 a.m. we also had New Zealand dollar out. I feel like we're missing one. Are we missing news or not? I feel like we're missing a medium impact. Like an orange folder news. No, we're not. Oh, that's strange. I thought we were. Yeah, so we got 7 p.m. We got FOMC out for the dollar. Other than that, I want to say it's plain sailing, dude. But I'm getting bored of. I'm getting genuinely bored of saying, yeah, it's really nice price action, but you know, I'm not trading it because this, that, and the other. I'm just getting bored of saying that because it is nice price action.
Yeah.
But then all of a sudden, it's not. And you're like, right, okay, if you know you want to be like that, then do you? And then because literally I was you know watching one of the guys earlier, and he was we were chatting, and he was in a gold long, and he was like, oh, I'm going long from here, and I was like, dude, that's sick, that looks awesome, and it just dumped him, and I was, in fact, let me see if I can find it. I think he was going long from around here somewhere. Around there, I believe it was, and I thought, you know what? That
Did you want to bring your screen up, mate?
Oh, yeah, fair. My bad. I thought, yeah, it's probably a good idea. There we go. So he was going long from around, I believe, don't quote me, but it was around here somewhere. And I think he was either looking at targeting these highs or then trying to target the Asia high. And it actually looked quite nice. And I thought, dude, that's actually a really nice long. I said, look, you know, I wouldn't be in this personally because, you know, the whole Trump situation at the moment with all this, you know, with the Twitter terrorism going on, I wouldn't want to be in this. but he entered in. I thought I'm kind of rooting for this. I was like, I was there like keep me updated. Like let me know how it goes. Next minute he texts me like 5 minutes later, it just dumped. And I was like, oh no. I was like, dude, that's good. But then I kind of saw why, because we've got this consolidation, and then we've got this low here. If I can, there we go. We got this low just here, which we broke through, and I thought, okay, you know what? We got this low here. You guys know that I like a consolidation, break and close continuation strategy, and I thought this actually looks quite nice to be shorting from here. I didn't like the fact that we hadn't taken pre-session highs yet, so Asia highs, but I kind of liked this, and I thought, okay, I'm going to watch this myself for quite the like an opposite trade to him. I'm going to look at a potential short on this. What happened to volume? What happened to the volume?
Off, right?
It just dropped, and I was like, this is why I'm not trading this week. It's just, what is going on, guys? Come on. How can one trade this profitably? Well, in my opinion, anyway, according to my strategy. Like I said, there's plenty of you guys out there that are doing fantastic trading at the moment, and I'm incredibly proud of you and a little bit jealous. Mostly proud.
I mean, why would you be proud right now?
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, mate. No, I understand. It's like, it's weird. It's weird, mate. Like,
Yeah.
but then again, it's also completely expected. In my mind, if I'm looking at what we're seeing today, generally after, and I've said this many times before, generally after impulsive information, impulsive movements, not news related in the sense that it's scheduled and we expect to have volatility. It's that suddenness, that unexpected volatility, that information that comes out from a tweet, from an unexpected news event. That usually drives the market in a sudden direction because everybody is freaking out. Everybody is jumping on the news as if they need to react to this right now. So the market reacts to these unscheduled sudden movements. Cool. So what happens? Afterwards, when everybody's calmed the F down and just realized, oh, okay, let me just dissect this information properly. Just take a moment. Then people is like, okay, wait. Okay, did I overreact? Did I jump in too quickly? Did I blah 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 blah? They'll start looking at their trade that they initiated with this sudden move, and they'll be like, maybe I overreacted as well. Maybe I should just wait. And then that's generally what happens. You see volume just sink down. And then you will potentially see a continuation, or you will see a complete reversal of what happened. Price will go all the way back down to that impulsive move point and then react from there on again. So always be careful when you see movements like this and you don't see follow-up. If you don't see follow-up, it is potentially because people reacted and thought, maybe I shouldn't have, Maybe I should have just waited. And that's the thing. If you give it time and realize that you overreacted and the next follow-up movement is the actual movement, you're thinking clearly about it, it starts making sense. But the initial movement that you had, it doesn't make sense. So imagine a person gets in on a gold trade thinking, oh, okay, we're going to completely revert now because it's starting to slow at the top. Just realize that there's potentially going to be zero volatility or volume there because everybody's like, hold on a second. Okay, we reacted a little bit too quickly. So I think that's kind of like the thing that people need to try and look for. When we have movements like this sudden move like yesterday, I have zero intention of being a part of the market until there's either a continuation where there's more volume, clear breakouts, clear directional movements, or we have a complete reversal in which I will try and get in on the reversal. Once again, breakout, momentum, continuation, that kind of like stuff. But this price action that you're seeing on NAS right now is horrible. It's horrible. It's flat. It's not good.
Everything's just consolidating within the Tokyo range at the moment. We haven't had a pullback. We haven't had a breakout. We haven't even had a sweep, like a wick, or we've had no decisive move. And it's literally, I can go onto the S&P. I can go on to, so S&P actually looks there's a little bit more move, which is quite funny because there's like a 90% correlation rate. I'm pretty sure it is. Again, don't quote me. Between NAS and SP. But we've got a little bit more of a pullback on the S&P to the Nasdaq. But again, S&P, Nasdaq, US 30. In fact, US 30 and NAS are moving a little bit more alike at the moment. Gold's moving a little bit more, to be fair, but still trading within a range. Euro, it's just a larger consolidation range, still trading within a very obvious range. And the same goes with GU. It's actually tighter than EU, but GU, again, pound dollar, it's within a tight range. And you're looking at yourself thinking, like, what can I trade here?
Right now, there isn't much to trade, I would say. Apart from getting clear, concise breakouts, clear, concise movements. Right now, it's very flat. But here's the thing: I don't think we're going to get those massive breakouts today.
No.
Because we had massive movements overnight, effectively. And overnight, I don't think is going to have follow up.
Well, this is the Tokyo session now on the 1 minute, and that's quite a move for the 1 minute on Tokyo. What have we done?
Which asset on pound?
This is pound dollar.
Pound moved. I mean, from the bottom of Tokyo to the top of Tokyo is 66.5 pips, which for Tokyo is quite a bit, but in general, it's not that much.
Exactly that, and that's what we mean. It's like it has moved quite a significant amount for the session that it's moved in. If that was London, you'd expect it. New York, you'd expect it. You'd be like, oh yeah, great, this night. So if we were here right now, I'd be looking at this thinking, wow, okay, let's have I see something here. We can be trading this. I'd be seeing longs. I'd be like, okay, we've got a nice area here. We've broken above it. We've consolidated, pulled back into a nice sort of area here. Equilibrium around here somewhere. You can look at longs for a continuation higher. Okay, of course, hindsight trading is a wonderful thing because I already know it's going up. But nonetheless,
it's the same information. It's the same information that you're looking for.
Exactly that. So, we could actually, we could see the consolidation here and think, right, okay, I'm going to wait for a nice bull close. Boom, you got your bull close. You could either stop loss at this low, which you would have been taken out potentially, depends on how you're going to trade it. Or you could do what I do and have it at the local swing point. Could you get a 1 to 2? I don't think you would. Oh, you just miss a 1 to 2. But nonetheless, there's the buy position, and you would have seen some nice profit. So the principle's still there, the market move is still there. It's just almost in the wrong session.
I mean, with the news event that came out yesterday, where Trump was talking about, listen, we're going to obliterate a whole nation. Scary thoughts. All right, scary, really scary. Or day before yesterday. Let's rather say not yesterday. And when everybody's sitting at the edge of their seat and they're like in anticipation, everybody's waiting. They're like, is he? Isn't he? Is he? Isn't he? There's that constant back and forth, and it's scary. It's a really scary proposition because what is the follow through for that? It's full blown war. just full blown war.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah,
All right.
there's not much pulling back from what could have happened.
Yeah, and you're changing the landscape to the point where it the planet Earth, all of the nations will not be the same again. Like you're talking about an event that has the probability of becoming the next Second World War aftermath. I mean, after the Second World War, the whole political landscape of the world changed significantly.
Yeah, hugely so. Yeah, hugely so.
Yeah. So you're seeing that as a potential outcome. And we're not even talking about the loss of life, the loss of infrastructure, or any of those things. We're just talking about the potential change that can happen based on an event like that, the snowball effect. So everybody's sitting on the edge of their seat, and they're like, "Oh, is he? Isn't he? Isn't he?" And then you have a news event where it's like, "Well, we're going to postpone it." And then everybody's like, I knew it. Taco. Trump always chickens out. He's not going to do it, blah, 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 blah. But what happens the day he decides to actually go ahead and do it?
What happens the
Then
day
what?
it's not taco?
Yeah. Yo, LJ, what's up, mate?
Yo,
Was
what's up,
good.
guys? Sorry,
How are you?
you guys missed me yesterday. I had some personal family stuff to take care of, so I figured I'd jump in
Gravy, baby.
earlier today. But
Dude,
how
you
good?
were missed. You were missed, but we're happy that you're back, mate.
Yeah, I had some stuff yesterday, which I've got up that I was going to show you guys, unfortunately. But how good? Nailed it. This is great.
Like, I mean, you're the only person I know that is like looking at all of the stuff that's happened this week with a like a positive, jubilant, like demeanor.
I've told you. How many times do we have to, So there was a conspiracy out there that I think it was the Epstein files, was actually like displayed in people's face, but that it was too obvious that they actually knew it was happening. How many times do I have to tell you LJ's insider trading before it gets released one day in the LJ files?
The one that is actually the one controlling everything.
Dude, LJ is the one who's strategizing Trump's portfolio. He's the one who's actually messaging Baron Trump.
Dude, law of probabilities dictates that there's a chance that LJ is the supreme controller of everything. That's all I'm saying.
Law of probability says there is a chance that it is true.
There's a chance.
It may be fractional.
It's a snowball's chance in hell, but it's a chance.
We smashed it though. So just myself and Dirk, the 4 to 6 week timeline, bang in. We've got that done. These were some of the lows the past little while. We were talking about bottom is in. We had for Nasdaq, Euro as well, low in for EU now. We talked about this a couple times, having met all major interim lows for US dollar pairs, US dollar majors. That 160 measure, of course, UJ. Boom, had all the right markers. I can actually explain how we also come to that, right? Because obviously everyone's very focused on Trump's tweeting and this chaotic stuff. But I mean, you got to look past that. It sounds insane, and people starting to call last night,
mate.
Is he going hard? Does this imply he wants to drop a nuke or something? That's what it sounds like. But
yeah,
it's always that thing when you see that peak fear. It's when there's blood in the markets. What's that saying?
Blood in the water.
Yeah. Right, that's when you want to buy up, when everyone's losing their head, all that kind of stuff. So the stuff I did have yesterday was I was going to bring this stuff up and say, yeah, I'm confirmed 100% we're bottoms, right? So this was the ships that have been crossing. We have had that little lift come back in this past week and a half. And so hence with oil, tops, you've got all the other problems with helium, fertilizer, all those other kind of things that we're now at that 6 week deadline, that 4 to 6 week deadline, which comes from those components, planting season, and then also oil itself for a lot of those Southeast Asian countries that only have about a month to 5-6 weeks supply. So it's a similar thing to COVID, right? I mean, COVID, this is a chart from COVID and versus like mobility of, people moving around. Like we had lockdown basically globally here in March, right? And then once we had that lockdown, sent everything off. By April, we had hit the bottoms, and then we just don't look back. And then that's always just ahead of the full open. But we got the peak fear thing. So now, obviously, COVID went on for much longer and all that kind of thing. But if we're talking about how markets operate and that sort of stuff, like as a forward discounting mechanism, you're just trying to price in that peak tail risk. And even if there's the situation going on, you end up bottoming, and then you just don't look back, really. Right, so it's the same thing all through there. People are like, oh, no, it's going to happen again. All these people are going to die and stuff. Now, there is, obviously, these are still like random events. Like COVID could have gone the other way completely. Like it was a question of would we get vaccines or the right kind of protocols, everything, together? Would it be worse? No one really knew. But still, the measurement in these kind of things that play out is you have to basically, if you have to take that position, that's the position you take at that peak fear, peak extreme point, where at that point people thought that yes, everyone's done, and this is going to be a huge extended thing for 2-3 years. The whole world could be closed up. So once you get to, especially like last night, where you're talking about these kind of tweets and stuff, and it is just still within that deadline. Like, okay, what more is there? Right. And then if that did happen, sorry, but again, like Dirk and I have said, your portfolio doesn't matter. If something more severe happened, right? The world is cooked. Yeah. So that's where you kind of have to take that positioning. There was also the stuff with the oil. We actually almost back to replacing the 20 million barrels. Through other agreements with Iraq, we got the East-West pipeline, some other channels going through. And so we're only about 3 million below where we should. And over the next couple of weeks, this will actually have more than the 20 million that we're missing. Plus, we talked about there was no downside calls on, stocks, like further, like positioning for options. And these are some of the cheapest valuations we've seen in very, very, very long time. So overall, yeah, that's where you end up, I guess. So sounds simple, but yeah, there you go.
Sounds simple, not so simple.
Yeah, but it's one of the ways to take something that seems very erratic and chaotic and sort of actually set up some guidelines around it.
Yeah, try and normalize
and lay it out
almost.
simply, right? How do you simplify it? It's almost like trading. Like you want to sort of simplify your approach, your strategy, your outlook, and make it that some kind of mechanical element that you just go, yeah, I'm in, and you accept whatever the thing is, and you're not trying to overanalyze every single piece or whatnot. So yeah.
Question now for you, LJ. Do you see continuation? Do you see follow through on these movements now?
So yes, so this is where we get into the next portion, because the war will not be over per se, but as far as markets are concerned, it's over. Like it's done. Like that's it. Got oil and everything flowing. There'll be more rerouting. There will be like a slightly longer impact or slightly elevated inflation. So probably for central banks, like 3% is the new 2% as far as targets. It will just have to be that way. Because even through here, there will be a certain risk premium constantly held on the straight until something concrete is formalized or churned out, or somehow the US goes in and wins and takes it over, or something like that. However it happens. But that will just be permanently baked in now. And the same thing with these things getting set up and going. It looks like Iran will be putting, sort of a tariff through the strait, right?
$2 million, I think, per
yeah, it's about $1
ship.
to $2 per barrel, depending on the country, whether you're friendly or not. And most of these tankers have, a million, 1.5, 2 million barrels sitting on them. So depending on how many barrels, that equates to a $2, $3, $4 million surcharge to go through. People just end up paying it. The other thing as well, getting all this stuff restarted will be a bit of a traffic jam. There's a heap of ships that all need to get loaded up, get moving
Backlog,
through.
all of that stuff.
Yeah, so it will be a little bit slower to start, but then we'll start flowing. I would say from here, I would think going into the weekend, there'll still be some more angst around it. Just people sort of really trying to nail down into this. So just like when we had things pop off first and we saw all correlations go to 1, everything got sold off. People go to cash, people, drum up capital for margins. Similar deal to that in the sense of us getting the ceasefire today is shoot first, ask questions later. Right. So now we're in that question period.
I mean, yeah, it's just like, yeah.
So when it first kicks off, you just sell everything and then figure out what the real details are. Same thing now. We've got some sort of resolution or de-escalation. Shoot first, then go deeper into the details and what that means.
We'll discuss the details. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, so basically what that goes into is I would be, looking for sort of interim pullbacks for now. Sort of maybe we wipe out like half the move and then sort of consolidate, maybe another attempt up and then see where we are like that. But yes, I would be betting on a bit of a retracement from this, not for it to necessarily kick on into the next area right now. So yes.
Interesting. Very interesting.
If we get so like we're getting this, we're starting to get that pullback already. Somewhat. If we get another tick higher, then I'd probably look to short. I was particularly looking at the Aussie dollar for shorts, but it started running a little bit further already. So I wanted to get in back up around 70.70. I was originally actually holding this for a touch higher altogether towards 90 or so, but we didn't quite make it. So once we had that sort of
little bit more of a pullback.
Yeah, I got out.
So does that then mean if you're looking short Aussie dollar that you're also looking NAS short?
More, I mean, somewhat yes. I think indices will hold up a bit better from here. One of the reasons is just the positioning, how cheap things are. People are seeing that the buying window was already there, and now stocks have that slightly different element because it's a different timeline. People are going to be like, I don't want to miss out these kind of valuations, right? I think I had another chart somewhere as well. I think it's this one. So this is an example of earnings per share, right, which have just cruised higher, but we've had the S&P go down. That was a major divergence in this kind of
that's massive.
Situation. So
there's usually a bit of a correlation between the two. If it goes up, it directly impacts earnings.
Yeah, just like through here, where they're pretty in sync, right? You got the dip, climb, and now they've diverged. So, and that's quite a divergence. So I think people will be looking to buy that up. So there will be a slightly better bid in indices. I think FTSE will slightly underperform. Obviously, a lot of big energy names in there that will be sold off. So some of those indices will slightly underperform the majors, the other like US, say the DAX, that kind of thing. But yeah, I would expect most of the action to be in currencies as far as the pullback.
Yeah,
interesting.
Yeah, I'd like to be selling NAS, EU, and GU. GU, I don't think I would get an opportunity for today. EU, I wanted to see move a little bit higher first, but now if we can break and close below the sort of like 116.788 area, get a nice break and close below that, pull back. I think that could be quite nice. So if we can get like a break and close under this area here, something along the lines of this would be quite cool. Something like that. I think that'd be quite nice. And then try and maybe target this area here. I think that'd be cool. Whether we come down that low or not, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I definitely
GU
prefer to short tops rather
yeah,
than shorting breaks of bottoms. Put it that way,
yeah, fair.
because there's still definitely the element we could get, a little bit more bounce back coming
Yeah,
through. Especially we haven't had New York open with this info just
yeah,
yet. Obviously, because this was during Asia, New York closed. Yeah, so you might get that last spurt coming
yeah.
through.
Yeah, well, like I said, we haven't taken pre-session highs either. So we're just currently, according to my strategy, we're still currently within a range. So I'm not too interested in trading this at all. Especially on pound. Pound, if we drop down to the 5 minute, it's just complete consolidation. If I just get rid of, it's why I don't like looking at it with the pre-session on.
Dude, look at the euro. Like, the euro to me looks very tradable right now.
Yeah, fair. If we, like I say, if we can have, I see what LJ means, but I quite like the look of that. I do quite like the look of that, I'll be honest. But again, I'm not trading it. It's not in my plan to trade this today or this week. So I'm not going to. But I will. I'll mark it up. So like I will put something along the lines of this. I won't take it on my actual terminal. But I'll see if we can get maybe a 1 to 2 somewhere.
What about you, LJ? Are you going to take it?
No.
Okay.
Not right now. I'll wait for stuff to come higher first. So, and the reasoning being, we've got 10 moving average coming down here on the Dixie. This is 1 hour. So we've just tapped back into that. So when you get these pullbacks, that tends to be the point. And then you've got the 50 declining here. That sort of, as this runs into it, like that'll be sort of the peak. So I think we've kind of already pushed the move. So from here, I'd even potentially look for this to go back the other way first. Down and then up. Now we won't go that far up, but it would be more like down and then to like the mid section.
Yeah.
Sorry, we've got these other triangles on there. That was when we were trying to pick the top for the Dixie, which I guess we did.
I remember we were talking about that last week.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think from here, so you've got the 50 moving average on the 15-minute here. This is also the base of this higher cluster now that we're trading. I don't think we'll break that just yet. So I think you'd run back up from there and then potentially come down. I'm probably looking about 116.20. That bottom section.
Yeah, I like that area. I mean, if we can go lower, then even better. But I wouldn't want to push it too much. So I think my target would be just above that. I think my target would be around.
Yeah, I was going to say that would be the extremes. I probably have that as the extension and probably be about the round number 116.50 and then maybe 40, 45 at most. So it'd be like 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, no, I rate that.
At most, right? But this will probably be very short-lived. Anytime we do get into there, we'll probably pick right up. Because like I said, this is, for markets, bottoms are very much in. And we still have, the gap is up at this level. 118
on
euro.
Euro.
Yeah, from the start of the war.
Okay.
So yeah, the escalation gap. So if I hide all this junk, yeah, it's just up here. So I'd be looking for that, some kind of pullback.
Yeah, was this
116.
What was it? The 2nd of March?
27th, 28th of Feb.
Oh, okay.
2nd of March.
There's two
Monday, 2nd of March. Like, because we had that Friday before was sort of when it accelerated, and then over the weekend it kicked off. Monday, obviously, first trading day. But yeah, so 116.30, 116.40, that's sort of where these highs are as well. Actually, just looking at that to the left. So yeah, I'd be probably going 116.40 at the most for the pullback. And then I'd probably buy off that, particularly if you want to take a swing trade from 116.40 about here, targeting close of the gap at about 118. So I think swing trades are quite good, and then at those kind of levels, and then the scalps, yeah, good within that, as long as you get that context right, and sort of define those sort of scalp or intraday stuff, trying to line up with proper swing bracketing helps you sort of figure out good targets, I think.
I'm just looking at the EU and GU now. Yeah, GU is just, it's wicked and closed above. So exactly how I thought it would. EU it did break and close below, but in the ugliest way possible. Yeah, it really is.
Yeah. So, there we go.
Yeah.
Right, tap onto there, come back up.
Yeah, literally.
Because again, it creates that, whenever you have that base through there, then you get that slightly higher low, which means this typically is what you have when this is intact and you've got like higher highs through here. Then you'll get the pickup towards the candle closes of that prior shoulder cluster. Somewhere in there is going to be your sell target. Look towards 1650, 1640 if we actually get that momentum kicking on, and then buy up from there.
Yeah.
So we'll just get rid of target 3 because I don't think we're getting that low at all, actually.
I'd be pleasantly shocked if we did. You know, it would be nice to see it, but well, I don't know.
It's basically just because we have those prior highs up through there.
What about you, Rich? What are you seeing at the moment? Are you still seeing NAS as sells or?
No. Like I said earlier, to me, after a move like the one that we had, I want to see the conviction. I want to see it either convictingly move higher or with conviction start moving lower. Right now, we are in naught but sideways action.
Yeah, fair.
You know, to me right now. So there's just nothing. What I did mark up was a recent high in relation to the Tokyo high as well. So if I just take that section there, that's currently where we're stuck. So this is currently where we're sitting. We're at the highs of Tokyo. We're waiting to see movement. That's why I was asking LJ, does he see NAS potentially continuing this massive movement that we've had? I mean, if you just take the whole Tokyo session and you take that into consideration, it did break it, but there was no follow through. So it did break this upward channel that we had pushing lower, but it didn't push lower. So I'm not convinced that the move is going to happen just yet. That's why I'm saying, like, I'm gonna wait. I'm just gonna be patient, and I'm gonna wait for it to actually start showing either continuation or complete reversal, trying to come back down again, down to, let's say, the news event section, maybe somewhere over here. Just kind of as a this was the impulse, and then there was a push up from there as well. But if you go down into the lower time frames on the 1 minute, it does seem as though the initial reaction was negative, and then there was a pickup to push higher. If you look at the last segments of the previous day, you had literally just swept that last segment and then started pushing up. So it does seem as though this is the intended direction for me. However, I want to see a bit more of a pullback because we've been so slowed. I want to see it go back a little bit lower, pick up some entries, and then continue up higher. For those that missed the initial move, I want to see if their positions are going to be picked up. But for now, it's too slowed for me right now. I need to see convicting movement. I mean, if it's going to rally now, it's going to go. It's going to go like Like, I don't know. I don't have an analogy.
If it can break, like, if it can break above the 25.30 or 25.030 area, I think, yeah, if we can break and close above that, we may see a pullback, maybe back round to 25.25 or even 25.013. But then I think it's that continuation pattern. I think we're going to go from there.
Yeah, it's the same thing like with what LJ was mentioning about the DXY is going to try and push up a little bit. I can potentially see that, even though to me, not the Wix, the S&P is showing exactly the same thing. I see there's a massive gap. It's on the chart as well, on the MetaTrader as well. To me, it's
that's because the Dixies just closed. The index is closed over that period, right? So it's not actually a gap.
But what I mean is like, I understand that there is going to be a correction of sorts first, and then a potential continuation. I'm just not sure when it's going to happen, so I'm just going to wait patiently for it.
I'll show you what I see. So NASDAQ, this is where we are. So that was that target area we were talking about, Rich.
Previously,
come up to, and then obviously that's the break point. If we break that run, it's going to explode. Now, this center area comes down to these prior wick lows.
Yeah,
we did crash off into, rallied up to the highs, then came back through. So that's kind of a center point. Then you got some of this wick high cluster where we kept sort of struggling with and not spending too much time above. It was mostly below. So that comes in about 25, 120. It's sort of 120 to 150. So I'd be looking for some kind of move, probably up to there, pull back into here, and then maybe a drive higher. That, or you could get the slightly deeper and then go back. But I don't think we're going down here at all.
Yeah. I think that's way past. I mean, at that point, you've taken up more than 70% of the whole move already. So
that's almost back to like where we were before all this. So that's definitely not happening. The only way that could potentially happen, where you might get a retest onto the bottom side of this, the trend line that capped us a number of times, would be if somehow the ceasefire is violated, and even though we've got 2 weeks, everyone goes back to blowing each other up, and firing
which is not good.
Or some tankers get hit with, like, there's still mines in the strait or something strange.
This underwater booby traps.
Yeah, if you look at, I actually did some research on all the types of mines. I wouldn't be surprised if they did lay them, they'll still be in there. It would take you weeks.
Oh, yeah, of course.
To clear them. So hence, I think they definitely are in there, and hence it's part of Iran's thing to say, well, we will navigate the ships through because we actually know where the mines are. And so that's the leverage they have to do that and potentially get these tariffs, or payments for safe passage, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So, I think we're still living in very interesting times, and I still think that it's all still on the table. I don't think that this changes the outcome all that much just yet. There's a lot of speculation, but nothing is concrete, and that's the thing. It's that continual. We're doing something, we retract. We're doing something, we retract, and that's the uncertainty part right now. We know the potential outcomes. It's complete cessation of everything, or it's complete obliteration of everything. That's the only two outcomes that we can go for. And right now we're teetering between those two. So we're sitting on a knife's edge. To me, it's just like yesterday. With all of the information that came out yesterday, it was like I was almost desensitized to
the whole market is, yes. As stuff kept coming out yesterday, the market just stopped reacting on every headline. Yeah, everyone's desensitized. So, and this is the thing to understand about markets and how they operate and how they move. This is also the daily. This is what I was going to say as well, that with the NASDAQ, where we are now coming up and tapping that 100-day moving average. So I think it's just a little bit of height in there. and then I'd be looking for, the 50 and the 200 where they're crossing over as your sort of absolute bottoms for stuff like the NASDAQ, right? To keep us in play there. And then basically just what you were saying just now, it's similar to the tariff situation, right? We had all this craziness and then we just rallied. Even though this is still just April last year, right? We were still talking about tariffs constantly, nonstop.
Yeah, it just never stopped.
Yeah, everyone gets desensitized and this weekend we're putting 150% on. Like, we just don't react the same. Like, we get these small bouts.
If you're going to cry wolf the whole time, there's going to come a point where people are just going to be like, dude, you're just crying wolf now, That's what I mean by that as well.
Yeah, of course. And you're showing your hand, right? So again, market's always pricing the tail risk. That's what matters. You've kind of shown that hand. There it is. So,
yeah, dude, I just wish that I was awake for that continuation, because I wanted to show you this. So okay, so obviously not this portion down here, but just this. So this being the news event itself. So that candle there is the news event. And then you had follow through, and then an attempt at trying to push price lower, and then a continuation. I would have loved to have been in here. That this area over here would have just been like, yeah, let's go. So fast asleep, snoring, as per usual.
Dreaming about profits.
yeah, just like all snug, sitting there like, profits, NASDAQ, long, That kind of like stuff. Now I'm just kind of like sitting here and in limbo, waiting. I mean, we're getting close to the hourly candle closing, another almost 2 minutes or so. But more of a pullback in the last 2 hours or so. 4 hourly candle, still another hour to go. Very deep candle. That's just the last 2 hours or whatnot. There is a potential that this could be a rounding and then attempt at a correction and then a continuation. It begs to be seen. So if I don't trade today, so be it. 'Tis what it is. Not going to sit here in hindsight and be like, oh, I should have been.
Yeah, exactly.
It is what it is.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to take accountability and just say, look, I didn't trade today. It just isn't what I wanted to see, so therefore I stayed out. So sometimes that's better than
this though. I do like this though.
Yeah, fair. Like I said, if you can do exactly what it's doing right now and then close.
I think you got 50 points on the upside. But
50.
like I was saying, I would prefer
25,
25, 100 or so.
I need more than that.
Up to like 120, 130. But yeah, like I was saying, this is what I was saying before. I'd prefer to short tops rather than buy at these bottoms.
Yeah.
Even though just like the Euro dollar, Aussie dollar thing, we just mapped out,
fair enough.
bang through perfectly. But the asymmetric risk is definitely a larger downside eventually than picking up pennies in front of this steamroller.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah.
So I'd rather just wait for that. And either we get there or you see this starting to roll over properly and then you join it.
Yeah.
So,
it's like when you see, like, when a train's coming, you get the ding, 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 and then the things start
that's
coming
pretty
down.
much where we are now. The ding,
Yeah,
ding, ding, ding,
what
ding.
you don't want to do is put your foot, like, drop a gear, put your foot down, and just hope that you can get across that track without it going ding, ding, ding. That's the last thing you want to be doing. So, like I said, like LJ said, you're just best staying out until you can see something that you're clearly decisive on.
Yeah, I was about to say LJ is the world's greatest mind.
I was going to say
died.
he just seemed complete. I was like, there was no life there. There was no response. I was like, oh.
What's up, Dirk?
Hello, boys. How's it going?
Hello there, Dirk.
How is Dirk?
Dirk is very good after World War
That was
III
my-
was like
Averted.
delayed yesterday, averted. Yeah, I
Yes.
really thought the world is ending yesterday, but
Dude, I know.
lucky we are here.
Hang
So-
on.
I was speaking to my brother, and he's not as economically minded. He's not as he doesn't really care too much about what goes on geopolitically. And I was saying to my dad, like me and him were having me and my dad were having a conversation on the family group chat, which probably shouldn't have done that because then all the girls were watching it and they were like, "Oh my god, what's happening? I don't want you flying home." So I was like, "Oh, what have I done? I should just direct message my dad." And then my brother was like, "Yeah, well, how's that going to affect us?" And I was like, World War III? I was like, what do you mean? How is it going to affect us? But I couldn't be bothered to go into that on a family group chat because at that point I was getting messages from my partner, from my mom, being like, "Oh, why you?" So I thought, I just messaged my brother saying, "Well, let's hope that I don't get shot out the air, as I'm flying like past over Iran." So I literally googled the flight path. I am directly like on the cusp of Iran as well.
Yeah.
So I said to my brother, I was like, "What do you mean? What do you mean? How is it going to?"
Have any of you ever watched a YouTube channel called Hot Ones?
No.
Yeah.
No,
So
I don't think
it's
so.
it's effectively just a show where there's increasingly hotter like chicken wings that's been dipped in sauces.
Oh, that one. Yeah.
Yes,
No, I know.
and then they have interviews with celebrities and stuff like that. And then there's one specific one that's become a meme, and it's Jennifer Lawrence eating one of the wings, and then she kind of like loses a little bit of her sanity and starts saying, "What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean?" And she starts breaking down as the heat of this chilled chicken wing just absolutely fries her brain. And then when Will was like, "What do you mean? What do you mean?" I literally just saw that meme in my mind's eye. Just, what do you mean? What do you mean?
Yeah, fair. Yeah.
William Lawrence.
William Lawrence. William J. Lawrence.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But man, yeah, I'm happy really yesterday. I really was afraid.
Give me 1 second.
And it's like, I grew up in the times where there was always like nuclear bombs like being dismantled end of the 80s and so on. And so I never considered this to be a real threat until yesterday. And then going also from, I'm going to commit genocide to, we have 2 weeks of peace now. It's
I
like,
know.
how do you go like within like
It's
3
like
hours from the one
extreme
extreme to the
bipolar,
other?
isn't it?
It's really insanity. But I don't want to complain too much. Obviously, gold is going into the correct direction further. So
Yeah.
within all this insanity, I actually managed to earn some money.
It's just like, I'm going crazy. Look at your P&L. You're like, oh, that's kind of nice.
Yeah, that's good, crazy. Well done, me.
The world craziness
P&L's
has
gone
really
crazy.
benefited me.
Yeah. But I see Richard. Both of us are today dressed in our same gown. Very nice.
Yeah, it's we're beginning to have a bit of a cold front start up here in South Africa. So
Same here.
So I'm just snuggling up. I'm just trying my best to just be a warm boy instead of sitting here and like shiver.
A cold front, it's got to be what, 15, 16 degrees Celsius?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, that's like summertime.
If you are used to 30 plus degrees Celsius, 16 is
fair.
half that. It's cold, mate. It's cold.
Yeah. Like we went out for lunch today, and my partner was like, "Babe, are you wearing enough clothes right now?" I was like, "Yeah." I was like, "I'm in trousers and a t-shirt. What's wrong with you?" And she's there in like a big fleecy hoodie, and I'm like, "Are you not sweating?" She's like, "No, it's quite cold, isn't it?" Don't get me wrong, it was blowing a gale. It was super windy today when we were having lunch, when we were walking out the MTR, and I was like, as we walked out of the building, so obviously it's air-conditioned building, as we walked out, it just like sucker punched you in the face with the humidity and the heat. and the wind. And she was like, "Oh, I'm quite cold." I was like, "Dude, I'm sweating still. Like, I've got ecosystems growing where there shouldn't be ecosystems growing." Like, I was like, I've gone through 3
I was about
rolls
to
of
say you should
deodorant.
bath often enough, mate, then that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm showering up to 3 times a day. You know, I'm like, I'm having more showers than I am square meals. I was like, no. She's like, yeah, maybe Hong Kong's not for you then. I think, you know, she's like, maybe you're more of like a European guy. And I was like, yeah, I think so.
I mean, the coldest weather I've ever experienced, I think, was -11.
Yeah, I think I was around
coldest.
there.
Yeah, that's the coldest temperature I've ever experienced.
Cute.
So in general, yeah, like Dirk is saying, that's cute. I mean, you guys with your -20s, -30s. that
No,
kind of
we
like
don't have that in Germany. It doesn't. But -11 we had last winter. But I remember when I was living in Minneapolis in the winter times, you had like -25. So back then I would wait outside for the school bus. And if you breathe through your nose, you could feel like the liquids in your nose like crystallizing, freezing. That was super weird.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, -11, the coldest I've ever experienced, and I'm more than man enough to say, and that's enough.
Yeah.
That's cold enough. Thanks.
I remember skiing once, and we were in Finland, in Lapland, and as we were going up like the chairlift, dude, like the chairlift was complete icicled over. I think it was like -18-ish. Maybe minus. I think it got down to like a cold front of -20. Me and my brother were quite young at the time, and we were like crying. It was so cold, and I remember really well. This guy was being like, so you had like paramedics on skis, so they'd put you on a stretcher, put you in a warm blanket, and then like ski you down the mountain. It was that cold. Someone had literally basically gone into like hypothermic shock on the mountain and had to get skied down by these paramedic skiers. And I honestly thought, I was like, dude, this is when I die. I was like, this is how I'm gonna freeze over in Finland. You know, I was like 12 years old thinking that, you know, my time's come too early. Yeah. I am dead ass, like you said, man enough to admit I don't want to get to like -20 degrees again. Like that was too cold for me.
Yeah. No,
And
okay.
you gotta do the old Star Wars trick then, you know, you have to cut open a reindeer and hide inside it.
Yeah.
Lightsaber open some reindeer and just climb inside it. Like Finnish kids go into the zoo are like, Mum, what's that guy doing? He's chopping open some reindeer.
At the zoo.
Yeah, well, to
That's a bit extreme.
the Finnish people, it's probably like you said, you know, to the people who are used to that weather, it's just winter.
Yeah, like everybody's walking past us like tourists.
Nice. All that laughing makes me warm, so I can finally open my jacket now.
Or it's like the good old Bear Grylls when he does that with the seal and then covers himself in like the lard and swims.
The blubber.
Yeah.
Just like technically that's not how it works, but okay. Nice try, mate. Nice try.
Cameras go off. The poor seal's just there being absolutely mutilated. He goes and signs into an Airbnb.
I think that might be one of those sentences I've never said in my life. I'm going to cover myself in lard now.
Yeah.
And one would expect that is a sentence that is spoken a bit more often in Germany.
Sorry, come again?
One would think that is a sentence that gets spoken a bit more often in Germany.
Come again.
I'm on it.
That is usually what follows.
Oh my god.
Anyway,
guys, I think we have to get back to the charts, really. This is like
before we do that,
way off rails here.
I'm going to love and leave you guys. We're going to jump.
I was going to say on that bombshell, I'm out.
Yeah, I'm gonna go and get some lunch. We'll see you guys in about 2 hours time or so, and then we'll see if we can have some fun during our segment. All right, guys.
Okay.
See you later. Cheers.
Have fun looking
Peace,
for blood.
guys. Love you, leave you. Take care. See you guys.
Ciao.
Okay.
Just before we kick off, Dirk, there was just a couple bits and pieces. I was meant to answer this before. So yeah, if you're waiting for risk approval, yeah, just hold out. It can take 24, 48 hours. There's still some of the backlog from the week before last problem getting everything through. So there's many more of you guys as traders versus people to go through each of these things manually. So yeah, just be patient. It'll get through. If it's after the sort of 48, 72 hours, then you can send a follow-up email, but it'll be promptly looked at. So don't worry. But yeah, Dirk, how are we going?
I'm doing very well.
How are we doing? Doing better now?
I'm doing better now. After
Yeah.
I couldn't believe what my eyes saw yesterday evening, what Trump tweeted. And yeah, still 50% position still in the gold trade. So I sold 50% last Thursday in the evening hours because I didn't want to hold it over the long weekend. Yesterday, of course, I was tempted, but I thought, like, when it really happens, the best asset to be in is probably gold. And so I held on to it. And yeah, it's going to be interesting now, of course. We can see already on the daily candle we are losing a little bit of steam as we are approaching the 8 weeks moving average. Sits at around 4,911 at the moment. But yeah, let's see. I'm going to eventually pull up my stop loss, which of course is really not a stop loss anymore. Maybe to that area around 4,400. But
yeah,
it's a free trade now, and I'm very happy about this. The only real trade I did in the past 2 weeks, but shows that sometimes trading less can be actually more efficient than trying to jump onto every single pivot high or pivot low. And I
was just going to say, I think swing trades in particular through this period have killed it. Like you've been swing trading, you would have smashed it being able to take some of those highs, those lows, and just
it feels like the market is like moving from one extreme to the other extreme, like within minutes, just right.
Yeah.
How about you?
Near-term techs, people playing like localized candle structures, that kind of stuff. Yeah, you would have gotten whipped out a number of times.
Yeah.
I know we've heard a bunch from you guys in the chat and some of you guys in Discord. Finding it a bit difficult overall, but
I mean, it is. It's like, and yesterday showed again.
Yeah.
I mean, look at this candle here last night from in euro dollar. How do you trade this? I mean, it's either you are lucky, you're on the right side of things right now. But I think in times like this, also you can. It's okay, to stay at the sidelines if you feel unsure, insecure about what is going to happen. Spend your time with other stuff. This is something I did, by the way. So I was still busy last weekend over Eastern, and I always wanted, because so many people are always talking here in our chat about ICT. So I wanted to look into ICT because I had no idea about ICTs. I studied it a little bit. I don't know if I really understand it, honestly speaking. But what I did is I built an automated ICT smart money concepts indicator. And so it's called ICT Auto SMC, which translates all the teachings of ICT and visualizes them on your chart. And you can find this one if you Google for ICT Auto SMC on TradingView. You can find that one for free, open source, almost 2,000 lines of code, by the way. And if you want to get into ICT, give it a shot. I'll probably drop a video on my YouTube channel about it tonight as well, doing the editing right now. And I know ICT traders don't like to automate things, but
which is surprising. Right?
Which is surprising, but the way is so to say the trade, I think they say. But there are so many steps you have to go through until you can decide is this a valid setup or not. So I thought why not automate those, and then the indicator can show you what is really going on the chart. And that doesn't make me an ICT trader, but some of the concepts are quite interesting, especially the ones where you have those optimal trade entry zones. So that's the cyan block, for example, on the Bitcoin 1 hour, plus a so-called fair value gap. And if these overlap, we saw that, for example, last time here on Bitcoin, those seem to be pretty decent entry zones.
I'm shuddering right now.
You didn't expect that I would go down that road, right?
Yeah, I was going to say as well, I'm not sure if you have all the concepts there, because I've actually gone and done this before. If you put all the concepts on the chart, it's literally just every single point of market movement, and it just goes, okay, which one do you pick? Like,
that's why
it's like, huh? This is not a...
That's the problem. This is actually what most of those ICT indicators on TradingView do. They just, give you labels everywhere. But this indicator, although it does a lot, I mean, there's a lot of price action in the market, to be fair, right now, but it validates everything. So, until you have this order block up here, for example, drawn, it goes through through a checklist of 8 things that must be done in order to draw this. And if this is not done, the order block is not drawn.
Yeah.
That's what I got every candle like, blah, blah, blah. It's like, what?
Yeah. Because this is what I was going to say. Like when we've talked about the whole ICT, whatever thing in the past, we've mentioned how, some of it's like repackaged prior concepts, which are just, but they've been given other names, which are very, very markety, gimmicky type, spurring you to trade and getting it, which is, I think, mainly the problem where people come into conflict with this, going, hang on, that already exists, and you're trying to, it clearly has that grift of it.
When I read about the concepts, the first thought I had is like, this is a bit like glorified support and resistance.
And also stuff like fair value gaps, and they actually show little like gapping stuff. Like you shouldn't be getting, especially if a lot of people apply this to like FX. Like you're not going to get that stuff. And then it's the how much do you treat the distortion in the concepts, which then also makes it like, is this even you've got such a wide variance of potential that it's like, this is you're moving the goalposts every time something just doesn't perfectly fit, which then kind of breaks the whole thing apart a bit. Like you might get those sort of fair value, like actual small micro gapping on, say, like stocks or something, especially like a low liquidity floats, that kind of thing. Hyper liquid markets, you're just not going to get that. Now, where some of those breakpoints and those kind of things are, then yes, that would be in sort of traditional technical analysis. Those are entry signals or structures, etc. And then it's just how it's repackaged and sold to people as and then if it doesn't work, hence move the goalpost wherever and say it's your emotions and your discretion or something, and that's where it gets bad. So but that's when.
This is why I open sourced this one. Same like the LJ indicator last week, because it's like I'm not an ICT trader. I just try to translate everything I read about it into an indicator, all the concepts, and if one of you outside is an ICT trader and says like, this is a whole load of BS that Dirk coded together there, please, go into the source code, drop me a line or comment on what I did wrong. And of course, I'm more than happy to correct things.
And so this is what I always try to say with people doing it. Like, hence, if you get value from it, you find some stuff that works. The people that I see that do well with it, they find a couple of the pieces that they pull from it, they find success in, and just scrap the whole rest.
That's exactly that. And for me,
I wish people would just go back to try and understand where they actually originated from and understand the traditional actual reasoning behind this, not just because then there's the other side of people that get pulled into the whole rabbit hole. And obviously, like I've said before, trading, it can be really great and unlock freedom for you. For some people, they can, ruin themselves over it. So that's why I just try and stick on that little asterisk. Just, be careful, look out for yourself. Right.
Whatever works for you. For me, it's really like I think these combinations of the optimal trade entry zones and fair value gaps, if you want to call it that, that's really quite something solid. But you can get, of course, to the same conclusion, just by drawing indicators, and then, for example, measuring the Fibonacci retracement from a move, when you'll get this optimal zone entry. It's nothing else, you know. It looks at where's the last pivot high, where was the last pivot low, connects them, and then calculates the box based on certain Fibonacci retracements. You can do that also well. But, you know, if that is like, for example, a piece where you say, well, you know, this is nice for me, that helps me in identifying, in not, you know, running after the trade, but really waiting for the pullback and then entering the trade, that's fair. You can come to the same conclusions with other stuff as well. If you want to call it ICT, if you want to call it Fibonacci support or whatever, it doesn't really matter. Whatever helps you, you know. But I'm totally on the same page with you, for example. I mean, this is already filtering out all the noise. And I mean, look, still the amount of order blocks and inverted fair value gaps and so on and so forth is it's still insane what is drawing. And exactly that, this is the same concept that Jonathan uses on FIB areas.
Yeah.
He calls the reload zones. It's pretty much the same concept, just different packaged. And
yeah, because fibs are pretty much like, there's no exact reason it works, but people are humans. They gotta try and measure something up. Even professionals sort of use fibs as, like, again, it's just a general scaling, like, sort of relative discount value zone. Just like if you saw something on sale at the shop on the sale rack, 50% off, you're like, yeah, I like this thing.
yeah,
Now it's 50% cheaper. Am I going to buy it? Yeah, probably, because I liked it at 100. Now it's even better. You know, and you're just trying to get in at appropriate money management type valuation, right? So, yeah, almost like 50, 200-day moving averages.
exactly.
You know, everyone just uses them, so it becomes somewhat of a self-fulfilling prophecy. But it is, yeah, they're your best kind of measurement of trying to measure momentum and these kind of things, right? And if these things are still in play, right,
True,
by the masses.
Yeah.
So.
And the online e-commerce, these smart money concepts, they are integrated in this indicator as well. So it looks also for something like liquidity sweeps, which then lead to those so-called fair value gaps. So really, like, let me say, like, the 5-6 core concepts of the whole ICT teachings, I try to incorporate into this. And you can also turn on and off whatever you want. So the settings are really, really plentiful. Like the kill zones, for example, you know, setups are only valid if they are during London opening or New York opening, for example, and highly customizable. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to hearing some feedback, and if people find that a useful tool, you know, to trade.
Test it out there.
Yeah.
I want to see you programmatically backtest it though, because I have done it a million times and it's
didn't
an
work.
L every time.
Yeah, but that's true for almost
underperformed buy and hold.
Yeah.
You know,
for most indicators out there, to be honest, no. That if
yeah, of course, but again,
what works is like,
yeah, it begs the whole
it's more,
discretion thing and it's really, it's tough. You know,
that's the thing. Like, for example, this one here,
the conversation is so broad. It's
it
hard
is.
to
Yeah, you need to
nail
optimize
down.
also,
Yeah.
and that's quite difficult to optimize because
which most people don't do.
Yeah,
Right.
and you
Because
quickly
that's
over optimize also.
Yeah.
That's the thing, no? And so it's like, for one iteration of optimization, for example, for this indicator, which are like the best settings right now for euro dollar, that takes my PC around 8 hours to find optimal settings that are not overfitted. And you do that by always having train data, then test data, and then you have a validation set of data that, you know, the training model has not seen, and you want to be within this validation data as close to the performance you had on your train and test data. That way you can make sure, you know, it's not over-optimized. But that's a whole different story. For sure, one I'm also going to record a video about. And yeah, let's see. Other than that,
curious
are you in any
to hear.
trades?
I was earlier. So yesterday I was trading up through this incrementally. I don't have these all outlined on the charts from earlier. Hang on. So throughout yesterday, I took various sort of spec longs all through here. as we came up.
Wow.
Basically betting on, Trump not pulling the trigger. Like there's just no way. There's, like we talked about, 4 to 6 weeks. There's too many risks. China hadn't moved any kind of military into any kind of space or anything like that. So on some of my prop accounts, I took those sort of smaller trades. I took these bigger ones on personal accounts because I've got more flux room, that kind of thing. Same with the Aussie dollar, and took those big runners and then just left that overnight. Prop I cleared because for me it was about 10 a.m. the deadline. So I stayed up just before rollover, and I was too tired. It was like 5:30 a.m. I was like, okay, clear out the prop stuff, so there's not some kind of gapping or something. I was already up a good 2.5-3% through the day. I was like, can't complain with that. If I run these, I'll be
3% per day.
absolute god mode. Yeah, dude, it would have been 15% on top of that holding this stuff, but I cleared that out. Personal accounts, though, ran very well. So still very stoked with that, very happy. So yeah, basically euro dollar and Aussie dollar are the two that I chose to take. But overall, I mean, we ended up nailing this. Like, I'm talking about interim lows through here. Same with euro dollar the prior weeks,
Yeah, we were talking about this, I think, last week, no? Like about the
the
volatility
Nasdaq
squeeze and eventually the breakout either to the north or south.
Yeah, put in, this is the bottom, in my opinion. Ended up getting that. So it all ended up working out quite nicely. And again, that 160 level, they kept watching as like the key critical level overall for the war, more than oil. Oil is going to get whipsawed around with headlines, that kind of stuff. And also you have to make sure what oil contract you're checking. So I'm sure some of you guys might see right now, US oil is actually above Brent. So it's trading at 95, Brent trading at 92. Now, this is, however, because of the contract rollover, if you're looking at futures versus like spot. So the contract for Brent has rolled over to June, whereas the US oil is still on May, right? So hence they shift around. Now, if you look at the spot, you can see WTI US oil is actually below. It's at 89 now, and Brent is down at 93. So depending on whether you look at you got to make sure if you're looking at the spot cash today's oil number to buy oil this afternoon in real time, or if you're looking at the next aligning futures contract. So you just got to make sure when you search some of that stuff on things like TradingView, or if you've got a broker or some other platform, just make sure you're on the right contract, of course. But yeah, so right now we were mapping this out potentially. I want to see euro dollar coming up just a little bit higher, because the question is now, obviously, this has been a pretty big run. I think the bottom is in for markets. Obviously, the situation will still go on, but markets wise, it's over, essentially, right? That's it. We've met the bottoms. We've seen the highs in other assets like oil. That'll probably be it. Oil will have continuing premium set into it, plus there'll be a continuing ongoing sort of risk premium for the Strait in general. So oil will probably stay elevated. We won't be getting back to those $60, $70 levels. I'd expect like an $80 to $95 range sort of going forward. We just mull around in that area. After this big of a run, I think going into Friday, just like when the situation kicked off, it's all correlations go to one, shoot first, ask questions later, figure out the details. So similar deal now, we've got the de-escalation. Everyone's been waiting for whatever's going to happen, how it happens, etc. Punch your entries, market rips. Then going into Friday, we've got the situation of determining sort of deeper details. What does this actually mean? How quickly can crude get back online? There's obviously going to be a bottleneck of all the ships there with reloading, that kind of stuff. Some that have been sitting there already wanting to go out. There's going to be some of the sort of tolls put on by Iran, I guess. My assumption is there's still mines in the strait.
There are, I think.
Because these mines, they take weeks and weeks and weeks to clear. So if they did put any there, it's not like you just get rid of them all. They're not that simple to just clear out.
There's no remote trigger, like a Counter Strike, like.
And if you look at how the mines are these days, like they're a bit more sophisticated. It's not just like World War II ones. Like they do have those where it's just anchored to the floor and you tap it and it explodes. There's others that sit on the sea floor, send magnetic signals and stuff, and then they see a ship and they rise up, but they can stay full dead silent. You can't find them. So I'm sure there probably are still some around. My suspicion, Iran probably knows where they are, and hence they'll be saying, well, we know where they are, so we'll give you safe passage orchestrated by us, but you've got to pay us a toll.
2 million, I heard them bouncing around that number, 2 million per ship.
Yeah, so apparently about $1 to $2 per barrel. So depending on the ship, you got 1.5, 2 million barrels. Could be anywhere 2 million, 3 million, 4 million as the fee. Obviously, everyone's just probably going to pay that. So there will be that longer input price. And then it goes into the next thing of trying to analyze some of the infrastructure damage, things like gas, which goes into fertilizer and these kind of things, and eventually helium. I don't know if the tankers that were carrying the helium that were already there are going to make it out in time. I think that's gone. So there will be some hits around there, but it's then the question of, can we get that realigned to where it should be? Does potentially the US pick that up with their gas stuff and do some kind of helium thing rather than just Qatar in the past? So the ships are not following the normal with mines route. They are now closer to Iran to pass. Yes, they're going up through that top section near what's the other secondary sort of island just off, or landmass? I forget the name of it. But yeah, so they're going slightly outside of the main sort of strip down the middle, which has got a 3-mile wide strip for entry and exit either side, with a 2-mile in between. The whole strait is like, I don't know, 30 miles or whatever. But the reason for that is obviously these are very big ships. That's the deepest point. And the other thing, they have to control them because these ships are so massive, carrying so much load. If they have to stop, it takes them several miles just to stop the ship. They can't just turn, just back up. So they got to make sure people don't crash into each other. But yeah, so they are going closer through that section, and off that little, I forget the name of that land mass just after. Iran does have a little underground bunker in there with rockets and things loaded on ships that, on little trucks that can come out, pop their head out for 60 seconds, fire off a bunch of missiles, hit the tankers, blow them out, and then they go back into the mountain. So yeah, that's where they're putting them through there as their sort of defensive position. So, but yeah, overall, I think what I'm looking for, Dirk, is some kind of. We seem to be pretty anemic. We're kind of pulling down. I really wanted to short Aussie dollar as well up here. My original target for Aussie was a bit higher, up towards there. I got out on this second tick here once we didn't make a higher high. But
you basically got out on the high, so well done.
Yeah, I prefer to short from up here. So I'd prefer to see that and then some kind of pullback.
That's what I'm looking for at euro dollar actually as well. So if we, for example, see something, if like one of those where I like occurrences where I actually like to use Fibonacci retracements, for example. So I would be looking for something maybe like this here, that we pull back to the 30.032 or even the 50% Fibonacci retracement. If we see something like this today, tomorrow, with the news still, no more paranoia, no more crazy things being posted by Trump, maybe 2 weeks of really things getting normalized more, really working towards peace. This is definitely a zone where I would like to take a trade then. somewhere here around 116.50 to 116.40 would be excuse me, would be my preferred target for today. It doesn't mean I'm taking a short here. We might as well go further up straight away, after the bounce back. So the reaction we saw already, which drove us to the 23.6 Fibonacci level, that could have been it already, but it's nothing where I want to enter. Normally we should see a little bit more of a pullback, and then I think it's time to go into swing longs for euro dollar again, maybe even with a target somewhere around the area of 120.
I think 118, first of all. Obviously, that was sort of the escalation gap where a number of the other currencies have obviously come back to that and surpassed it, Aussie, pound, that kind of stuff. Euro is definitely still the laggard. Obviously, potentially is one of the biggest hit for this going worse. I do like that area. I was just talking about this with Rich and Will before, though, which, I was looking about 116.20 to 30. However, once we took a little bit of a deeper look, I've sort of gone probably 116.40 is probably the max.
But
area.
What the upper range?
Yeah, so the reason for that, if I zoom out, is basically I was just looking at these prior highs, which probably become
makes sense.
Support, right? Yeah, so once I looked at that, I was like, and also 116.20, I mean, that's wiping out so much of this move. It's probably not realistic. So I think 116.40 to 50.
I don't like when I do stuff like this. I don't like to use the actual candle wicks. I always tend to put in this case, support where the body of a candle is.
Bodies are, same. I prefer bodies as well. But unless we get like a headline that sort of induces a shorter term sort of snap through it.
Yeah.
If it stays quiet, I think 116.40 will end up being the measure. I think the only way we get back down to this like 200 moving average on the 4 hour, where's the daily? We're kind of sitting in that cluster right now, where everything's converging. So it's somewhere in that area, but I'll probably be looking at about 116.40 or so to start entering. Maybe enter like half position, 20, 25 point stop. Then if we do dip a bit lower, into the next half, and then probably target about 118. So that'd be a bit more of a swing trade overall. But that's still quite good.
It's interesting that we come to the same conclusions here. That gives me a little bit of confidence. Also, when it comes to how far, if we get a full pullback, where is it going to go? And we haven't talked about this prior, guys. So you can see once again, LJ and I come to the same conclusions. I just hope, I don't forget to put my alert in. Not like this last time, when I thought we didn't touch 114.50 last week. And I missed my trade on euro dollar.
But so it's basically as like on that on the 15 minute, the 200 starts rising. I think over the next tomorrow, the next day, we start getting up towards around that level with some of these moving averages, and same with the 1 hour. Like this 50 moving average up here should start climbing pretty quickly, and basically sometime by tomorrow, so long as we hold in this general vicinity, we should be up around that area. So I'd probably be looking at that as sort of the capture point. Overall,
it's interesting. All the risk on assets, they pretty much look very much the same. If you put like Nasdaq and euro dollar, for example, next to each other, it's pretty much the same move.
I think Nasdaq will hold up a bit better. I think we've got about 25, 130 or so before we come down. I was talking to Rich about this as well. Other thing being. If I go and look at the NASDAQ right now on the daily, again, we've got the 5,200 coming into here. We've hit the 100. This is around some of these sort of tops, counter closes, wicks, sort of where we really struggled to hold price above for quite some time through here. So I would say plus that peak high, like you kind of have a relative higher range up there, sort of middle range through here down to call it 24K, and then the bottom third below 24K. So if we do get we get that pullback on the Nasdaq, I'd be looking for the 200 and the 50-day moving average to hold as well. That's about 24,600 roughly. So I don't think we go too much lower than that.
The picture totally flipped them. So what would be awesome, like for the longer term picture, is if we really close around these levels tonight as well, because that would mean we close above the bull market support once again, way above obviously the 8 weeks moving average. So that could actually be this break of structure. You guys might remember last week I was a little bit like, this looks like a break of structure, that we are going like from a sideways trend into a downtrend, because we made a new lower low down here after this one. But first of all, it's a good example, how you can always analyze yourself to death on a chart, and then somebody like Trump comes and flips reality to a different narrative. And so, technical analysis in this case is always going to be a two-dimensional solution for a three-dimensional problem. But from a technical aspect, this looks, if we close above that, really nice. I actually would be tempted to use any pullback down to 25,000 then to enter more longs on Nasdaq. So it's pretty much the same picture like we saw on euro dollar. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't get much of a pullback on the Nasdaq at all today.
That's exactly what I said.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's exactly what I said to Rich. I think we'll have better option for a pullback on FX rather than the Nasdaq S&P stocks. I think, especially with valuations where they are, people are going to be wanting to buy this up. We've seen that dip in a discount kind of price to buy certain assets. Obviously, it's a different time threshold that people are looking at. So I think the Nasdaq, S&P stocks in general will stay buoyant much more, and the dips will be much more shallow. And I was also saying I want to see how New York takes this. Obviously, we had this sort of stuff after rollover and into Asia. So I want to see New York reacting to it with flows first. Potentially then we see some kind of topping, like a final bounce, and then look to short that.
It's massive. If you look at Nvidia, for example, pre-market plus 3.6% already. It's looks like the situation again, where many fund managers totally missed out again. So maybe we are getting a repetition of what we had last year, V-shaped, and then off to the moon, off to 27, 28, maybe 30,000 this year. Who knows? Everything is possible. Everything is possible, of course, also to the downside. It's with Trump being Trump, we know, if he didn't have a good night's sleep and gets up crampy this morning, he might start tweeting stupid stuff again, and then it's all to the downside again. But I have a feeling like China is kind of, pulling the strings in the background as well. Like especially with Iran, maybe saying, "Hey guys, you cannot be so stubborn. You have to give some leeway that Trump can get out of this whole thing. Still retaining his face. Otherwise, this guy is capable of doing everything, including dropping a nuclear bomb on you."
I don't think he'd do that. There's too many dead man switches and things.
No, there's not actually. That it's deliberately designed in a way that once the order is there, that only one additional person is required to actually trigger starting nuclear weapons.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. So if
he's somebody there, that is on his side probably.
That's what I'm saying though. But other countries in retaliation, kicks off all that kind of stuff. Like you got Russia, you got China, you got everyone else.
Of course,
it'd be a whole thing. They also wouldn't do that. I think they couldn't risk that. The Saudis right now are basically bankrolling all of AI.
Yeah,
they committed like $2.5 trillion. What happens to the entire Gulf area through there? Qatar, Oman, all of it wiped out. China wouldn't allow that to happen.
Yeah,
their population would be cooked with getting fertilizer and all that. They couldn't feed anyone. All of India gone. Then Africa as well. Like we get a massive food crisis then as well because they all the desalination plants hit all the other infrastructure. They'd be like, all right, we're done. Fire everything. It'd just be
scorched earth.
It would be utterly terrible. So I don't think any side could really let that happen. I also noticed that last night through watching this, the pizza index was only at like DEFCON 3.
I
just a
wonder
couple hours before this,
when we
so.
talk about AI, for example, and if like some companies or some cloud service providers like Amazon, for example, are going to diversify a little bit away from data centers in the Middle East. Like me personally, for example, I had some dedicated servers running in Dubai, and I just moved them to Iceland. Because I
Yeah.
was like, I don't know, it's like things go crazy there, and it's like a powder keg right now. From one day to the other, suddenly I'm not able to access my servers anymore. So why not move them to somewhere that's a little bit more safe? And
Do you
I
know
looked
where?
into many options, and like one of
Yeah.
them also being New Zealand, which is too far away, so the latency is too high for me sitting in Europe. So I thought like, okay, why not Iceland? On top of them, having like very good laws when it comes to privacy. Not that I need that, but being like a little bit, okay, it's probably the last spot on Earth, that's going to get bombed.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, do you know where the other spot is?
It's New Zealand, no?
Because just like we've been talking about, it's Australia. So South Australia, like I was talking about, how they're at 75%, they're going to go to 100% renewable. This makes stuff very cheap, and it is on that lower end of Australia where it's cold already, like it's cooler.
And plus, you guys wouldn't care about a nuclear bomb explosion because it's the temperature of just an average day in Australia anyway,
Yeah, no, I think we're actually mostly outside where most of us Australians live. We're actually outside of the range of anyone's rockets. There's the top sort of middle portion and slightly to the left of Australia that can get hit. No one lives there. That's all the desert. This is Mad Max territory, right? It's
this is where Mel Gibson lives.
Sand and right. Maybe they could destroy Uluru, the big rock.
Yeah, or some drop bears. So
that'd be a shame, but about that's about it, right? All the rest of us, like, we're good. So definitely moving down there. Obviously, again, for you, that would be latency problem.
Exactly.
Europe's also trying to invest a huge amount with that and trying to get in on the AI thing via Australia. We also have Meta building their own internet C cables to have their own intranet thing.
Oh, wow.
And Australia is the direct connector to US and Europe.
They are building their own cables, really?
Yeah, it's in a W shape.
I didn't know that. That's insane.
Yep.
That
and they're going to run
of that
all of Meta, WhatsApp, everything on it, so they can control their own security, their own information. It's all going to go off it, and they basically also skirt around privacy laws and stuff because they're not on So you can see it's a little bit sketchy as well, but they've also done it as protection for geopolitical risk and
reminds me a little bit. You remember, I think it was like somewhere in the 2000s where this one hedge fund guy built like his own dedicated cable through the whole of USA to shave off a couple of milliseconds of latency to a stock exchange, and he had to buy like all those and negotiate like with landowners, to put the cable there underneath there. And I think there's a movie about this as well. And then it turned out like once he reached it, he basically said like, like achievement unlocked, we've done it, but it was obsolete then because new technology was there that it was even faster.
Yeah, exactly. Real JW Solo was saying, can you use the position sizer in weekly trading comp? I believe so. It's meant to be not EAs. It depends because most of obviously the trade sizes are EAs. The thing is, I believe it might just block you from even trying to put it on there. Like, obviously, it's meant to mean like EAs as in sort of actual bots, really. So I'm not sure it will work. I actually had trouble trying to even log mine in for like 2 hours because I had like a EA on like a random chart that was like minimized. And it just wouldn't work, and I couldn't figure out for ages, and then had to just clear everything and start it all from scrap. So, I mean, as far as the rules for a position sizer, that shouldn't be against the rules, but I don't know if it will actually work.
I think it's in general
the
A blockage. But
So
for
I
other accounts, evaluation accounts, funded accounts, that tool totally makes sense. I use that every time.
Plus it's only they're like 1 to 10, so it should be fairly easy to figure out the sort of scaling size for you. So
look at this. Nasdaq keeps running. Let's go down to the 15 minutes. No pullback.
yeah, exactly. Temperature of South Australia is like pretty cold. That's what we're saying. So it's good for like data centers and stuff. You know? So the average, exactly. Hummingbird. I don't know the names of it. I think there's a couple. There's like 2 or 3 projects. I don't know the names of them all, but that could be one of them.
I think wasn't that the
Henry normally knows what he's talking about.
Of the movie also? I think so. Yeah.
Perhaps. Does Australia have a Valorant server though? I think we do normally have like a C server. I don't like it. Depends what game you're running. Like I mean, Dota has like Australia.
Valorant, he's running.
Yeah, I don't know about Valorant though, but I assume they would. But sometimes it'll be like, I don't know, like Taiwan or Singapore or something like close.
Yeah.
Indonesia sometime. But normally there is an Australian one nowadays. Normally works better even for the rest of the sort of top section of Southeast Asia. So.
Real GCC, I'm from Malaysia, summer whole year long. I prefer the cold weather. That's funny. Everybody who lives in Southeast Asia says they prefer cold weather. And here I am. A couple of years ago, I was like a week away or a month away from actually moving away from Europe and moving to Kuala Lumpur. I didn't do it then in the end because there were like taxation things that were a little bit, on the fringe. We didn't really know, are we going to be taxed in 2 countries, in Germany and Malaysia, and then 100% of your income is gone. So we actually ended up not doing it. But, yeah, I love Malaysia. I love KL. I love especially what is that? Oh, I forgot the name of that town. Is it Penang? They have awesome food there, like one of the best in all of Southeast Asia. So greetings out to our friends in Malaysia.
There you go. 18 to 21.
That's a good thing, man.
MS ping, yeah. Henry's saying. I assume that's for Valorant. So I actually haven't played Valorant. Funnily enough.
I wish I could. I just don't have any time anymore for any computer games. And if I have some time, I always play Dead by Daylight. A couple of rounds and then that's it.
I haven't had enough time at all. Sometimes I'll play Dota on occasion.
Oh, I hate Dota.
When I get the time. Like if I've just got 1 hour, it's good for 1 hour game. And then I can just walk away. But yeah, like the new Warcraft expansion came out. Normally still always pick it up, jump back in.
World of Warcraft.
Play some, World of Warcraft.
Man, I used to play the classic one, and the first and second add-on, but I was super, and it was playing a holy priest, a healer. But eventually, it wore off because it tends to take up so much of your time. And if you really go into it, if you want to do all the raids and so on and so forth. But is it worth, is it still good?
That's why I don't play it as heavily as I used to, like back in the day. Like first, like classic, or original WoW, I guess when it came out. That's sort of when I got into it. Then I got heavy into raiding and stuff in Burning Crusade and Wrath of the Lich King, and then into Kata. And that's when I was playing like literally full time. As part of Big Guild going for World First, I was getting paid money, sponsorships, that kind of stuff.
Wow.
So I was spending 55 hours a week playing the game at least. Basically, that was probably 40 hours on like core stuff for raiding and rep grinding and gold grinding, everything that you have to do. Another 15 hours of shuffle, and then if there was overtime, and then like another 10 hours of sort of playing like fun stuff. Put it that way. So yeah, it was a full time job. nowadays I basically just play PvP. So it'll be arena and battlegrounds, that kind of stuff. I don't have time to raid, like I said. But even since the new thing came out, I haven't had time to go and buy it and just play all together. So
that's
yeah,
the thing,
don't
but Dota actually prepares you very well for trading, in my opinion, because it's the most toxic game I've ever had the pleasure of playing. It's like I still remember this one time where I was on the voice chat with somebody, and there was this guy from Thailand, and he cursed me. It's like my mother and my sisters and everyone down my lineage, is going to die and bad stuff going to happen to them. I don't want to go into details right now. It was like, what the heck is happening here? What is up with this guy? And that was about the time I thought, you know what? I really don't enjoy playing this game. If I play the game, I want to have a good time, and I don't want to be bothered by 15-year-olds who think like, well, I'm not going to do much into detail now. Let's get back to trading.
Yeah, of course. No, it can be very toxic. It's that classic, like, mute everyone and just play the game. Until you get to some high levels, sometimes, people are a bit more sensible, but even then it's still kind of the same. But you just got to have a hard shell to play it, So, but it is good. Yeah, you learn how to deal with that stuff while still trying to work as a team and, anyway.
Exactly, yeah.
I was going to say, Aussie dollar-wise, I kind of like that, but then I look at this and go, you might have kind of had the retrace. I'm not sure if I'd like to see that instead now. This is kind of the difficult point I'm having at the moment. I can see a bit more of a dip on the euro, but I don't know if we're getting the full pickup or if this is just going to dribble out into New York, find the lows, and then we rally off through New York. I would have liked to see this pick up into New York, then pull back, and then move higher.
It's like the picture you can see on the chart. Somebody was asking about gold just now. Here we go. Do you think gold is trying to balance the Trump move from yesterday? The thing I see on gold right now is that I see detachment. Like on for example, the 1 minute chart, we are downtrending, so we are full in retracement mode right now. But on the longer term, the Renko chart, we are still up. And if I see something like this, I don't want to trade it at all. I actually want to wait until this structure on the 1 minute chart flips also to the same direction like we see on the right chart on the longer term. So until we are also going higher then. And then I would, if I want to scalp this, which in my case, I'm not going to do because I simply don't have time to watch the chart here the whole day. Then I would trade those 1, 2, 3, 4 sigma levels to the downside. But when I see something like this, like the longer term picture is longer term picture, it goes also just until when was this morning actually. But I want to see them aligned so I can make my life more easier, to trade with the trend and not try to be the contrarian trader here.
Yeah. I see what you're saying. Just give me half a sec just to jump up. I just got to change my aircon. I'll be back in 1 sec, guys.
Yeah, let's have a look at some of the other stuff here. Euro dollar. I'm still crying that I didn't take this trade down here. Or to be more precise, here at 114.50 was definitely on my radar, but for whatever reason, my alert didn't trigger there last week, so I couldn't jump into the trade. Same picture on cable right now. Dollar yen could be a little bit more interesting because we are seeing an alignment right now of the -2 sigma level and the 200 moving average. So should we see some price action around here, which is at around 158 roundabout. That's actually a level I would be tempted to start buying dollar yen for a return to the take profit zone of 160. We can ask LJ about this. Yeah, Nasdaq knocking it out of the park right now. So I wouldn't be surprised. Let's look at the shorter time. Yeah, this is exactly what you want to see. Shorter time frame, the 1 minute chart is trending up, heavily trending up on the standard deviation, on the Renko chart. So every time we get a pullback, either here to the -2 sigma on the standard deviation, -3, -4, that would be a good buying opportunity. As I said earlier, every pullback to 25,000, I think, for this week should be a pretty good opportunity to get into swing longs there. What else are we seeing? What are you guys actually trading right now? Anything you are in? Anything you would like? Dollar Swissy question here. I'll hand this over to LJ because I know that's a pair he watches. Not very heavily traded by me. There you are again. Somebody asking about Dollar Swissy. Do you have any opinion about?
Did you say it's a pair I heavily trade?
No, I say you heavily traded, but you have an opinion on that. I know that because I know you're watching the Swissy also.
Yeah, time and again, but it's also one of those really hated pairs.
Yeah. I'll quickly jump out and refill my coffee and be back in a moment.
Yeah, sure. Let me jump over to my screen. So, I mean, dollar Swiss, like we've talked about this for ages. You can see this goes all the way back to May last year. This was kind of that cap level. We had the push through on the dollar sort of recently. We're talking about this level in the past. This was back early Jan. I can't remove Dirk. Oh well. As the kind of bottoms through here. So obviously the Swiss National Bank doesn't really want dollar Swiss any lower than this. It becomes problematic. And after this big drive lower, you can see that we have had these sort of capping structures come in here, which looking at their the Swiss National Bank FX flows, their stores, we've seen small, very small, well-timed intervention coming in, which is nothing big. They're not changing the direction, just building up structure in terms of where price is actually trading and trying to just defend this kind of general area without overcommitting, obviously, because we have had the dollar having a bit of strength here and there. We've gone back and forth with that, right? Obviously, with both the euro as well as the dollar yen direction, looking like we're coming full off, then we recover all the way, come off again, back and forth. So they're sort of just leaning on this to hold out for some time, and then eventually we'll start reversing once we get the sort of dollar decline back into the picture. So right now, I think any of these lower levels ultimately probably should be bought up. The trouble is with central banks going forward here is going to be the Fed almost looks like the one better place to reduce rates, if anyone, at this stage, right? That's where you get a bit of push and pull with things like the dollar franc. Obviously, this move right now, purely based on last night's activity. So just like we're looking at the other majors pulling back, you would also therefore see dollar franc climb a bit higher. In terms of after that climb higher, another push lower, tough to see, honestly. I don't really like trading the Swiss franc overall, dollar franc, not currently anyway, outside of just literally just technical structure within these small local clusters. But I'm definitely not looking for like runaway swing trades or anything like that. I think we're going to be stuck in this sort of general lower basket for some time until we can actually work our way out of that. Now, when will we get there? That will probably be whenever dollar yen finally decides to fully come off, right? So dollar yen, dollar franc are basically moving inverse to each other. And every time dollar yen comes down, dollar franc at least attempts to come back up. And so once that does fully switch, then we'll get those kind of moves. But for now, you can see this lower band through here that we've basically tapped into. that's what I'd be keeping an eye on. I'd say any dips into there would probably be buy opportunities. So you've got that low wick there, this sort of top cluster. Let me zoom in a bit. Of this lower trading range that we had the sort of dead cat bounce, put it that way, back up to. We traded, oscillated around there, broke through, came back, the wick through here, ran higher, made a double top through there. So you're looking about 78.20, I'd say, as an absolute bottom. And this would be that key level through here, just at the low we just made, 78.70. So I think in terms of total pip movement, though, you can probably get better action on other pairs. Though you could argue that because this range is a bit tighter, you do have somewhat more control. But that typically means you're going to lever up a bit higher, and so it kind of nets out the same picture. But that's where I'd be looking at. So about 78.20 as an absolute bottom after some kind of pickup through here. And you'd either have that move back into slightly higher low, basically double bottom, just above where we hit before, and then a run higher, or we get the deeper pull to there, and then a move higher. I don't think we're coming back to this bottom area overall. So I think from here, once this all settles, I think we might even see further dollar selling and a lot more gold buying, once again, coming back into vogue, especially with the geopolitical sort of situation. The dollar buying that we've had has been around the whole geopolitical escalation, stuff like Ukraine and Russia prior, and with Russia having their assets seized. So every country now very much has that on the mind, that the US is willing to make those kind of moves. So obviously, how are you going to hedge that out? Buy gold. Okay. There's going to be other costs associated with various countries about having to front up to pay for the excess caused in damages from the current escalation. Now, what you can do is obviously sell gold stores to make up that money, or you just sell what you consider dead assets, or depreciating assets, which is going to be the US dollar. So you probably dump your dollars, buy gold, rather than selling gold and picking up more dollars or US treasuries. So I think there's potential that we go into much greater dollar decline overall over the next couple of years, and gold starts to just run. As far as tops on gold, it's very hard to call because it's a proxy element of that de-dollarization, sort of lack of confidence vote against the dollar and the US, I should say, more rather, and their current actions. And the thing is, we've still got Trump in office for quite some time. So, and depending on who comes next, we could get more of it. Like if we get JD Vance after, is there going to be much changing?
Of course not.
Yeah, so we could be in for a longer run of this. I think right now JD Vance and I think it's going to be Gavin Newsom sort of looking at potential for the Democrats. They're about even in polls.
But Trump is going to cancel the votes anyway, no? Or at least try to.
Yeah, who knows what's going to happen at the next election, honestly.
After yesterday evening, I'm afraid there are no boundaries anymore that this guy is not willing to cross. Really, I still cannot get over that tweet of him yesterday evening. It's like, and especially as a German, stuff like this really has a special flavor. You see, like the 1930s when the NSADP in Germany, so the Hitler Party, came to power. It's really what I'm seeing in the USA, a blueprint of what happened back then in Germany. But anyway,
yeah, I think we're a little bit further than that these days, just with the interconnectedness. I think there are some sort of backstops with some of these things that, and there are some other players with a lot more mobility, obviously these days, that can really do some damage and that kind of thing. So I don't think we're quite there, but yes, it does definitely have those kind of echoes in general. And Henry was saying, yeah, or sell dollar, buy S&P if you mean S&P 500. So yes, absolutely. That's the other thing where I think selling dollar will actually equal, like you're just literally trying to dump the dollars into anything that isn't the dollar, which will then end up meaning there's still companies, you're still transacting in dollars, it's still important, but you want to buy these companies that are going to be the stalwart hallmarks of the future economy. And that basically means since they're priced in dollars, that goes sort of through the roof.
Yeah.
If you then go and price the S&P or NASDAQ or something in gold, you're probably kind of flat.
Yeah.
But in dollar terms, it's going to rip, you know. You might even be down a bit in gold terms.
Although I must say, I would prefer buying the NASDAQ over the S&P 500, honestly speaking.
Oh, definitely NASDAQ. The NASDAQ has returned over double since 2K, even including the dot-com bubble. More than double than the S&P. S&P has too many. They're great companies, but there's no growth. They're mature. The alpha's got like, how much more Coke can you consume? Like, it's a great company. They're just, but
the market is saturated for them.
Okay, right?
What is this? Innovation. Daily Facts is feeling weird when he's watching us. Do we need to be concerned, Daily Facts?
Sometimes I feel really weird when I'm not much at the charts, just gaming, watching you guys. Oh, what do you mean? You feel like because you're not like sort of doing work, if that makes sense? Because I know some people trading, like, you feel like it's weird sometimes because if there's not a trade, but you're kind of at work, but there's just not a trade for a couple hours, you feel like you haven't done anything. But you are, like, you're just observing. And the work is that you've identified there's no options right now.
And tell you, I often have the live stream on as well, watching it on YouTube from The5ers when I'm doing other stuff. Because I, kind of like to have a little, not saying background noise, but at least I'm kind of alerted when suddenly something is going on or something worth watching at. So I enjoy that as, background noise, so to say, since I don't have any colleagues sitting next to me here.
Yeah. And I see what you mean. It can feel like wasting time. But I mean, that's where if you've got other stuff to do, then you can knock that out. That's what I do. And I still have like Bloomberg in the background, like the 5ers stream, whatever it might be. I've got the charts like sort of to the side of me, but I might be core focused on something else. Or I might finally get a couple minutes to cook some dinner and eat.
And by the way, I don't think if you're like gaming or watching Netflix or whatever you do, that is a waste of time. It is, of course, if you do that like 8 or 10 hours a day, if you procrastinate, I think is the right word, 10 hours a day. But sometimes it's really good for the brain, if you kind of put it into limbo, be it with a computer game. For me, it's like going out, walking, riding my bicycle a little bit, to kind of regain new energy. And honestly, especially when walking, I get some of my best ideas when it comes to trading, because I'm not thinking about it. So on a subconscious level, my brain starts processing things that it wouldn't do if I think very hard about something. So that is definitely something valid. I'm not a big fan, by the way, at all. There are so many of these efficiency gurus on social media that tell you stuff like, I get up at 4 a.m., then I drink an espresso, then I go to the gym for 1 hour.
And go to your ice bath.
Then exactly, ice bath. And then I fire 10,000 employees before breakfast. Like those super efficient people, I don't believe that. I think it's more worth, your time if you have like 2, 3, 4, 5 hours where you're really dedicated to your work every day, rather than forcing yourself, like it's corporate culture in many companies. When I was working for Citigroup, for example, back then, it was for corporate culture. Even if it's already 8 p.m., the first person to leave the office is going to get something said by other colleagues like, only half day today working, yeah? It's so stupid, it's this type of culture. And I can tell you, I'm very much not effective the whole day. I work sometimes long hours, not sometimes. I have very often my 14 or 15-hour days, but that doesn't mean that I'm like efficiently doing things 14 or 50 hours. I have times also where my brain drifts just somewhere else. And when it does, I know it's time, to go outside or do for a while other stuff to reset myself.
I agree. This is also the playing games thing. Even why we were talking about before is because I feel like, I've been swamped for a while. Like you guys have known this. I've been just flat out. It's been almost a year now. I keep trying to set up the next thing to get breaks, and it has gotten a bit better, but I expect it to be 50 to 80% better. It's probably only 25% better now still. So, but yeah, what I used to do is start my day, have my sort of routine. I have 2 or 3 hours where I literally I get up, I have my caffeine, bit of protein in the morning, that kind of stuff. Get my caffeine going, start listening to some podcast type things, stuff around markets, catch up on Bloomberg News, that kind of thing. And literally, I'll just walk around with a cup of coffee or an energy drink or something and just pedal back and forth through my living room and walk outside and just look at the clouds and the trees. And I'm just thinking about macro and the stuff and how everything matches together and putting all the parts intersected, right? And then I'll go and look at the charts and then sort of just dip in, just see where we are, then keep thinking about it, think about it more, go look at them again and sort of go through that. And then I eventually sit down and do the trading. And sometimes often then if stuff is still slow, I'll play, for example, a game of Dota or World of Warcraft in PvP. So it's got to be not something where I'm being blasé and just sort of playing. I'm trying to do something competitive and get myself like I'm focused, boom, 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 try and clean house in that. And then it sets me up for the trading. I then come back in to trading and do the same. But it sort of sets me into that flow, critical analysis, min-max optimizing type state, looking for all the bits and pieces. And something like a Dota or StarCraft or something is going to set you up for that. Just a little bit though. Obviously, if you do too much, you're going to be saturating yourself and then you burn out or something. It's just meant to be a little it's like a jump starter in the morning.
That's so interesting, man. That you like the competitive things when it comes to game because you directly translate it to trading. I can see that why you're doing that. For me, if I play, for example, games apart from what I mentioned earlier, Dead by Daylight, which for sure is competitive as well, I like to actually play those idle clicker games. And on the surface, you might always think, those are really stupid things. But my approach is always, how do I optimize this? That I get the most out of the underlying algorithm that drives this game. Like, how do I optimize my earnings in a game like this with as less work as possible? So, and this is very much my approach in trading as well. How do I optimize the strategy and how do I then put the strategy into reality without me manually interfering very much anymore? Very interesting that you mentioned that. Yeah.
I used to do a similar thing, but I always set like a competitive sort of, a goal. So I think that's still similar, like where you've got like some kind of challenge target set within it.
Yeah.
Right? Because back in the day when people still played it, COD Zombies, but like the OG, so like Call of Duty 5, like World at War, like the original COD Zombies. I play some games of that as well, and you try to optimize your routes, get this going, go here, do that, and you play through as many levels as you could. Same deal as Dota back then. I just switch it up when I do something else. Nowadays, I don't have a console anymore to play it. I'd have to go find the old game as well. But yeah, similar deal. I guess that would be less. It's more competitive with yourself rather than against others.
Yeah.
Obviously, I do like the against others thing because it's there's that randomness dynamic in like humans, I guess, which translates to the market.
Yeah, and it makes sense also. No, I mean, and on the markets, you're competing against other people as well. When you win some money, there's somebody else who's losing money, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's a good way to do it. So, like you're saying, Deadly Facts, like yeah, don't feel like you're wasting time. Like it's actually good to have some of these downtime things and to break stuff up. It makes your brain will work better with a bit more variance. I mean, you can go into the deeper neuroscience of this stuff, brain plasticity, all that kind of thing, blah, blah, blah. But I think it's good. And also just, I don't know, good old just your general well-being, mental health, if you want to call it that. You're not going to burn out so much if you get a bit of play in there as well. And it's like constructive, not just faffing about doing something. If you can construct whatever that thing is for you, whatever way, just like Dirk was saying, he's a little bit different to mine, then very healthy. And I'm sure you'll see your trading actually do better as well. Particularly through this past period with the war, where if you go and do that, have the chart to the side of you or wherever you might have it, and play some games in the background, and then just wait for that headline to come out, see that the market's moved, then take the position after the move, inverse something, you probably would have done well. Trying to play each thing and being anxious about you're going to get wicked out because Trump's going to tweet something, like that is hammering people. And then especially if you do jump in and then you got beat up, and now you're going to be looking for another trade to make up for the loser, and then you're getting wicked around and you're washing machine, right? It's tiring. It's exhausting, So sometimes, just like you were saying, Dirk, as well, you haven't taken too many trades, but the trade you did was very selective, like that gold trade, and you've cleaned up. And that actually turned out to be the better way for how you were operating, and smashed it. Right?
Yeah, it's like you did the analogy, I think, before, when you see something at discount, like 50% off. And I very much agree with this. Like when you're running a business, when you're having a shop, you also wouldn't get the idea of, like if you're selling shoes and you think like, oh, I have this awesome model, my clients are going to love it, and then nobody buys it, and then the vendor where you got the shoes offers you something like, you can buy more of these shoes, I'm going to give you a discount of 50%. It would not be smart to buy those shoes because your clients don't want this. However, sometimes you stumble upon offers where you think like, hey, my clients love this. This is at deep discount. I need to take this offer right now. And it's in trading very much as well like this. For example, my gold trade. Really, I just saw from the blink of my eye at that day, markets are totally overreacting to the downside right now. We are trading at -4 sigma levels on the daily chart, which doesn't happen very often. So what the heck, take this trade. There's so much upside potential, and it doesn't happen very often. But when it happens, it's really worth your time and worth the time of you maybe lingering around, looking at charts, but not really finding the entry. Always remember, trading is not about the clickety-click action. Although the marketing of brokers, of course, is aimed towards that. They, when you see the average Forex broker or stock broker, they will always show you like minute charts, and then somebody who's like trading tick charts or something and doing 300 trades a day. It's not realistic because it aims at gamification of trading, which is the worst thing that ever has happened to trading, that somebody is trying to gamify trading. It couldn't be farther from the truth, in all honesty. It's like everybody wants to be a scalper, but almost nobody can be a scalper, especially nowadays with all those quant firms out there that invest hundreds of millions into getting an advantage on tick charts or lower time frame trading. And then, what could I do against that? I mean, I'm pretty good and pretty successful in what I'm doing, but I don't have like $100 million every year lying around, to optimize latency or lower time frame arbitrage strategies, order book strategies, or market making or something like this. And so
I was going to say, that's the other part of the gamification as well. And then they try and make it look more sophisticated with like volume data, like level 2 data in FX. Like, how's that going to help you? Like, have you seen those books move? Like, there's no way a human can trade off this. I love seeing that on YouTube as well.
And
People been going on about volume and order
I
books. I'm
tried
like,
to build something like this
dude,
for crypto. You know,
how can you derive that? Yeah, unless you have to automate. So you can't move that fast as a human.
I collected like months of live millisecond order data from several crypto exchanges because I wanted to find out, are there certain characteristics in order books or in the way the order book is shaped prior to price moving, for example, by 0.5%. And it turns out there definitely are. There is an edge there, but I'm not able to trade the edge because I'm not fast enough. You know,
Yeah.
I would need
Yeah.
like really under 1 millisecond order execution, which needs, you know, even I need to be next door of a crypto exchange and put my server there. And still then even there's a high likelihood that I couldn't shave off the edge simply because I don't have the capital requirements when it comes to that. It's crazy. And still people, you know, try to scalp the tick charts and try to make their money on the 1 minute chart. It's very likely to happen when in reality you should do something like, you know, like LJ, for example, is showing you their support, resistance, anticipation of what is the most likely move under consideration of where we are right now in terms of technical analysis, but also under the factor of what is going on macro-wise. What is the most likely move? And like this, I mean, I look at this trade.
I was going to say,
the euro dollar trade. You know, it's a thing of beauty, and you don't need a PhD or crazy setups to find things like this. It's all it takes is a little bit of brain power, common sense, practice, and a rigorous risk approach. You know, that you cut your losses early and don't get married to a trade.
Precisely. So like for instance with this, like we had this sort of trend line coming in, we had multiple taps on here, it was being respected. We had the similar deal with this guy through the top here. We broke outside the other end and basically came back in, tapped these levels a couple of times, and eventually I decided, okay, we keep tapping this, keep getting bid up. We had the same deal on the other majors. The euro was actually a bit better positioned. It was just drifting higher overall. That one I took a bit earlier. But then, you know, pound, same deal. So the Aussie, again, just very much classic technical kind of, what do you call that? Just a wedge triangle. I don't know, whatever shape name you want to give it. Right? I don't know, people call it a wedge or
it's a
asymmetric triangle, whatever, in condensing type fashion. You're seeing price volatility getting deeper and deeper and deeper. Classical thing, you tend to see a springboard one way or the other. See either above or below, right? And we broke out the tops, broke these prior highs, and came back in and tested a couple of times. Couldn't get further capitulation through there. Then taking into consideration the macro thing and betting that call the bluff on Trump because the risks are way too high for all parties. Pizza Index was saying we're just at DEFCON 3, not even DEFCON 2, let alone 1, which is hours before the thing. China hasn't moved any ships anywhere. No one else has done anything. Checking maritime, navy positioning, all that kind of stuff. It seemed pretty chill. So take the bet on that, and there you go. So that's the technical plus the macro. Cool, done.
You kind of construct a narrative, you know, and then you use the technical for timing.
And yeah, exactly. And so you're just looking for a higher probability than not, ultimately. Yeah. And just like we've said before, you're not going to be right every time unless you're somehow mega mind. You're like Ultron, or I was trying to think of the Marvel. Isn't Ultron the big AI guy? That or your Thanos?
Yeah. It was.
Or the other guy that can. Anyway, but you do that, and over time as well, you do that for long enough, you start getting really good at it, and then you can repeat this at a higher and higher probability rate, and you do very well. So
Exactly that, yeah. And of course, Tobias or not Tobias. Is he Tobias? Is he not Tobias? We don't know. Disagrees. Scalping in 50 seconds works fine. Just use mega caps and wait for volume to set up. That's okay. It's but it doesn't. The likelihood of that not working for the average beginner trader, especially, is very, very high, because it's one of the most difficult things you can do in trading. If it works for you, perfect. But I bet you're a little bit more advanced than already. You're not just starting to trade. You've probably done this already for some time. And but
and also
there are many ways to roam. Edge can be found anywhere.
And depends what capital size you're trading as well, right?
Yeah.
If you got big enough capital, running 15 seconds on, even if you're on a mega cap stock like Nvidia or something, you're going to get chewed up, right? You're just not going to get the fills, that kind of stuff, depending how big you are. There's other players like we're talking about that have all the infrastructure that they'll see this order a mile away and front run, and you'll get completely clipped up, right?
Yeah.
On the lower volume, trading small enough size, you can do that, and that's completely fine. And you can repeat that, and you can live a really great life. Like, not everyone needs to go and run a massive, deca centimillion fund.
Yeah.
Something, right? You can just do stuff from your home and make a really good living, and you're happy. And if you can do that, brilliant. But yeah, like Dirk said, like if you're doing that and you've got that locked down, you're probably more sophisticated, like we're saying. So. Yeah.
Also, really true what you just said about if your bank roll is high enough, if you have like 100 million lying around somewhere and you trade and you don't go crazy on leverage, that is, so don't have an exposure of like $1 billion or something like this, then you can basically survive any drawdown there is if you don't go crazy. And, when I was working for a family office, our client was the biggest private FX option traders in the world. He had an exposure at one point of 3 billion euro in options, and he went a little bit crazy. So he leveraged by 10 or 15, which ultimately brought him down. But if he would have just gone by, okay, sometimes there's an option expiry where I have to pay up a little bit, but I'm going to do the same option again, 3 months, I'm going to maybe triple the volume on it, so I get my loss back in the hopes that the option expires. And you can, with enough capital, you can just go on with this, on and on and on. You'll never go bankrupt. But that is, you cannot go crazy with leverage. Same when you run a 500 euro or $500 account. It's always tempting to, I want to get up to 5K or 10K as fast as possible. But that intention usually is the road to ruin. I love when I have a rare occasion, sometimes when people approach me, ask me, hey, Dirk, do you want to invest into me as a trader or into my trading strategy, which I like to do, really. I love to do that. And on very, very rare occasion, I have somebody that happened to me early last year, somebody approaching, and he was like very apologetic, said, I've built up a track record of 2 years, but my account only started with $500. Now I'm at $700, but maybe you want to have a look at it and give me some tips. And I said, I absolutely loved it, because the amount of discipline it takes to trade 2 years with a $500 account up to $700. That's a great return on investment, first of all. And imagine the discipline that took. Most people will be like, I want a $100,000 account, so I can see significant dollar amounts actually moving there, and not like $500 and then I have an average trade profit of 50 cents or whatever. But that's
it's about the management.
Yeah, that's a guy I invested in.
You'd almost prefer that, because it's especially as well when you are at those higher capital levels, like we were talking about, someone that is running those bigger positions, much higher leverage, like you can't get the same execution. It won't replicate on that higher capital stream, right?
And especially the discipline, it's like
you have to have,
you understand that it's not about the dollar amount, that it's about the risk-adjusted returns. Like, for example, Richard would probably say he looks at expectancy. I might look at something like Sharpe ratio, depending on the time frame you are trading. If you are scalping,
Sortino
doesn't
is
matter.
my
Sortino is another one, you know.
I hate Sharpe. Sharpe just
Yeah,
is.
for me, Sharpe is naturally on longer time frames. When you look at like scalping, day trading strategies, Sharpe doesn't make a lot of sense
Yeah.
because you get punished
even
by
longer term.
every day you do not trade.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Whereas, Sortino takes in because it Sharpe punishes like say you are a good trader, you make some blockbuster topside returns.
Yeah.
That's going to punish your Sharpe, even though that's what you want.
Exactly. Yeah.
Sortino obviously takes more into benefiting that, but still keeping the relative drawdown intact. So I prefer Sortino overall, even across the board, even longer term. I understand the Sharpe thing. It depends, like on the maybe if you're looking like a full 10, 15 year plus thing, then yeah, it gets a little bit different, especially like a hedge fund type scenario where you're not necessarily maximizing returns as much as diversification and protecting capital, rather, you know.
Yeah, it's more from the hedge fund world, institutional world. They very much look at Sharpe ratio always because
which is it's a different goal.
Yeah.
Right. Versus trying to produce wealth. They're protecting wealth rather than
protecting wealth, and they have the challenge of exactly what you said, that not every strategy is scalable to infinity. You know, what works well with, let's say, on gold with a couple of ounces, it's not going to work anymore when you have to buy something like 20,000 or 30,000 ounces. You're actually going to move the market then, and which is something something that's not going to happen for us as retail traders anyway, or as somebody who trades, I don't know, with a couple hundred thousands or millions or something like this. But if you work for a hedge fund and you have to move something like 50, 100 million or something, you know, you're going to influence the markets.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. I was just going to bring this up. Henry, just get onto Dota already. I've told you this before. Please just get out of this LOL stuff. Right now
is that like
the joke? I was just going to say I'm lolling at you for playing LOL. Just play Dota. Come on.
You're ruffling.
Come on, just get onto it. Only fail at swing trading. Tobias was saying this stuff, Forex's prediction plus price action, stocks is JI, whatever JI is. Stock trading is more price action reaction. Yeah, I mean, stocks are obviously you don't have two interlinked assets. It's like more of a directional move. So yeah, they do have definitely like, you know, slightly different properties overall in general. What about gold? Can we run over gold? My cat seems to have a mouse right now. This is the fourth mouse. Yeah, she's caught this week. So I can see her.
I think
tossing it.
It might be concerned that you don't get enough protein.
Jump up for a second. Oh no, dude, she gets fed too much. To be honest,
she is concerned that you're not getting enough protein. That's why she.
That's probably fair. I mean, you know, it's cats. They always bring it in. They want to show off their little trophy. Like, hey, do you want to have a turn playing with it? And you're like, not really.
I used to have a cat, and I always felt very sorry for, you know, when she brought birds, she would like just play a little bit with a bird, you know, scratch open the tummy of a bird for a little bit, so the intestines would come out, and then just leave it lying around.
Yes,
it's like, this is so brutal.
Yeah, we had that on the weekend as well, because she brought in 3 over the weekend, over the longest weekend, and my partner and I were there watching like a movie, and then again she basically gutted it, started eating it, and then threw up everywhere. I had to clean it up. I was like, oh, really? Come on.
Threw up half digested bird night.
Yeah, so just give me a sec, because he's meowing through there.
Do what you gotta do. She demands attention.
Yeah, one moment.
All right. What about Kirk? I'm Captain Kirk. What about gold? Yeah, so gold right now is, I think we are still in an up trajectory. What is going to be interesting, in my opinion, is if we are going to make it over the 8 weeks moving average. So that is the blue line here. Why is that so important? Because ever since this bull market in gold started, so if I go all the way back to, what is that, November of 2022, which kind of was the low point back then, around $1,600. Pardon me. And then we started in an ever increasing upwards trajectory. So the movement of gold itself has not been linear. It's kind of experiencing almost an exponential growth, right? And the thing is, anytime we went down to or under the so-called bull market support bands, which are these kind of ribbon EMAs, the green and red one you see here, that was usually a very good time to buy gold, right? So you can go all the way back really to the beginning of 2023. Every time we touched that or went under it, and we did so dramatically, of course, this time that was a good moment to buy gold. Thus, my entry, I had here around 4,100 US dollars. That was almost 2 weeks ago now already. When was that? Yeah, 23rd of March. So more than 2 weeks already. And what I would like to see in gold now is that we close in the next days somewhere around this area here. So somewhere around 5,000, because that would put us over the 8 weeks moving average again, which means that the bull market is still intact. So once we close over there, I wouldn't be surprised to see, with a little bit of choppy movements, us attacking the all-time highs again. So we could very well go back to 5,600 or something. And the kind of scenario we are seeing right now on a geopolitical scale kind of reflects that. Now, traditionally, of course, gold was never kind of a risk-on asset, but that has changed. Since 2023, gold very much behaves like a risk-on asset. It goes up together with, when Bitcoin is going up, when especially the indices are going up, which is weird because usually it was kind of like a risk-off asset, like a hedge against troubles in the world. And so it's going to be interesting. Maybe we're not going to see this week, and under the narrative that we don't hear more stupid stuff or warmongering from Trump, that he's going to keep quiet really the next 2 weeks while the ceasefire agreement is in place, we should see more risk-on moves, and that should put gold into the vicinity of $5,000 again. If you're more scalping gold at the moment, as I said earlier already, I wouldn't touch it, because we have a misalignment on the very short time frame, which is the 1 minute chart you see on the left here, and the longer price-based Renko chart, which is still pointing upwards, while the 1 minute is in a downward trajectory. Why is English always so unphonetic? In my head, the words always sound like different to when I speak them out, really. So you want to wait, in my opinion at least, my style of trading, until this whole structure here on the left aligns with the one on the right. Then I would consider, every time we touch standard deviation bands on the downside, especially the -2, the -3 sigma, to get into a long position for scalping, for day trading there again. Welcome back. How's the mount doing?
Good. I tossed it away. The other thing is, dude, my cat. Well, it's not my cat, but the
cat.
Kind of my cat, our cat, the cat that lives here. Dude, she's kind of like blind as well.
Blind.
So,
but still a successful hunter.
Yeah, occasionally. It's very rare, right, that she actually catches something. So I think clearly there's probably been some mice that have been spawned, birthed somewhere here, because she's got a couple. Very rarely does she get like a gecko or like a some other kind of bug or something. It's very rare, but occasionally. But the thing is, when I take it away from her, and then basically just toss it off into the garden. It's already dead. And then she's like confused, like looking around from where I picked it up from, and
Where is
can't
it?
figure out that. Yeah, because the same thing when she jumps up onto stuff, she'll often try and jump, and then not make it far enough and literally hit the wall. Dude, it's so funny to watch, but you're also like,
My God.
this cat is not like this cat is a bit special, right? That's why, like, I literally just call her Cat, right? And she
Okay.
responds to just Cat, kind of as a joke because she's a bit challenged. Let's put it
Okay.
that way. Yeah.
Interesting.
Whereas normally cats are very like they're very on it, they're very like attentive, like all these kind of things, right? Typically, and yeah, she's a bit special. We like to say. So it is funny to watch. It's also kind of sad, but sweet at the same time. That but yeah. Anyway, so I toss it away, and she's literally searching everywhere now for
Okay.
where it went. And I'm like, dude, it wasn't even moving to begin with. It didn't run off. I just tossed it away. So she's super confused now. But anyway, yeah, it's a bit of fun. But yeah, like what you were saying with gold, I think it is sort of aligned with risk on stuff, and that comes back to that I think lack of confidence vote in
the US dollar, no?
the ultimate future of the US dollar, US supremacy. Now it's not like they're going to fall apart or something, but just we're definitely going more into that multipolar type world, a couple of challenges that are definitely at play that do have potential positioning. So there's just it's a further risk premium into things shifting from what they were, not falling apart. It's not death of the dollar or something, but just a reshuffle of that general world order. So hence, yeah, I do think over time from here, once this is out of the way, we will also see gold going higher. Right now, obviously, the main thing when you have this kind of geopolitical risk, people are going to try to go to assurances, and especially when you have stuff like the short end of the yield curve for bonds and treasuries absolutely ripping.
Yeah.
You can go park your money in that short end yield curve. That hedges out the risk of this being a longer term situation. Gold being a non-interest bearing asset, you shift into there. Now, longer term, gold will run higher. I think bond yields also stay high, but the trouble is that yield you're now getting is for that risk premium of that lack of confidence that people are going to be wanting. So it's not like a good investment. Yeah, you're getting more, but you're actually getting paid more because of the inherent increased risk.
I was thinking about that the other day as well. You know, I think I mentioned it last week that I stumbled upon an interview, which I sadly cannot find anymore, with an analyst that said he's expecting 10-year yields for US treasuries to trade above 6% next year. And I kind of laughed it off at first, but I can see the underlying argument, which is a loss in the trust of US dollar. Why is that? Because that means the USA have to give you a higher yield, meaning like more interest, to convince you to actually invest into the economy, which is something you do by buying a treasury bond, for example. No matter if it's a 1 year or 10-year one. 10 years like the gorge normally that tells a lot about the market. So in a sense, it's also an instrument that lets you, if you trade Forex, that you should monitor, because it lets you measure also how is the fear currently when it comes to the US dollar. We always like to look at Dixie, obviously, but for example, if you look at where we were trading on Friday, the 27th, for example, we were at an all-time high, especially on a Friday. Why at an all-time high at a Friday? Because you had the weekend between that. So people want to have premium in order, to take the risk to invest into the US dollar. It's definitely something you should keep your eyes on. You can see also how the gap is from yesterday, where we closed at 4.3%, with a gap opening today of almost 0.05%. You don't see that often when it comes to the bond market. But
yeah, I was going to say, for you guys that don't track bonds, like the moves that we've had in bonds, even over the past year, these are big,
insane.
moves.
Insane.
This is not, no, this is massive.
And the bond market is like, what is that, like 5 or 10-fold higher when it comes to volume than stocks. And
So it's the second largest,
yeah,
other than currencies. But it's one of those sort of sleeper markets that people don't always pay attention, especially, I'm sure a bunch of you guys, obviously, you're not trading bonds every day. It's more a pretty sophisticated area. But if you go and look at every massive financial crash or crisis or et cetera, it's always bonds are what really, like FX is always sort of a canary in the coal mine, front running bonds, but FX is also connected to bonds directly, right? So hence it's sort of one and the same. But yeah, bonds will sort of tell you the picture. With the exclusion, I will caveat, is war. Bonds are very terrible at determining war.
Yeah.
Right. Now, there's also, in part with that, there are other financial implications with that, where war is also very profitable, per se. So you get this push and pull from like potential countries collapsing versus also people wanting to finance it. So therefore, the bonds sometimes don't show this, but it depends what. That's where you have to be very selective in the certain scenario, and that comes down to a lot more factors. Won't go into right now, but bonds are definitely, as far as something to elevate your trading depth and experience, watch bond markets. And typically as well, you'll see, watch the short end of the yield curve, right? So the short-term treasuries, etc., and like the 10-year. And if you follow that through the day, through end of Asia into London Open, you'll see if rates are going up relative to European, UK rates, etc. You'll see the move through London is euro dollar up, pound up, dollar down. And they tend to sort of front run that position or work in line with it. So it's definitely something to add. Like sometimes if you guys, if there's moves in FX and there's been no news and nothing, and all of a sudden the rates, like euros just jumped up and you're confused as to why, if you go and check bond yields, you'll see the yield differentials have shifted and thus euro has moved up. So it's definitely something that can help explain that to you if you're wondering.
I mean, it's crazy, no? In March alone, we moved from 3.9% all the way up to almost 4.5%. You don't see that really very often. So that's a volatility of 14%. But it shows you also, that's the reaction to two things. It's, of course, first of all, the war going on. So people start distrusting the US dollar more. Second of all, also was the shifting narrative of people expecting we're going to see further rate cuts this year. And now it's like, not really rate cuts. Maybe we're going to even hike rates, because we expect inflation to go higher. That's all reflected in just, this tiny snapshot of, what is that, like 3.5 weeks that you can see here on the chart. And definitely you have, you can translate that also directly. There's a high correlation, let me put it like this, in what you see in overall US dollar moves also. Doesn't mean you can forecast with something like this, where the US dollar is moving, but it shows you kind of like the VIX for the S&P 500, for example. How is the general fear at the moment when we're talking about the US dollar? It's such a useful tool, and I know it's maybe for a beginner trader kind of hard to understand, because you have to think around like three corners, to understand how is that what we see here on the bond market correlated to what we see on currency markets. But really, I can highly recommend, guys, have a look at that. Like LJ said, if you're more on the short-term side, of course, you want to look at something like the 2-year yields maybe. For me, as a main macro investor, longer-term investor, the 10 years always my go-to, because the 10-year also decides on a fund manager level, are we going to see institutional inflows into risk-on assets like stocks, or are institutional investors more prone to buy bonds? Because if I look at the S&P 500, which grows at an average rate historically at 8% per year, which are risky 8% per year, because you'll have years where you grow 15%, you'll have years where you lose 10% or 15%.
Yeah, it's never actually 8.
Exactly.
It's like down 10 or plus 20, which averages out.
The 8% is, the tip of a normal distribution curve.
It's normally, the actual returns are normally either side, typically.
Exactly. And if you're an institutional investor, so you run like a pension fund or hedge fund or mutual fund or whatever, and you see like, well, right now my yield for 10-year investment is at 4.5%. So I only have a risk premium of 2.5% if I invest in stocks. So I might decide actually, well, why is it worth for me gaining an additional 2.5% with a risk of a downside there? So I might put a portion of my money, not all of it, it's not like black or white always, but a larger portion of my money into, for example, 10-year treasury bonds, because this is the so-called safe investment, the guaranteed investment. Of course, we can discuss about, is it really guaranteed? Are there no risk any, and so on and so forth. But that is at least on a strategic,
as close as you can get.
Yeah, as close as you can get. Exactly, beautifully put into words. There is no risk-free, but this is the alternative that comes closest to risk-free. And these are really decisions, of course, we as retail traders do not have to make. But if you run a mutual fund, a pension fund, and so on, these are everyday decisions you have to make.
And obviously, then they are driving the majority of capital flows into the market in general. That's what basically you guys are riding on the coattails of as well. So if you can start to understand that, reverse engineer that, you can see where these plays are going and basically position yourself with that to take advantage of it. So yeah, like Dirk was saying, the 10-year yield is basically the risk-free rate that every single asset is benchmarked against. So same with stocks, indices, all that kind of stuff across the board. So I do have, just before you have to tap out, Dirk, I did have a few things. There's also some questions in chat I was going to get over. So Jan is saying, hello, can you use pending orders and hold trades for 3 nights on a fund account? Yes, you definitely can. The thing you'll just have to be wary of if you're holding trades overnight is obviously at rollover, there is the spread expansion. So to make sure sometimes, depending on active liquidity, depending on the asset you're trading, there might be that spread expansion where if you've got a stop at a certain level, you could get tapped out, right? Especially on more illiquid assets. How the swaps and everything are set up and that kind of thing definitely does favor more of a closeout before rollover. In general. So that is just a consideration. But you definitely can. Definitely allowed to. You just have to make those adjustments and take those concerns into account when you do it. So
and by the way, the rollover, we used to have that on Wednesday with the 5ers, that you get like it's now Friday, to my understanding.
So if you guys that weren't sure. So typically you have Wednesday as triple rollover, right? Which basically accounts for the weekend. Okay. That is now being moved to Friday. Okay. So every day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, you'll get a single day's rollover swap cost. And then Friday, holding over the weekend, will be the triple. Okay. So that has changed as well. Wednesday has always been the traditional for most, for the whole market. Most brokers, everything that you find. Some have moved it to Fridays. There was no real reason it was ever made Wednesday. That's just what it became.
Yeah, it's like from classic
really,
bank spot Forex trading, because the settlement usually is
plus
2 or
T
3.
plus 3. Yeah.
That's
So
where
once
it
you go
come from.
from Monday,
but I think it's good,
Friday,
that it's on Friday now, because that favors also more if you like are more into day trading, swing trading, and you are like most of us anyway trying to close out your position on a Friday night. That actually plays into your books. You're going to end up paying less by the end of the day.
Yeah, I agree. So yeah, it's good. It's good. I was just going to say, so this level here, I have just got tapped in on this. So I am in a short now. We'll see if we can get some kind of push through here. I'm not super high confidence on this, because stuff like the Aussie, I was looking for potential longs through here. And preferred trade would similarly be shorting from the tops. Pound dollar has run higher, and we hit a double top though. That was basically what gave me the extra reasonable jump to get into this, because right now we've been slowing down. We've been talking about a bunch of the other tangential market stuff with you guys, but like we've been moving in a pretty tight range overall across the board. I think everyone right now is similarly in that digestion phase, trying to figure out where we go into New York. Same thing with NASDAQ. I prefer to see 25, 100, like just a bit higher before I consider shorts. But I'm going to take this punch right here. Like I'm in that, and we'll see what happens. I'd be happy to reload. I've only got like a half risk on this, half of my typical. I mean, it's already running now, so that has worked out. I don't know how long I'll hold it though. Like if we just get down to these lows, we start stalling out, I might just jump out early and then re-enter higher up. Mainly I want to see how New York takes all this overall.
Where's the option expiry today for the Nasdaq?
Way lower. Yeah. I'm going to refresh this to make sure it's up to date. Yeah, 24209.
Yeah, that's not going to play a role today.
No. That's got outdated. That's basically where we, like the low from yesterday. So.
But it could pull us down maybe a little bit. Oh, no, it's too far away already.
No, it's too much. I think it'd be too much. I don't think. I'm sure plenty of people would have exited.
Yeah, or they hedged it
in terms of volume. Yeah, or hedged it or otherwise, and yeah.
It's going to be interesting the next days, like Thursday, Friday, to see where the expiry is there.
Yeah, and going into Friday in particular, yeah, into the weekend, I think. The final question I did have for you, Dirk, before you go, is just a fringe outside question.
Oh God,
around Taiwan. Now, I got to say, I kind of think this has reduced the risk around Taiwan situation, right?
Maybe it has. I mean,
China hasn't done anything unless there's like a 15-year wait on this or something.
Yeah,
or
but
10-year wait or in a way out. I mean, would they have a better shot in 10 years or 15 years?
No,
I don't think they would.
China.
Right? That's the thing. And right now, the US had to move their ships that were sitting around Korea and Japan towards the Gulf area. You know, and that's part of the North Korea and China sort of just general protection there as well. China had full open position to just run it right there if they had to. Now, whether they're set up or not, but it seems as though, you know, they stockpiled oil for a long time. They kind of knew stuff was going on. They're playing a little bit of a different game, like a neutral, passive aggressive, but still neutral play, which is very interesting.
Yeah.
But do you think they'll ever actually do that then?
No, I don't think so. And China is very much
Agreed.
all about rattling their swords, but not pulling through, actually. So, their answer normally is like, we're going to throw a bunch of missiles into the sea just at the border of Taiwan, and then we're going to kill some fish with this. Interestingly, I was talking to my wife exactly about this the other day, and she said, like, well, Dirk, from what I've heard from my friends within Taiwan, there's actually a movement within Taiwan that says, yeah, we can picture reuniting with China, but we want like a solution we are currently, for example, seeing in Hong Kong. So we have this zone of special exclusion, however you want to call it. Then we could picture that, rather than running the risk that one day, if it's tomorrow, if it's 10 years ago, 15 years ago, being invaded by China, because China doesn't have anything to win from that. I mean, let's be honest,
No.
It's going to be like a situation that we've seen over and over and over again in the world, like in Vietnam, Ukraine, we are seeing right now. Iran probably would be the same picture. We've seen that in Afghanistan. You're just going to rail up the population against you.
Yep.
So,
the Strait of Malacca through there as well. That's the other
exactly
very key
Malacca, exactly.
Yeah.
So you're going to have like a special trading zone, trade op zone. I don't know how it's called, special economic zone or whatever they call it. William probably knows better, staying in Hong Kong, and I can totally see something like this maybe happening if this movement within Taiwan gains some traction. And let's be honest, that would be the better resolution to this whole conflict than a potential conflict. I mean, if they would have wanted to do something military, it would have been the perfect time, like last week or something, You have the US distracted. In Iran, they don't have any capacities anymore to deploy to Taiwan, and that would have been the perfect timing. Of course, I'm no military strategist, so what do I know? But what my wife said to me with the special economic zone, that is something I totally could see happening. So on a shallow surface, Taiwan can still say, we are independent, we are our own country, like Hong Kong does as well. And but it's really behind the curtains, China is in charge, maybe.
Yeah, I agree. So I just wanted to get your thinking on that, because the same thing. That's just the other tangential stuff I've seen pop up around this. People saying, China's going to invade Taiwan and stuff. I'm like, dude, it's not going to happen. It doesn't. They don't win from that. Again, it comes back to this stuff. If they were going to, they had the perfect shot right now. The US is fully tied up. They don't have the full resources at the moment to fight a proper war more than a couple of weeks. In 10 years from now or 5 years, they definitely will. There's huge money going into reinforcing that since they've found those weaknesses, that kind of thing. And they also literally moved every capacity that they had away from that area. So, and you'd have a technical, geopolitical, fair reasoning, seeing all these other players doing this stuff, that you could, pass it by in that sense as well, like socially, right? So I agree. I definitely think it would be something more like a Hong Kong type situation, some kind of brokering, but probably maybe with Australia or something in that general region as a hybrid between China and US. And I think it would be a little bit more like old Hong Kong.
Maybe before. Mm-hmm.
The sort of, Hong Kong now is really China. It's sort of more British.
You be careful saying that over here, man.
Hey, look, it is. Don't worry, I'm not there. It's fine. Anyone can see that. Anyone can see that. Come on. That's fair. China has control.
Like, genuinely,
right?
I actually upset my partner saying that. The worst thing you can do is say to a Hong Konger that they are Chinese now. But like you said,
of course,
technically, yeah, it is. Yeah, no, simple it is.
What has everyone forgotten all the riots?
Yeah, no, literally. Yeah.
Come on, right? But
What riots?
Like at the same
There
time,
were never any riots.
no, they didn't exist. Exactly. Yeah.
Riot? No.
Yeah.
Protests?
Yeah. Protests, riots, whatever. But the point is, that's fine. So long as, again, it doesn't really matter. So long as everyone's like friendly and good, that's what people want. And so hence Hong Kong is back to normal, that kind of thing. It's chill. And I think Taiwan will do a similar.
I mean,
element.
it's kind of a nice thing about globalization also, no? It's
Yeah.
like there's
And
too
it
much at
forces
stake,
the US
too much
and
money
China
at
to
stake.
come to some potential agreement as well, which is what I can see kind of being the eventual bridge. And hopefully that does actually happen. I think that would make everyone's still playing their own thing, but we just stop being enemies, right? That'd be nice.
Everybody needs to stay calm until our AI overlords arrive.
Yeah. But yes, I am Australian. I am indeed Australian. I don't know how to pronounce your name, but I'm just going to say Bello.
Bello Abdul Muiz.
Just because I'll probably mess it up. Yes.
Below.
Alrighty, guys. So, welcome back, William and Richard. Good to see you guys again. Cannot believe we've already been streaming for 2 hours, LG. Time went by in a breeze once again. As always, I'm going to love you and leave you, like you guys always like to say. And I'm going to be back today's Wednesday, next Monday. It is when back on the normal schedule. Take care, everybody. Leave us a like, subscribe to the channel so we can further grow, and happy trading. Bye-bye.
See you, Dirk.
Dankeschön, Dirk. See you later, brother. Have a good one, man. Dude, this is actually a really interesting, like, talk about conspiracy. Could you imagine? So I'm not going to dive too much into it due to the fact that I'm in Hong Kong at the moment, and like the Hong Kong people are. My partner will not let me talk about this if she's in the room. The superstition behind it is unbelievable, even though she didn't partake in all of it. But anyway, there was big protests, like huge riots. There's also, like, you can see outside police stations, there's wanted signs of those people who haven't been caught from the riots. Big thing. It's absolutely huge. Like, there's even people who fled to the UK who are wanted and who have, like, they've actually got people after them. Like, they've gone on talk shows talking about how there's like over £1 million GBP, about a sterling as well, over £1 million bounty on their head to take them back to China and arrest them. So it's a massive thing. But talking about conspiracy theory, riots in Hong Kong, I wonder what could break up a riot. Maybe a disease breakout. As far as I'm aware, I'm pretty sure the riots were...
Remember, Will, you haven't left yet, all right? You're not back in
I know.
Wales,
No, that's what I mean. Maybe I shouldn't be talking about this.
Wait till you're on the plane. Okay. He's gone. He's been kicked out.
Yeah. So, dude, I don't think that I don't know if the riots were that late into that COVID era, but I mean, conspiracy theory on point.
Either way, it's a good laugh to have it talked about. We're not,
of course, yeah, no, 100%, yeah,
we're not being serious, that kind of stuff. But
you can laugh and you can joke about it, but
either way, it's a good laugh.
Yeah, exactly. Dude, I'm so glad my partner's at the shops. Otherwise, there'd be a shoe at my head or something.
Just comes across the room, just knocks out Will.
1 minute I'm here, next minute you just see like my brand new leather boot just coming hurtling towards me.
Oh, great.
I mean,
So Marco, so what do I think about EU going to its daily FEG since AU is bullish on your setup? So this is where I've got the two split sort of views right now. So long on AU right now, I'd like to see this up here. My preferred trade would be to short from tops. I've jumped in on that since it's spent a good bit of time lower. Euro has gradually pushed up. Now, like we were talking about earlier in the session, my lower confidence is EU from these kind of levels. I have a suspicion coming into New York, we might get another spurt higher. So hence, like I was saying, I've only got half risk on this, just in case this does end up being the kind of retracement tops. So if we get rid of some of this stuff just to make it a bit easier to see, I'm in portionally on that right now. Now, I've got room to also pull this up. I'm only on 0.25% risk. I can pull it right the way up from here. And either just keep the one trade, or then eventually if we do get another entry somewhere up here, if we go to 117.15 or 20 or something like that, I can add another portion, which would be on 0.25%. And then if I had to keep pulling this up, that'd be about 0.75 and that'd be 1%. But overall, I do expect this at some point to turn around. So this would end up becoming like a 1-to-1. This is a bit higher, but net, they're good. So right now, I'm still stuck here with that. So see how that plays out with considerations of something higher. And yes, like I was saying, there's a bit of a split, bit of divergence here. I would like to see the Aussie a bit higher. It should actually be forming a bit better. That said, the Aussie did run much hotter overall than the Euro in this recovery still. There are still some elements of trouble for the Euro, even once we open up again. The pound, just before we met this a double top through here and started pulling back. Now, in this past 5 minutes, we've started pushing through to new highs. So that's why I jumped in on the Euro trade. You can see on this, if we go down to probably the 1 minute we'll need, where we did hit this, I started pulling off on the 1 minute. And that's why I went, okay, look, we hit kind of a double top. I'll take the chance on the Euro position. Now we've broken through, hence you can see Euro is still holding up and we've pushed a bit further. But I'm still fine with that. Like I've sized it well in terms of management that I can take a further breadth, right? So again, yeah, if we see eventually a further top, I'll next be looking at for the pound. Once we start reversing on the pound, then potentially this also helps the Aussie dollar come back up a bit, even though it's pretty lackluster right now, to be honest. So I don't know if we'll even get up there at all. I don't expect much of a drop overall from the Aussie, even if we don't get up. I think it'll just like trail around here, not really drop down too far. So I'll keep monitoring this overall. But yeah, key now I'm looking for the pound to top out. And then we got dollar yen has had a mild recovery. This is the 1 minute. If we go to the 5, you guys can see here, we've also topped on that, and we've actually got kind of a head and shoulders, or let's zoom in a bit first, a quasi, I guess you want to call it. So up, down, do it. That would imply like down here. Normally you get that kind of skew for a quasi, right? Like a skewed head and shoulders. I don't know, we need Victor in here. But either way, shoulder, head, shoulder, put down to there. Normally it's the angular portion of that it meets. So somewhere in this kind of range. And then maybe a further retracement, or else the collapse going into New York. So right now we're getting slight divergence on various pairs. But the past couple of hours trading hasn't been brilliant. I was hoping we'd get a bit more cleaner price action, which we haven't. So I'm willing to take a couple of positions overall. So from this, I'll probably now move this up towards just above the highs at about 10.5. So let me change that on the actual trade as well. And then, okay, that's done. And then we'll see how this goes. And then, like I said, potentially up here, this will jump in just by here, or we might go a little bit further to about 20. I think just above 20, maybe 20, 21 would be my kill zone. And if I haven't entered the second position, that'll just be 0.75% risk at about 22. So there you go.
Yeah, I could see that happening on the Euro. I'm just watching the Euro now because it's currently at my area. So where you've just put your I'm assuming a theoretical entry, or have you actually entered that?
That one or this one?
No, the first one.
Yeah, so that one I am in right now.
Oh, okay, yeah, fair. So that one there that you're actually in is what I plotted up earlier.
Yeah.
Almost a bang on point. The only issue is, like you said, I'm not sure if we're going to take these highs first. You know, the reaction we've had, I would have liked, in fact, if I just bring my chart up real quick, I'll show you
Go for it.
what I meant. Also, guys, you can see that I've got a naked wall. I'm back in the prison cell.
You're moving out. Wow.
I'm moving out, man. Tomorrow's my last day streaming.
Or moving into the prison after our prior conversation. Yeah. You're going to get wrapped up at the airport. Sorry.
Dude, don't even. Like, there's been a couple of times I have posted on social media how Hong Kong is technically a lot better than the UK. And I've not slammed the UK, but I have said, guys, I'm only going back to the UK for reasons of family and business in the UK. Other than that, like, I would have been moving out permanently. I've heard other people doing this, and they've been met by the police at the airport in the UK. So I'm like, oh, perhaps I should have said anything.
So I just want to preface, definitely joking. There you go, Will. Dude, I want to go to Hong Kong, go through China, everything. Yeah. China seems awesome, to be honest.
I got a friend at the moment in
cool
China.
Stuff.
Like, yeah, man, in China
it's very close to me as well, dude. China seems really cool.
It does, to be fair. Yeah, it does. I really want to go to China. So with the UK now, they've done a deal with China.
Greater China. Yeah.
Yeah, you do like a 30-day visa free. So I can go to China now for a month without having to worry about all the visas. So my partner has to get a visa, which is a little backwards given that technically, Hong Kong, China now. But she still needs a visa, whereas because I'm British, I don't need a visa. So it's all a bit backwards. Yeah. We were going to go to China when I was in Hong Kong, but again, the visa situation, we just couldn't be bothered with the faff. So I probably will go to China at some point, like me and my brother or something. I think that'd be really cool. I got a friend living in, where's he? I think is he Beijing? I think he's living in. It looks absolutely awesome. So he went Beijing, then he went Singapore, and then he went all around. I know Singapore's not China, but he went all around the sort of Asia side. And I think he enjoyed Beijing the most. He said it was absolutely sick.
I would love to do that. Like, I want to do, Great Wall, like all the typical stuff. Some of the cities in China are nuts. They're so cool.
Yeah,
I'd love to go and do like the China Grand Prix, and then possibly as well, some of the other Southeast Asia, close by Grand Prix or something in like one big swoop, and do like an extended.
Why don't you just follow the Grand Prix? So me and my dad looked at buying tickets to follow the Grand Prix, but the price was ridiculous. But I mean, like you could, if you like as a bucket list thing, literally follow the Grand Prix around the world. That would be pretty cool.
Yeah, it's that plus accommodation plus spending, that kind of stuff. Yeah, you do definitely have to, like it adds up.
Chunk it out. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is a whopper.
But definitely want to do it for sure.
Yeah.
Anyway, tell me of more of this Euro trade. What are you thinking now then? Yes. If not that level that we went past, what would you be looking at?
So, I liked this area here, like I explained earlier on, but then we got this sort of drop, this break and close under this level, which was really nice until let me try and find something a bit more precise. There we go. Until we saw this wick here, I thought, it's unless we can drop and close under this level here, I'm not seeing much confidence in this. I'd have to see it maybe come down here and then something like that. And especially with this wick, I wasn't gaining much confidence. And then as soon as that wick came, we just dropped in volume. We just consolidated. I was like, right, well, there's just no way I can trade this whatsoever. So I thought, okay, let's just see what happens. You know, can we get a pullback and then continue lower? Like I said, I'm not going to enter this anyway, so it was good to forward test it. And I thought, I wonder what it would look like out of curiosity. And then we had this sort of like bullish attempt up. And I thought, okay, what's going on here? Flattened out, and then we just had this large move. Once we're like in this large move now, once we broke and closed above this, if I was in this trade, this would be my time to take out, because it's that shift in structure to the upside after a consolidation, after wicking into this sort of like premium zone here. I kind of looked at it, and I personally would have thought to myself, yeah, no, dim deal, no, thank you. You know, I'm not intending on being in this trade. I can't see it selling off from here. If we're going to sell off now, it'll be after sweeping the Asia highs. It'll come up and then just do all sorts of squiggly little bull crap that I'm not interested in trading. And then we'll have the structure that I'm looking for. You know, so I won't be looking at trading until we get this price action here, which honestly I can't see until maybe early mid-New York, but by then I'll be dreaming about what ifs and potential profits I could have earned today, so I'll be catching Zs. So that's probably what would have been my only trading opportunity today, and yeah, it just hasn't worked out. In fact, let me have a look at GU, because GU was also quite nice, but it just didn't look... Yeah, again, GU also, it was consolidating. GU looked nicer for the consolidation zone. It looked nicer for a confirmation of invalidation. You know, we swept under these lows instead of breaking and closing. We came into this really nice area here, this high value area. And then, you know, we just broke structure to the upside, pulled back into this area. This would have been a beautiful long, actually, if you were to watch, because what you could have done is, you know, we had this low here which we swept beautifully. Furthermore, then we had the break and close above the consolidation, break and close as well for confirmation. We had the pullback back into the break and retest zone. You probably even could have put a fib on this. Again, this is just a quick fib. Yeah, bang on. You could have put a fib on this. Traded this from the fib, gone to the wick.
Yeah.
And then bang on, you would have had a 1 to 2, a beautiful 1 to 2 as well at that. You know, very minimal drawdown, very little consolidation. It would have taken some time. You know, you probably would have questioned the whole oomph and strength of this move, given the volume was a little bit lackluster at first. But, you know, we got there, and then you would have hit a bang on TP. So GU felt like a nicer pair to be watching, due to the fact that the consolidation was a bit tighter, and then we got a nicer confirmation. Whereas EU, I did want to be selling due to the fact that this happened here, but it would have been an invalidation anyway due to the wick. So EU definitely a bit messy. GU definitely a lot nicer as far as tighter consolidation. But yeah, actually both of them showing complete opposite trends as well.
I was going to say, so yeah, it's basically GU breaking out right now. There's pushing everything up. And just like Mark was saying, yeah, speculating New York, go for another push up. Just like when we first opened the stream, I was saying, looking towards New York, I'm looking for that push higher. Now, given we had that consolidation, jumped into the EU trade. And then the thing is, though, like I was saying with you guys, like normally what I'll do with this, like I've got the 2 trades going. So they are also like balanced out. So right now I'm still net. Therefore, can keep pulling this up. I've now pulled that up a bit further. We'll see how that plays out if we find that top. And then I can enter the second part of the trade for the EU trade. And then I've got the profit to be taken on the Aussie dollar trade through here. So
yeah, I like that Aussie dollar trade. That's really. Where are you? Is that your TP there? You're not looking to chase up a little bit higher?
Not really. So it's just by the sort of counter closes, this general cluster. Like ideally, my original, even on this one, was up towards this blue line, just around 94 to 90. We didn't quite get there. So, but Aussie's been a bit lacking overall. So, hence, once we had this second spike and then we got this double top, we started pulling back. I just closed it out right here because it seemed as though we weren't getting the extra bit. Like I was in from down there, so jump out.
Yeah, that makes sense. I quite rate that Aussie dollar. Yeah, I don't trade Aussie dollar, but every time I see you trading it, I'm like, oh, that actually does look quite. That looks quite sweet.
Dude, Aussie's good. I find it very clean. I know I've been trading it since I started trading.
What's it like during the London, like the sort of, because you can imagine late New York would be really nice for Aussie dollar. Late New York going into Tokyo, going into like Aussie session, or like Sydney session. I can imagine it would be quite nice and quite sort of.
Oh shoot!
Not
sorry,
all the time, but
just give me 1 sec, sorry, man. I'll respond. I can still hear you.
That's right. Yeah, come back. Just in the meantime, because I'm assuming you're still getting some issues. We got some awesome questions.
No, it's fixed. It's fixed, mate.
Oh, you're all sorted. Okay, sweet.
But there's other stuff.
Yeah, no worries, that's fine. There's a couple of questions that I'll answer anyway. Aberdolf Linkler, China living 10 years ahead of us. Dude, yeah, some of the technology coming out of China. I really want to go to like a technology expo in China, just because I've seen some of them online and they look out of this world. Like, they look proper Star Wars. Seshas, have I said that? Seshan Deep. Dude, I'm so sorry if I butchered that. Why is the screen so grey? The quickest answer for that is I don't like it to look exciting. So when I'm trading on my terminal, I don't trade that often on my terminal, to be fair. So I suppose I could make it a little bit sexier for you guys. But I do on most of my analytics and my analyzing, on my analysis. Get the words out, Will. I do most of my analysis on TradingView, so I like it super neutral, and I mean grays, blacks, and whites. Like, how people say, it's not all black and white, it's not all, dark and gloomy and grey. Well, there's a reason they say that. They say have a bit of excitement in your life, have a bit of colour in your life, see a bit of something. And it sort of contradicts in trading. I don't want to see a bit of something. I don't want it to be all exciting. And you go to a casino, you're not going to go to a black, white and grey casino. You're going to go to a casino full of gold and red and blues, and everything's going to be all colourful and bright and neon and flashing. So when that is to excite you, is to get you, is to hit that dopamine side of you and make it all exciting. Ooh, look at pretty flashing lights. I don't want that in my trading, so it's got to be as boring as possible, because if it's not boring, it's going to make me potentially look at something that's exciting. Maybe I see a bright blue candle jump up and I'm like, oh, it's going to catch my eye. Ooh, a big blue candle, yum, what's that? I don't want that.
Dude,
I want it to... Go on.
I gotta say, I would prefer like a more neutral color casino or something. I think that'd be cool. Like, to be honest, when I walk into like something,
you'd think more validly, wouldn't you?
I'm like, what the heck?
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah.
Like, to me, it makes it. It's like overload. I'm like, dude, what is this place? Where are we right now? What is going on?
A mate of mine, he's a squaddy, so he's in the army. And when he's not in the army, like he's addicted to the casino, and he's also a trader. But he goes to the casino so he can get his gambling fix, so he doesn't gamble when he's at the markets. And he goes, "Well, I'm at the casino." I was like, "Dude, I can tell you've just texted me at 3:00 in the morning, and my brain has woken up from the video because there's just that many flashing lights at you. You're like, oh my god, But whereas a neutral color casino would bore you. So you'd think validly. You'd go in. You wouldn't be all excited. You wouldn't be all like, ooh, what's going on here? You're gonna sit there and think plain, super valid. What's going on? You're gonna think more logically. And they do that to distract you. And I don't want to be distracted in my charts. So therefore, grey background, super boring. black candle down, white candle up. Super boring. There's no candles. None of this is colored. The only thing that's colorful, I will admit, I do like the color blue. So my buy is blue. To be fair, I suppose I could change that to another color of gray, but I suppose I don't know. Maybe there's got to be a little bit of something in your life.
You need something. You need something.
Yeah,
in your
you need
life,
something.
One.
Yeah, exactly. And for a buy and a sell. So in fact, my sell's the exact same color. So when it comes to profit, I suppose I'm allowed to have it a little bit colorful because the profit's quite exciting.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Everything.
So that's why it's so great.
Yeah, everything about a casino is a game of psychology. Every little aspect of how it's designed,
it is.
How it's laid out, the fact that there's no clocks, there's no windows, all of that stuff is a game of psychology.
It goes round in circles. You're like, where am I?
Yep.
It all looks the same, and you're like, oh.
Yeah, 100%.
Yep.
100%. I went to a gym that had the same theory.
Yeah.
I went to a gym once a couple of months ago, and we went in, and me and my brother, and it had no clocks. Me and my brother love to time keep. So we'll go in at a certain time. We're like, right, okay, our session's going to be about hour-ish, 45 minutes to an hour and a half, give or take, depends what the session we're doing. And I know. Well, we used our phone in the end. No, I left my watch at home, and I think my phone must have been in the car or something. I don't know. And we went in, and we were like, dude, what's the time? And we're like, I have no idea. So we had to run to the car, get the phone, for example, and then we used the stopwatch because we used the clock as a stopwatch in between rests. And ever since, we've started using our phone now. But we ended up being like, dude, like we could have been in this gym for like an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours. Like who knows? Like, it's almost like the casino theory of the gym session will take as long as you need it to take. Don't watch the clock. And we were like, dude, that's actually pretty sick. But we live in an age of technology. And phones,
I don't think that gyms are specifically designed to be difficult to navigate. I think that's more.
No, not difficult to navigate, but like forget about the time, forget about everything. Just go and do your workout. If it takes you an hour, it takes you an hour. But yeah, anyway, we digress slightly.
Timing is very important in training. Wouldn't you agree? Making sure that you get the right amount of rest in between reps and that kind of like stuff. Making sure that you keep your weight in a certain bracket for a certain amount of time. I would think timing is very important in the gym.
Maybe they were just useless gym owners. Then maybe they just couldn't afford a clock. I don't know.
I don't think timing is important. That's assuming you have too much information, like more information than you have. So like people say like this much time. I wait until I feel good. I go again, like because biology is it's got to be exactly 2 minutes. Like
it's got to be like 3 minutes, 25 seconds.
Like too chronically. And
I'm not saying that. I was like more like if you're somebody that does cardio, like you want to know at least like how long you've been running something relative to
that's what I mean. I think it's a good loose. It's a loose structure. Right, just like trading. Like you want to time the market because you do need to time. People that say timing the market is senseless or something is completely ridiculous, right? Same with like stocks, hedge fund traders. All they do is time the market. That's why they're employed. That's literally what they do, and that's why they do better than other people. This whole thing is insane. But that's for professionals, right? So, okay, if you're speaking to a general patron of society and they want to invest, then they should probably just dollar cost average into an index because they're not professionals. But the same thing I see that in training where people are being too analytical, too overthinking. It's the same thing in
there's
trading
also the opposite side of it.
Training.
There's also the opposite side. Humans are notoriously bad at keeping time.
True. Well, it's
so if I told you to go and boil an egg for exactly 7 minutes 40 seconds without a clock, would you be able to do it?
No.
Probably not.
Dude, don't dare me because I will try and do this.
No, I know. But
like, can we do a live stream of LJ boiling an egg?
So what I mean by this is that if we don't have the time concept for us is different for everybody. Like your
Yeah,
internal
of
clock
course.
and all of that stuff, circadian rhythms and all of that stuff is one thing. But your ability to keep time is a different thing. Because some people use heartbeat. They're like, okay, every time they feel like the pressure in their ears, they count that. But if your heart rate picks up, the time interval picks up. So you're going to be like, oh, okay, where am I now? So relatively, we are quite horrible at timekeeping. And that's why I was like saying, like, if you're in the gym, I would think that timing would be an important thing if you were somebody that was looking for a specific kind of training and stuff like that, or training, then I would think that time is an important thing because it's the amount of input versus what you're doing for that time frame. That's kind of like the idea that I was talking about.
Yeah.
So if you're exercising for an hour with the intention of getting as much exercise within an hour, and you're trying to kind of like push it a little bit more, you don't really know if you're doing really well because maybe you're in zone 2 or zone 3, that kind of like stuff. Are you aerobic, anaerobic, exercising? And that's got a lot to do with timing. That's what I mean, like, in that case.
I think you can feel that, though.
specifically.
I think
It's really difficult, dude. It's really difficult.
You go with that's why I always like the feeling.
How
part,
do you know if your heart rate is 100 or 150 right now? How easy is it for you to determine the difference between a heart rate of 80 and 100?
80 and 100, yeah, definitely easy. You can,
Yeah.
You think so?
Sure, yeah.
You would think so, but your body is created in such a way that you can't hear your own heartbeat. And if you
No,
were
of
trying
course.
to figure out your own heartbeat, it's quite difficult because
definitely,
timing that you have. That's what I'm saying. So you would think it's easy. It's not. It's really not that easy. It's quite difficult.
Yeah, it's given the precondition of knowing that you're doing activity, then that gives you another point of information. Knowing how hard you've been going in that prior activity, and even if you take a rough estimate of how long, then you feel how good you feel or not feel. And I think also with the how good you feel or not feel, like that's where you actually probably better going off that with. Because some days you're going to the gym and you're not 100%. Other days you're 120%.
Yeah,
You could feel it. Definitely.
Yeah.
You could
There's so
feel
many
it.
different contributing factors.
My point was I was basically trying to relay it back to trading, just like with this stuff, like with everything going on in the market. Obviously, if you think you're on the pulse despite everything going on, punch it.
Yeah.
If you're not, sit out.
Yeah, literally.
And don't force yourself into that timing type factor, or for example in trading, forcing yourself to trade, because we were talking earlier about sometimes when you sit on the sidelines, you feel like you're not working, like you're not putting in effort, you're not doing right, like it's an hourly based type thing. But trading is not that. I'd say it's an outcome driven thing. You could make the full return in 15 minutes, be done, right, for the day, or it might take 4 or 5 hours, or
quite
32 hours, right, depending on how you trade. So you got to go on outcomes as well. And I was just highlighting the thing where, again, just like in training, I think people don't fully break it down to those more idiosyncratic, like self-oriented positions, and go off those kind of headline, what the cool thing to do is, just versus like developing something for yourself, just like you do, Rich, right? You've got your rule set, that kind of stuff. It would be the same thing with training. And we've seen with, if you want to take the training thing in the past, like classic bodybuilders, that kind of stuff, very wide variance in how they train and what they believe. Like some religiously by huge amount of carbs, very short time of training. Others have absolutely dominated by training for longer, heavier sets, more fats, higher protein, that kind of, there's biological variance within it. So
I
was just trying to relay it back to just like with the market.
100%. And I think the markets can be related so closely to training and like gym work as well. Like my brother, and I've actually taken my brother's approach to this. He did an experiment with himself because he was like, if I do it with someone else, their body may be different, their metabolism may be different, their muscle genetics may be different. So he did it with himself, and he tracked his calories like a bodybuilder about to go into like Mr. Olympia. You know, he tracked his calories, he tracked his gains, he tracked every intake, he tracked absolutely everything, his weight, like morning, afternoon, and night. He really went in hard, and he was so obsessed to the point where he almost developed body dysmorphia. He developed an eating disorder, and he ended up having gains, but they were gains of a certain type. You know, they were gains of a certain amount. He had no control. He had no comparison yet, but he did have gains.
Yeah.
Then actually developed out of it. He goes, right, okay, that's that done. You know, and then he had to go on his whole psychological outlook on trying to get himself out of caring so much about calories. And then he took the approach of he ate a takeaway probably once, twice a week. He had a couple of beers once, twice a week. Every now and then we'd go out and drink a fair few beers. He wouldn't count calories. He wouldn't care about anything like that. He trained the exact same, and he did have something to compare it to. And I think it was over the course of like a year. So I think it was like 6 months. His gains were astronomically better drinking and having a couple of takeaways and just eating clean food the rest of the time, like the remainder of the time. Didn't care about his calories, and he was actually in a natural deficit as well. Due to the and again, same type of training, nothing had changed. And go on.
I was just going to say, and then that's when you do actually get deeper into the biochemistry, that kind of stuff, hormones, cortisol, that kind of stuff, how this goes into affecting tests, your estrogen, estradiol, SHGB, all this kind of stuff, you know, growth hormone, all this kind of dude, I've been through this whole spiel, and most people.
Oh no, I know we've had conversations
background to do all that stuff as well.
Yeah, and this is actually what he teaches in his personal training now. And I thought to myself, he's teaching guys in personal training on how to hit weight loss goals, how to hit like muscle gain goals, and he's teaching all these people on just, you know, this sort of thing. And I thought, can I take anything from this? Because I was hyper obsessed with the markets, and I thought, what if I'm not? Like, what if I just stop being so obsessed with the market and I come with a nonchalant attitude and I just show up and I don't care. I show up and I just see what happens. You know, I'll still show up every day. I won't do any less work, but I'll just show up. And every now and then I just, you know, I'll put on a trade if providing it's an A+ setup. So the A+ setup is the idea of doing the exact same gym work. So I'd still take an A+ setup, except some days if I'm not seeing it, I just won't go. And that would be my equivalent of just having a beer, having a day off. It's like, I'm off and I'm just not going to trade. And I had that nonchalant attitude of, let's just see what happens. My trading went from break even to just above break even to good profit to hardly ever break even, significant profit. But more importantly than the profit, my mindset went from being able to trade to I can now talk in depth about passion and psychology, mindset trading, and travel all over the world, talking at seminars now. Because I'd actually been able to do that, I'd unlocked a whole part of what felt like a universe in my mind to actually sort of change the whole outlook at trading to me, all because my brother changed the way he ate and drank around his training, around his gym work. And due to that sort of outlook on what he did, I was able to take something completely irrelevant to trading, put it into a trading scenario and think, wow, there's actually something in this. And like you said, it's all about the mindset, about the test, about the estrogen levels. It's about absolutely the dopamine levels, all sorts of hormones that introduce happiness, depression, anxiety. You know, I've had a passion for psychology anyway. I've studied it. You know, as you guys are well aware, I have Tourette's. So I've studied psychology in depth. So I've got a massive passion for how the brain works. And it was just one of those things where I'm like, wow, there's such a correlation to trading and external life.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I was going back to about the feeling part, because there's so many other components. And unless, like, I mean, there's ways you can go and get your like DNA sequenced and gene profiling, that kind of stuff, and do your blood tests and things. I definitely do that. I get my blood taken 3 times a year, so every 4 months, just see where all my levels are and stuff.
Do you have to go to the doctors for that, or this is a personal curiosity now, because I've spoken to my partner. She's a nurse, and she was like, I think you can order like tests online, because I want to start doing that. I haven't done that before, but I want to start taking my blood and testing my test levels on them.
So in Australia, like you can, I don't know about the UK or whatever. I know about Australia. Like the US, it costs a bit of money, obviously, because the US, it's it's the US with healthcare, right? But yeah, here you can go to a GP. I basically ask for the full breakdown profile. Normally, there's always a bit of pushback. They're like, "Why are you asking for this? You're too young. You don't need to be caring about this." I'm like, "Yes, I do. I want to know my test estrogen, all my hormone levels, everything, lipid levels, literally everything. You know, iron, magnesium, your whole micronutrient breakdown, all that kind of stuff, and get like a built-up track record over time. So eventually, when I am older or something, and potentially do go on, say like HRT or something, I can put that in proper levels. Now,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so I definitely do that. It's just a general curiosity for me as well. I think it's just interesting, and then to see how, when I apply things in real life, how that affects that biology back and forth.
Yeah.
And then also it is a thing it relates back to my trading and general life, where I can see how I feel and then get that biological data and see if there's a differential. Like, for instance, if I'm feeling a bit off, a bit tired, maybe my trading hasn't been working out so much or something, or it's less than I expected, just put it that way, I can then go and put that comparison and see if there's a differential. And I need to change the kind of lifestyle aspect, or maybe do some more social stuff, or step away from the charts for a bit, or something like that, to get that back in line. So that's sort of where it comes into.
I think it's so important as well to have that balance. Like me and my brother, we'll go out, like party. Like we'll invite a bunch of friends that we hardly speak to. You know, we'll all get together, travel up to a city, hire a big apartment or whatever, and we'll go out on the town and party and like a degenerate, you know. And we'll do that for the social, for the fun, for the absolute reason of just being testosterone heavy, and that releasing those endorphins, and just, you know, having that large social group. We'll do that maybe twice a year, because we feel like, you know, we isolate ourselves a lot to just me and my brother. So, you know, sometimes you lack in a little bit of social interaction, and as humans, we're social beings. So, you know, I find that, you know, we peak and trough at different rates, you know. So some people can go a week, and if they don't see someone for a week, they go absolutely bonkers, you know. So therefore, they need that social interaction. Hence why you get like introverts and extroverts. We found that usually every sort of 6-ish months, like 4 to 6 months, we're like, could do with a bit of a night out with the boys now. You know, you feel that those levels lowering, and you can relate it to your trading. You see it. You're like, you start not wanting to show up at the markets. You're like, I can't be asked to work today, or I don't want to go into it. I don't want to go to the markets. So, like recently, so me and my brother, we're planning on going to Ireland when I get home, because I've had such a sort of journey in Hong Kong. It's been fantastic, but I've traveled to the other side of the world. I've lived in a tiny apartment, which I'm not used to. You know, I've had a complete different environment, complete different language. There's been a lot of subconscious stresses. I've been sitting on the world's worst uncomfortable chair on planet Earth. Trump's been tweeting God knows what garbage. The markets haven't been great. I've been just about able to get out of break even, you know, or get out of drawdown. So to me, I'm starting to think to myself, I'm like, yeah, I could do with a bit of like boys' night, social interaction with a group of guys now. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You know, and my brother, for his own reasons, has thought the exact same. So as soon as I get back, we're gonna, you know, get the guys together, say, right, okay, let's plan a trip to Ireland. We're gonna go to Ireland, go to the Guinness factory, have a couple of Guinnesses, enjoy a bit of the culture, and then wake up with a hangover, and then go back to the UK. You know, just a quick weekend, and then that'll be us sorted for you know, another 6 months. But I can feel it in my trading now, where I'm starting to think to myself, like, I really can't be asked to get to the markets today. You know, I really don't feel like it.
and this is my point of wrapping this all together into the trading aspect and sphere. Like we had a bunch of questions or comments from you guys earlier saying, and not just, today, like throughout the past couple of weeks, where some people have struggled with their approach to the market, not really being favorable to the current whipsawing, that kind of thing, very headline driven, comes out of nowhere, that sort of thing. That kind of stuff is kind of inverse to the market. So when you have these periods, take that time away. Do the other stuff that refreshes and resets you when you're probably not going to be hitting every single bar, right? And accelerating. Take that time away. Perfect opportunity. Once things settle down, you come back to the market and then clean house. And you'll be refreshed, reset, feeling good. Yeah. And you'll probably perform better purely because of that, as well as the market coming back to normalcy. So
it's like school trip, isn't it? Think about it.
That's what I was trying to highlight. So I think as well, like, because just like a bunch of conversations we've had where people get stressed out or greed, fear, that kind of stuff, all the emotional stuff with trading, because there's kind of high stakes, or else like FOMO. You feel like you got to turn up to the market now, be doing the work, get it done today. You want to hit those minimum days, cross the profit targets as soon as you can, that kind of stuff. You'll have a much better time taking your time, doing it gradual, and just scope out a couple months, and you'll hit it. Just like you will, even with some of your accounts you've been trading live, and you've taken a good long time to bring them back up. Like you didn't just burn the account and reset. You're like, no, I'm going to sit in here, build it back up, and we'll get there, right? And then you get back to payout and stuff, right? So,
yeah, it is one of those. And I think, like, people think, it's just an excuse for a night out, etc. Look at going back to the history of the stereotypical stockbrokers. They'd be partying every weekend, sometimes even every day. Why is that? They notoriously have, it is.
They were hyper fixated on every single moment, every single second of movement, that kind of stuff. So
they were so hyper focused, hyper stressed, ridiculous like pressure on them. They'd need to blow off steam. Usually, it would actually, like, I've watched a couple of podcasts with these stockbrokers. These stockbrokers, usually their company would pay for the night out. The company would push them into these nights out. And one guy, I can't remember who, so I'm not gonna go too much into this detail. One of them, actually, they used to have like speakeasy style clubs for stockbrokers, solely for them, and they'd have all sorts of, I'm not going to go into the parties because, but they would have their very own type of party, like a speakeasy style, that the general public wouldn't be invited to, because these parties would sometimes potentially get out of control, because these guys would just be so stressed they'd just lose their head after one or two drinks, for example, because you imagine being an Olympic athlete and having one beer. Like, I remember my first fight when I was boxing, I had 2 Stellas. Can't remember the rest of the night. I went complete stone cold teetotal for about 3 to 4 months prior to the fight. And I was on testosterone and all. I was taking like extra supplements to make sure that my testosterone levels were up. The minute I got out of that ring, like, the boys were like, "Well, beer!" I drank these 2 beers, and I woke up with the worst headache on planet Earth. Can't remember a thing, but I got a pile of photos from it. So it's very much like that.
So you're on test boosters, not on test, because that would be illegal.
No, I wasn't. No, I wasn't on test. I wasn't on test. I was on testosterone boosters. I wasn't on steroids.
Sorry, I just wanted to bring this up more as well. I like that. That was that's pretty funny. I don't think I would ever short casinos. Okay, shorting casinos is not a good idea unless it's the Star in Australia in general, not just Brisbane. I'd say, well, I say Brisbane because that's the only casino still open. The Sydney one is closed, and I think that's the only casino I've ever known to be in money troubles. So
Really fair. Yeah.
yeah,
I've known a few like casinos say they're in money troubles, and then next minute they're opening like 3 more stores. And
yeah, they are losing money. They're cooked. They've almost gone like full bankrupt. They actually got delisted from the Australian Stock Exchange.
No.
A bit.
They go
Been
under
Wow.
because of fraud. They all
Yeah.
go under if they go under because of fraud.
Yeah.
Money laundering is the biggest killer of a casino if they get
It
caught.
was that plus the building of the new precinct in Brisbane, which was midway done during COVID. So the prices just blew out from that, from delays, and then obviously the increased cost of construction, everything after COVID. So yeah, but yeah, they don't have a license for.
Yeah, they'll lose a license for that eventually. I just want to address this quickly. Sol did let me know that they have a public holiday today. So he is not going to be joining us. So generally when I have the thumbnails made, or request them at least, that is done 2 weeks in advance. So being a public holiday for the 5ers, the offices is a bit quiet. So no like change out of thumbnails, unfortunately. I meant to let everybody know this morning, but that completely blew out of my backside. But yeah, so Sol is not going to be joining us today. He will be back again, I think, 2 weeks after this week. So he'll be here every 2 weeks. So apologies to anybody who was here waiting for Sol. Sol won't be here. However, Victor and Samir will be here during their allotted time slot.
Indeed. Also, I can hang around a bit longer tonight, guys. If you want me to, let me know in chat if you want me to stick around. Obviously, unfortunately, missed out yesterday. Tomorrow, I will not be here, I don't think, unless I get there in time. I'm going to be away for the weekend. So I'll be traveling. I'll be in the car at the time. So I don't think I'll quite make it. We'll see if I can. I'll try jump in. Very unlikely though. So yeah.
Yeah.
Try and stick around for today so you guys have me as long as you can for the week. Friday's Discord, I should still be around. I think I will have Wi-Fi at the Airbnb we're going to. But tomorrow for the YouTube, I probably won't quite make it because I'll be literally en route on the highway. So
yeah, so you'll be stuck with myself tomorrow. I'll be in LJ's slot.
Sorry, Rich.
It's all good. We all know if somebody can't make it, I'm the one that takes the slot.
Yeah, if not, you can always post me up there. Obviously, yesterday it was me, so can't do that. But
no, but I mean, you did. Let's call it like this. You did apply for tomorrow, so
yeah. And yes, at least yesterday I did give you
fair warning.
Some warning, but it went on.
Fair warning.
Just took
fair warning.
a bit longer than I thought. So
yeah, but yeah, you can join. You can stay on for the rest of the day. It's well,
yeah, of course.
And until Victor and Samir pops up, then you can.
Yeah, then I'll probably have to get some dinner,
get some food.
So yeah,
nice, very nice.
But yeah, I'll stick around then, guys. I'll stick around.
Awesome
stuff.
For
everybody else. Sorry, Will. Just one last thing. For everybody else in chat, because it is a public holiday today for the 5ers, the offices are going to be very quiet. They are basically on what we call skeleton staff. So there is people available, but there might be either a longer delay in response if you have queries and so on that you can send via the live chat and stuff like that. But that will be back to normal again from tomorrow. All right. So that's all I wanted to just add.
Yeah, nice.
Go on, Will.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm an offlink. I did see your message earlier. I didn't want to like scan past it and not bring it up. You were talking about the 1 hour time frame continuation. Yes, I would usually be interested in 1 hour continuation, but truth be told, with the way things are going, I just want to be in and out of the game as quick as possible. You know, like I think we were chatting, or you guys were chatting to Richard Wells about this yesterday. He was talking about just being in and out of the market. I'm very similar at the moment. If we had better price action, not saying the price action is bad or anything, but you know, I'm not the biggest fundamental trader. So when you got people like Trump, you know, you've got war, and then you've also got the high impact news, and it's all a bit spaghetti junction when it comes to the trading. It's all a bit messy and tangled. So honestly, I don't really want to be long-term trading this, or like sort of intraday, longer-term intraday trading this. I'd rather just be like borderline scalping, you know, in and out as like quick as possible within hour max. I don't want to be in this for too long, because if I'm in this for too long, then you know I end up potentially being stopped out. I end up potentially losing money. I end up potentially
Getting distracted.
I got to yeah. Partner's just. I was thinking, well, what's that noise? Partner's just come in from the shop. I was like, oh, yeah, threw me off completely. Yeah, so you know, I just want to be in and out of the market as quick as possible. So yes, usually Aberdolf I would be interested in it, but not at the moment.
I wanted to ask you, LJ, you got yourself one of the pro growth accounts. How's that been going?
It's good. Actually, let me see if I can bring it up on the web trader. I had problems with this previously.
Where you couldn't log in on the web trader one.
Yeah, it was the same thing with the challenge accounts. I've always had trouble getting into them for some reason. Like we had this when we started the weekly contest, going week by week as well. I just couldn't get in. And the web terminal, I can't seem to get in at all. But I will try and bring this up because I'm up a good bit. So it's a 20K pro growth account, one of the new accounts. I'm up 750 right now from yesterday. So I'm just trying to get into the hub, get the extra details, put in the terminal. But
so
yes,
at 20K, if you need to make 10%, that's 2K. So every $200 is 1%. So if you're up 750, that means you're up 3.5% on the account. 750, 3.5%, which is good.
So I'll try and bring that up live. If not, I will just screenshot until I can try and... I might have to message someone to see.
Just so that you know, if you do message them, there might be a slight delay because we're on Skeleton Crew today in the office.
What if LJ comes on? This is a scam. Why aren't they answering me?
The main problem I have, when you go on the web terminal, the server just sets to MetaQuote's demo. I can't change the server.
I have no idea. Personally, I've only ever used the application. So the MetaTrader, downloaded, installed it. The web terminal I've never used. So I cannot assist.
All right, hang on. I'll try and just bring up the general terminal I have instead.
Rich, can you sort out the delays, please? Rich.
What delays?
Can you sort out the delays? 5ers are a scam. 5ers are a scam. Why won't they answer me? 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 No, it's a joke. Right. Now you're supposed to tell.
Okay, there's enough of that. Yeah, there's enough of that.
Get rid of that guy. Okay, maybe this might work.
Time out, right?
Sesha is saying the 5ers MT5 web platform work at all. I tried many a times. Yeah, like web-based things, I think is. I don't know if that is the 5ers itself or if it's an MQL MetaTrader thing. I personally have never traded the web-based version of MetaTrader, so I cannot tell you. I have zero experience in that.
I'll send you the image I get, Rich. It basically goes connection closed or not established. Like I can't connect. Because the point is basically like, obviously I've got TradingView on a web terminal. So if I can bring up the actual MT5 terminal on web, then we can tab between rather than having to close out.
That's weird.
Everything.
That is weird, mate. Yeah. I'm going to say the same thing that I always say. Reach out to help@the5ers.com, where some of our lovely service providers will assist you with your queries.
Okay. Let me see if I can...
Thank you very
Comment
much.
of the day goes to Observatory.
Get this up.
NEMS Observatory, mate. NEMS Observatory.
You know when you read something phonetically and then you're like, oh, okay, that actually is English.
What did you initially read in your mind?
I was like, NEMS Observatory. Oh, NEMS Observatory.
NEMS Observatory. It's like NEMS when you break it apart and then you realize,
Yeah, I realized. Before then, Wi-Fi just drop it now. Yeah, you know when you like read out a hashtag and then you're like, the 5 fund. The 5ers funding and beyond. Oh, okay. Because it's all like crammed together. You're like, what's that say?
I've had that issue in the past as well, where I've read something and I was like, huh? And then I have to.
And then you realize, oh, that's just that's
okay.
Yeah.
You get like a middle word that makes sense, and you're like, oh,
Yeah.
okay. And then, oh, okay. That's before and after. This is what it actually is. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna try to put you guys to the side here. This might work. Again, this is going to be my whole screen. This is what my terminal typically looks like in general. There you go. It's going to be a bit pixelated, that kind of stuff. I have a very big screen right here. That's why it looks kind of terrible. Hence why I wanted to bring it up on the web platform and just have individual charts, etc.
It's a little bit pixelated, but I can see you are literally $750.
So
there we go.
$750 smaller
exactly.
Like that.
Dude, how the hell are you $750 exactly?
I'm just a cool guy.
Man.
I'm a cool guy.
It almost feels as though it's been edited.
So yeah, these were my trades from yesterday. Can I hang on?
He waits for the bang on moment.
Let's make this.
He could have earned like $800, but he was like, "No, it's got to be $750."
Yeah, so some of these trades were just like small trades up through here. This is basically like scalping. This is the euro. I had some on. Oh, we can't scroll sideways, can we? See, this is why this is so annoying, because there were other trades on different stuff. But either way, this is this account. I didn't hold those trades overnight, like we were talking about. I took that on personal accounts rather than prop, like I was saying, because just for the variance and if there was any back and forth overnight, because I did have to sleep at some point. Didn't want to hold that, but I picked up $750 on the account after taking it yesterday. So quite frankly, I wasn't complaining overall. You know.
Nice.
Hang on, let me bring this back here. There we go. Okay.
Manja.
Now I can see stuff. That's better. But yeah, so I would like to see if we can get the web platform sorted out. Rich, maybe we investigate that. in general.
Yeah, that would be awesome
'Cause
if we could get
the
that, 'cause
idea
it's a
would
bit weird
be
that
for
it
me
doesn't
to
work.
trade this live with you guys to actually have an account up and showing you that stuff overall. And you guys can then, see my setup, all that kind of stuff.
That would be pretty cool.
Yeah. But just like we've talked about, in general, you can see here, these are the kind of pivot levels. I've got some these white lines here are like prior levels I've just marked out in general. Those like key levels. And then these blue lines going up are my 2 standard div levels. Bolly bands, 10 moving average, 50, 100, 200. That's my stock standard charting package I look at. So there you go.
Nice.
Yeah.
Looking good.
But yeah, if we can get that working properly, that would be good fun. Definitely.
What is... Shane, what are you on about, mate? If you read my last comment as anything other than Microsoft Exchange, that's entirely your problem. What are you referring to? Like, I'm looking through and I can't see your comment.
What's this?
Who throws a shoe anyway was your last comment.
Oh yeah, an Asian partner.
Oh, that's when we were talking about the
Just
shoe
any
thing with
Asian girl
Will's partner.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
ages ago. That was ages
But if you
ago.
read my last comment as anything other than Microsoft's Exchange, that's entirely your problem. I don't get it. Like, I don't know if I'm lost, mate. Like, I can't put 1 and 2 together here.
I have no idea. Shane. No idea, bro. I gotta admit as well. I love you, obviously, fellow Aussie, but
Yeah, I'm lost. I am
I don't
so
know what's
lost.
going
Nemanja, is your... Oh, not is... Are you from Serbia? Because I know a few Nemanjas, and they're all Serbian. So I don't want to assume, but are you
So
from
it's not
Serbia, mate?
Nemanja.
My last comment was Microsoft Exchange. No, I
Hang on.
can't see.
Let me see if
If I search for Shane's messages, or wherever your at comes in, I can't see the Microsoft Exchange.
sometimes
Yeah,
there's a difference
I'm seeing nothing.
on the YouTube versus like what comes through here.
Yeah.
For some reason, I don't know why, but I gotta check.
Percy asking, is there a Spanish broadcast? We do have Pedro, that is the community lead for the Portuguese channel.
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Portuguese, so very close.
Yeah,
But you guys should be able to, interact, communicate.
Pick it up. It's close, but there's no cigar.
Yeah, look, I studied Spanish for a while. It's not the same, obviously, but should be able to, get along.
Pull out.
Am I wrong? Sorry, am I saying the wrong thing right now?
No. I
I
was
did
just
both. I
kind of like
I did
waiting for you
Spanish
to finish.
I mean,
and did
I'm
Portuguese.
sure
after,
that
like,
would
very
potentially trigger a couple of Brazilians in Portuguese, but
Yeah, of course, but it's like
So we do have a
everyone's
Spanish,
friends. Jeez.
yeah, not Spanish. We do have a Portuguese channel that is run and managed by Pedro, who is the community lead for the Portuguese channel. So we don't have a Spanish one, but we do have a Portuguese channel. Pedro is the lead there. Yes,
Yeah.
he's from Serbia. I'm really impressed because you
Right.
recognize where I'm from. It's like I said, I know a few Nemanjas. I think I know 2 of them. 3. One of them plays Counter-Strike. No, 2 of them play Counter-Strike. And one of them is
course.
a soccer player. Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course, Counter-Strike, honestly. That's, yeah.
He used, one of the Namanyas used to play for my favorite team, which is OG. So
Really?
yeah,
That's cool.
he used to. His moniker was Nexa.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, what are we
Nice.
seeing in the markets, dude? This is just aggravating.
Not so
to me.
long.
I was about to
Spanish.
say, we've
Nada.
got some kind of headline right now, to be fair.
I did
We
check
just got
something
abrupt
earlier
movement to the downside.
on Financial Juice.
I will say, by the way, I'm out of the Aussie dollar trade, guys. I did get
Nice.
hit TP on that, so
The last red folder news was this. Senior Iranian officials, Iran could open Hormuz on Thursday or Friday ahead of a meeting with the US in Pakistan. If a ceasefire framework is reached, so there's conditions. Reopening would be limited and in coordination with the Iranian military, still required for all vessels. That was the last red folder thing. And that was my time just before 2, so which is this candle here. So that reaction after pretty much flat, let's just call it like this, just absolute flat move. Flat movement, and then we had a bit of a peak and then a reaction back into the box. So flat. To me, it is the flattest of flats at the moment. And you might think, oh, but there's a lot of movement here. If I just look at the whole of, that is $120, so 12,000 points. But if you look at the size of this consolidation that we had, basically, which was something like this, it's only about 60. So
yeah.
not great. Great movement. We're getting a bit of movement now.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Very nice.
Keep going. Keep going. Yeah, so we did have a headline before as well that
AMD is dropping. Yeah.
I think we talked about last week. I was saying how a Iran-US conjoined agreement to run the Strait could be in the offering, backstopped by Russia, China, whoever. Right? We did have some headlines a couple hours earlier on Financial Juice as well around that. Can't quite find where they were now.
LJ,
But
explain this to me.
is, sorry?
Sorry, mate. Explain this to me. What benefit does the US get from the Strait of Hormuz being partly under their control versus not in their control at all?
Do you want me to show you this? I actually do have something around this. Give me a second.
If you don't mind.
My start bar is doing that strange thing once again. Just give me half a sec.
You've been on stream for too long.
Yeah, exactly. I did map this out earlier. Give me a sec. Okay.
Like, I understand on a very, like, let's call it simplistic point of view, the positive idea of them having some semblance of control over it. But in my mind, the way that I'm looking at it is like, yes, they do want the Strait to be open. However, the Strait was open prior to the war. And the whole war effort, let's put it like this, wasn't because of control over the Strait. And is this like I can't have the whole cake, I'll have a slice of it. That's kind of like where like where my head is now. That's what I'm saying. It's a very, very simplistic way of thinking of it.
Yes. So you're definitely along the right lines. So this is a go to my chart. Okay, so this is something I just went and got a world map, and basically what I did is where are all the key shipping routes, right? And also this might be a bit harder to see.
Actually, it's
thought it
very
might be
easy to see,
easier
mate.
to see.
I was going
No,
to
it
say
looks
that's
yeah, but
actually super
see-
clear.
See all this pink stuff?
Yeah.
Right? This is where all the key warships are. And so I put up here 295 ships. They've got 100 deployed currently. A lot of them sit in the Gulf, like around America themselves. that
Go
kind of
for
thing.
America.
Yes. So this was also something I was going to talk about yesterday, going into the escalation with Trump tweeting this crazy type stuff. Is this really something to look at or not? And what's the play? Like everyone here has gone like, this has been kind of rubbish and hasn't really worked out. What's the play? And I've been trying to think back with the whole tariff thing. What else happened? And I was like, hang on a minute. We had the Panama Canal. They took that over. Once again, right? Took full control. Venezuela, this is my Gulf. And then I also was thinking about Greenland. And then I thought later, wait, they also renamed Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America. Now, if we look at this, you take over Panama, you've got this whole left side through here. You've got all of Central America, Lower America, all of it. You've got full control over here. If you take Greenland, you've got the Arctic, which is the entryway to Europe, sort of portions to including Russia, etc. You've got the outside fringe of Africa and around the Cape, the Horn of Africa, right? Around South
The
Africa.
Horn of Africa is on Senegal's side, mate.
Oh, is it? Is that what you call it?
Ethiopia.
I don't know. Well,
Yeah,
this looks like
the Horn is closer to the Middle East, mate.
Is that what the Horn is called?
It's a rhino.
My bad. Anyway,
It's the face
just
of a
call-
rhino, just from the side profile. Just
I can kind of see
so
that
it's
now.
just
Now
that.
that
South
you said
Africa is
that,
the
so I
mouth.
know-
The horn is
Yeah.
there, where you said Hermer's choke point. That's the horn.
Yeah, that's the Horn. Okay, sorry. Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah.
well, the
I can-
South Africa. Anyway, the base point of Africa, whatever.
Yes. The mouth of the rhino.
Thank you for that correction. Yeah, I can see that. I can see the point of that. Yeah, and that's obviously like the Red Sea and everything, that kind of stuff. Now, the next points are obviously the Hormuz choke point, and then you've got the Strait of Malacca through here, which is a lot of the China trade. Right? Yeah, Earth is flat anyway. So if they get each of these points, you've kind of wrapped up this section, right? They want Greenland. Controls up here. We're now going through here. Strait of Malacca is a bit more difficult, and that's where Australia, Japan, South Korea, that kind of stuff come into prospect. You could only potentially take that if somehow China is weakened, which tariffs lay into. And the strait will be a differential, which is hard to compete for. But you do have like Israel on your side with their own individual plans as well. And in general, you just get like a level of friction within this area that you don't have full control, but there's enough friction on both sides that it's not what it was, put it that way. And then eventually you can get something through here. Now, you can see where each of the ships are. They're all planted around each of these areas, right? That seems 100% what it is. And
seems
that on
quite
top of the
intentional.
tariffs. Yes. And so we go through, you can see here, this is all the shipping routes. So that's why Greenland up here is very important. You control all of this. You've got Panama. We got this whole Central America section, Venezuela, right?
So when is America taking Canada, and when is it taking the Mediterranean?
Well,
Canada,
they've
they're friends with.
about
They
making
still
Canada
have
America.
full control over this because no one's quite close enough to really do stuff. Obviously, China can, Russia can still hit that end that way.
I mean, you do have Alaska. I mean, they don't really
Dude.
need to take Canada. They've already had a portion of it for like forever.
I don't think polar bears can drive planes, but it's fine. you know,
You've never given them a
Alaska's
chance, my
chilling.
friend.
But basically, Greenland is the main piece. Basically, it's the entry to this top section towards top of Africa through here, plus Europe, the UK, Russia, that kind of thing. Now, then the next portion is Southeast Asia and the top of Central Asia and majority Asia, say with Korea, Japan, these kind of players through here. And then Australia is like awkwardly wrapped within this, but we're still kind of to the side. That seems to be what the general game plan is, to wrap
It
up each
seems
of
as
these.
though he really wants to control maritime trade and shipping routes.
That and the petrodollar, obviously. So even throughout the past week and a half, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever, Iran has put forward propositions to the EU to price oil in euros. They've already had talks with China, as in yuan. In some facilities, they are pricing it in yuan. They tried to proffer a thing to make everyone go through the strait. If you're going to go through, you now have to price your oil in yuan rather than dollars.
Yeah. Well, China's now created its own like sort of banking system, because you know how you have set the central bank so that everything's like the global currency is the dollar. China's now come out with a thing where if America ever decided to just completely close down China, they'd still have their own banking system where everything is going to be through I think it was the Hang Seng Bank of China. So they've actually started that, and I think that was the whole talks with Europe about making a brand new sort of standardized currency.
BRICS. The BRICS currency.
Well, yeah, and basically what they have as well, like you're talking about the financial system stuff, they're still a bit behind on the actual system, but they do have stuff like the internet, which they do have an intranet, just like Russia has.
Mm-hmm.
So if all the internet C-line cables get taken out, they can still operate with their.
Yeah, I mean, they've got their own
locally.
servers. They have all of that stuff already. They've got the infrastructure for it. It's already there. It's the global connection that is being limited. So even if it gets cut to them, it's just like whatever.
And if they're already isolated, what's the difference, right? So
No
hence
change.
we can see
They're already there.
These are all, so if you got Greenland up here, take out this, right? You control this kind of area and this whole portion around Africa because you've got the best access. Panama, obviously through here, South America, the Gulf of America, which is Gulf of Mexico, and Venezuela on the top, as far as ships out of there to go down to China, right? Control that. Strait of Hormuz and the Red Sea. The Red Sea also has a partial interest from, obviously, Europe, so they don't have to concern themselves as much with that. And then it's basically Malacca through here, which is the end game if they ever get there. But it'll be more of a, if you wrap up those and then you give tension around these two, you have essential full control.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Hello, Senor Victor.
Hello. Interesting topic, LJ. You mean there is a bigger plan? You mean the Iran conflict is just one piece of the puzzle? Is that what what you're saying to us?
Basically we're just sort of dissecting what the point of this operation was. Obviously everyone's talking right now like it seemed like kind of an L, right? But I think people also, now we can talk about this next time, we don't have enough time now, but essentially what we've gotten is a win for the US and a win for Iran in their own prospective ideas of a win. We didn't talk about that yet, but we can talk about it next time. But the point was basically what the US is doing with this as far as where their naval ships are and everything, and controlling each of the sort of waterways. So like I mapped up this and I went in to look at where all their Navy fleet is, where they're positioned, and what kind of areas they're controlling. And you also go back to when we took Panama, Venezuela. You've now renamed this to Gulf of America instead of Gulf of Mexico. They want to take Greenland, which encapsulates this upside, top section up here through the Arctic. And then we've got the Strait of Hormuz, which is a choke point. Then you got the Strait of Malacca, right? Which is major, probably the last in game, because that's where China gets most of their stuff coming through. And we're basically highlighting if US is controlling all of this, because it's off the coast of the US, through Panama, through the top of South America, through Greenland, which has entries into Europe, the UK, Russia, then they start to get some kind of influence through Hormuz and eventually into Malacca, which Australia will be some kind of key point through there, plus the Southeast Asian countries, and then you got Japan and Korea through there. You now have some kind of formulated control. And they've always had ships around here for general, well-intentioned, safe passage as like a protector. Now they've gone from we're guiding you through to we are taking you through, if that makes sense. Like we are,
Yeah.
But are you referring that the end game is to charge toll, as they have been mentioning? The joint effort between Iran and US will be charging toll through the Strait of Hormuz. Are you thinking this is like the new not a business model, but maybe it is maritime business model for superpowers to, well, not Iran in this case, but I mean for the US to get more control, but also get a finger in the money stream?
Yes,
I was gonna say,
I do agree. So this is something I talked about with Dirk a little bit ago. My suspicion was eventually, this was like 2.5 weeks ago, that there would be some kind of general agreement between Iran and the US in a conjoined operation of the Strait, where both get dividends, so tolls, whatever it is. There'll probably be a higher expense on the US side initially versus Iran, and they'll be mediated by either Russia or China, right? And then what that does, though, is still give the US like a somewhat control point. They have a differentiation point within that where they have it's loose control but somewhat control, and that's kind of how that will play out. That has been my suspicion for a while. The main thing is where China lets this go eventually, but that's a further down the line thing. But yes, definitely, I think they will raise those tolls, whatever it is, and that'll probably be the new norm. We were talking about how there'll be a new sort of risk premium and general premium for transit through the strait, and that will just stick overall for longer term.
It makes you wonder if this was the plan all along.
I wonder.
We've talked about this a number of times. Same with the whole thing, where it's the question between giving Trump too much credit. But like I've tried to say before as well, it's not just Trump. It's like the same thing last night. Like you've got Scott Bessent, who's a macro trader in the past. He's got some.
He's got a great team.
Out there views, right?
Yeah.
In some aspects, which he's written papers on, basically 20 years ago. But at the same time, he's not insane.
No, but I mean, he's got a great team behind him. It's not just him.
And he's done very well, all that kind of stuff. And as much as everyone thinks this is chaos and all that kind of stuff, it's played out exactly to how the US needs it to.
That's why I'm saying everybody was like looking at it like, oh, this is crazy World War and whatnot. Yes, sure, it did look like that. But now when you've put it out the way that you have, it does not seem as though there is any sort of point, or there was any point where they weren't in control. It doesn't
I would
seem
say
that way.
there's an element of I think the point is the point of control they have is for them to pull back at any point they want, and Trump has played that perfectly as the going to doing nothing to going absolutely insane, and because he keeps doing that, anytime he pulls back, it's a win. It's a win from
fair.
markets.
Yeah,
it's a win from the bond market, stocks, everything. It's a win from countries, because they still don't know how to play it. So he's got them perfectly gamified, if we think about like a game theory type situation, where he's working and massaging people back and forth. So you got to say, as much as it seems nuts, the whole going crazy type situation gives you so much room for freedom if you've actually got the sanity in the middle, knowing this is actually what we're looking for. Pull it to there, pull it right back. Now you seem credible, right? And you keep sort of doing that. And people are saying this like taco thing is that's like bad. Like that's the point.
It's
I mean,
literally
we all got to be known for
literally
something.
the point. Now the point is, the thing is though, you can play it that many times. It's eventually when the bluff becomes called.
Yeah,
right. Just like we'd say in poker, like if you got someone has done that a few
someone's
times,
going to call
you're
you
not
bluff
sure.
at some point, mate.
But eventually, it runs out of steam, like Boy Who Cried Wolf type thing, like you mentioned earlier, Rich. That's when it becomes a more danger element. However, the US still has that anchoring position of being the powerhouse, where even if they have that, it's not like a game of equal 1-to-1 back and forth with bluffing. It's like, I'm still up here. Even if I bluff, you're still cooked. So they do have that extra element. It's like you having a chip stack of 50k, and you're on the last 1-to-1 with someone. They got 10 grand left. You could bluff them out that many times, and they'll just lose by default.
Yeah, but okay.
You know what I mean? So long as you
when it comes to poker, that's
not
not generally how heads up works. But yeah, I get
yeah,
your
of
point.
course, but you know what I mean.
you're trying
Like
to do.
you could,
Yeah, I understand.
yeah, and the multiple is probably larger
for the case of an example.
Yeah, for the case of your argument, yeah, I get it. Victor, I wanted to ask:
people in. So
is this one of your friends, mate? Like, what's
I
going
think
on
it
here?
is. I think it is. It is one of my best friends, I think.
Must be
someone
the way he's
who,
talking about you.
someone who is, I have a little inside information. I don't know. I'm not sure I'm allowed to share that since a best friend of mine, but I think he will. He wouldn't mind me saying this. The thing is, he is traumatized from COVID period, and
Okay.
that's the thing. So you guys got to have
Non-believer.
got to have a little bit of patience and a little bit of, understanding for him. It's fine. It's
Okay. All right.
Dude,
I get it.
Victor is basically Batman. So I wouldn't doubt this guy. He's got a full bat cave, everything. This man cleans up.
Yeah.
Rich man right here.
Sorry, little boy. Your views. Victor is he's our Batman. So
Yes.
we're gonna protect our Bruce Wayne, bro. We're gonna protect him.
Exactly.
Dude,
Anyway.
he doesn't need protecting. He protects us.
Yeah, I was about to say he's protecting the
Come
city.
on, Will.
Yeah.
Why do you have to go and break the illusion? Why do you have to go and break the immersion? Anyway, with Victor here, and I see Samir's in the background as well. I think I'm gonna head out. I need to go get something to eat, some lunch. I'm going to love and leave you guys, and I'll see you all tomorrow. So,
Yeah.
cheers.
Same with that. I'm gonna pop off as well because I'm absolutely starving hungry. So I'm gonna shoot, and I shall see you guys tomorrow. In fact, guys, I'll see you guys tomorrow for the very last stream. I will be with you in Hong Kong. The next time I see you after tomorrow, we'll be back in my home office in the UK. So very excited about that. So, yeah. So guys, thank you very much. Make sure that you look after these fantastic gentlemen. and I shall love you and leave you for now. Peace.
Beautiful.
Take care, Will
As well.
and Rich.
I will
LJ.
also have to jump off. I've been on
problem.
since start of stream, so I will just answer this. I do not know who Professor Jiang is, but game theory is just like a. I mean, that's a long study thing. Like if you guys went to, I don't know, university in general or something, that's typically you'll have plenty of game theory courses through there. It's just it's a long known established concept of analyzing these things in general. So both from economic standpoint, geopolitical, plus even individuals, one-to-one, like business or anything else. So, but anyway, I will see you guys possibly tomorrow. I'm not sure we'll be around from for the stream itself, but I will be here on Friday for the Discord, so I'll see you then. If I can make it to the stream, I will try to. I'm pretty sure I'll be in transit as I'm going away for the weekend, like I was saying before. So yeah, either way, if not, I'll see you guys on Friday on the Discord or else on Monday on YouTube once again. But
Awesome.
yeah, for now, see you
Take
guys
care.
later.
Take care, LJ. Take care. Bye bye.
Good luck. Victor
Thank
and
you.
Samir, see you guys next time. Ciao.
Bye-bye. Take care.
All
All right.
right.
So, Samir, how is everything on your side? The market had we were trading yesterday live, and the market did some impressive moves
Yeah,
after
exactly.
in the later
Mhm.
session or after our stream. Did you catch any of it, or was it? I mean,
No,
on the CFDs, perhaps not on the future, but on CFDs, perhaps, or not.
I didn't capture anything. And US 30 wise, I remember I was in shorts somewhere around here. So price got into the drawdown, came back again, got in drawdown. I just got saved by just couple of points, and then came again in profit, again in drawdown, and somewhere around here I closed my trade. I was like, it shouldn't be doing this much consolidation or something like that. And then after that we impulsed to the upside, and I'm just seeing the charts. We have moved quite a bit from here. Let me see how much points this is. It is 1000 points. It is lot of impulse to the upside. So no, I haven't captured any of the trade, but today momentum is clean. Let's see if we push back to next level, which is somewhere around here, or we rejects from here. Maybe we can tap this level. We will trade live here with you guys. We still have 40 something minutes, 43 minutes left for the NYSE open. So let's see how today's NYSE session is gonna treat us. I have seen gold also. It is also moving really well. We broke out of this area and we are just impulsing to the upside. Right now, definitely, I believe we are in the consolidation phase, and I am expecting another impulse. Do I want to get involved in gold? No, but just for the analysis purposes, I do see gold can move higher. But NAS 100 or MNQ US 30, let's see what we get today. I think you must have caught something. I have a feeling.
You mean on NQ yesterday,
On
or
anything, on like Euro USD NQ, like the
no?
pairs you
Not
trade.
euro. The entry was a day before, and it didn't trigger me. But this would
Okay.
be the kind of daily move that I'm actually. Let me show that to the audience so they know, they get visuals on what we're talking about. Actually, am I sharing? Yes, I am. Yes, on EU, on the higher time frame, just to do the complete breakdown on the higher time frames, we did a bounce. That's the context, the major higher time frame context where we reacted from the structure, which is actually an entry order block on the quasi, meaning this being the head, the left shoulder, and the neckline, and that then becomes the entry order block short. We did have that reaction, this is the monthly, so a couple of months ago, and it broke a bullish structure that we had here, and that happened just last month. And it is, you would expect, not you would expect, it is actually a bearish sign, the fact that it broke a bullish structure. But the thing is, as the market is, it doesn't go in a straight line. It doesn't move in a straight line. So it can give you a bearish sign and still go up in the meantime, and that bearish sign will later on be more relevant. So that's the trick part. Always with these with price action, you got to understand, even when it breaks structure, for example, price doesn't really go straight. Sometimes it does, but a lot of times it doesn't. It breaks structure and it goes up, or whether it's a bearish reversal or not, but it usually goes up for some time. But you already know, you have an idea, okay, this is coming down. Just when is it going to get back into its mojo for that continuation move? And that's something similar for EU. So we have that on the monthly. We go to the weekly, and the weekly and the daily was telling us a different story. And we discussed this as well at the last week, I believe, which is the fresh order block that was created and retested, meaning the fresh order block here it was created and was retesting, and if it eventually were to break above this line, the upper border of that order block, that would mean that the market has or is in the process of a successful retest. That means one thing, that we're going to be likely going to have some pressure for price to going higher. That's without knowing anything about fundamentals, Strait of Hormuz, Trump, or anything. That is just price action at its finest. And we were talking that there isn't there. I left this weekly order block here, but it's actually an invalidated bullish structure. And in absence of anything else, I think that lower line could be something we could target. And on the daily, there's actually another structure that we could as well. And you can see that I had already from a very long time ago that target, that if we have a signal, right? If we had a signal from this weekly structure, let's say a daily structure, that this would be the target to be had. And the market moved, sometimes it's, I'm very selective with my entry, so it has to be in sync with everything that I do. And if it doesn't, I just don't take the trade. And it sounds like, I leave a big pie on the table, and sometimes I think that too. But I'm focused on following my trade plan to the T, and that's what I'm going to be doing, at least on my main strategy, all the time. My other strategies as well, but I mean, on the main strategy, I'm very, very strict. On scalping, I'm a little bit more flexible with the rules, but on the main strategy, and the main strategy is the one that I've been showing you guys on YouTube here, and I discussed this, we did not reach, this is the area right here where I'm supposed to get in, but it did not reach me. This is a fresh order block on the, it was actually a entry order block on the quasi on the 4-hour, and this is the area that I was waiting for price to reach right here. And as you can see, actually I'm touching it, but in reality it never reached that area, and that's the optimal area for me to get in statistically. And that's the reason why I didn't get in on the actual move. And that happened, all the way from Monday. And because it's a daily structure, and because there is a weekly structure here, I have, according to my rules, I should leave a portion at the end of the day for that bigger move. And this is the bigger, the huge move that came afterwards. This was supposed to be part of the trade to be holding up to the next structure, which is that macro target right there. And it's a pity. It would have been a huge move. We're talking about 250 pips on EU. That's a lot. And very beautifully how the price action moves. I when the quasi works, in this case it didn't trigger me, but when the quasi works, it has these impulsive, very quick moves to your target, or gets close to the target. It may take a while to actually hit the target, but it moves decisively in your favor. And that's the best confirmation you have of, the structures that you have identified are actually the ones that are relevant for the market. So that's amazing. Although I didn't, I wasn't in the trade, and either I'm in the trade at the inception, the very first seed of the move, meaning the very first microstructure, which is the one that I was waiting for, or I may get a H4 order block on my way. But as you can see from this point here, right, it's either I get in the inception of the move, the ignition, or I get something on its way up on an H4. I need that H4, and as you can see, there wasn't any fresh order block to be created, retested, so I can get back in. I can get in on another another entry to get in. So I didn't catch the move from the beginning, and I did trade this move, but not on the main strategy. So it's sometimes you catch them, sometimes you don't. It's all part of the game. But it's a beautiful movement, actually. For those who are wondering, we don't have anything. If you go to the left, we don't have anything to stop price. We do have,
So
okay, we do have,
now if you have to, plan for entries, where will you potentially maybe wait for a
oh,
pullback or anything?
yes, yeah. I'm on the main strategy, I need to have an H4 that is being retested,
Okay.
or an entry order block on the quasi. Neither of them. We're not close to any of this. We're basically, on no man's land between, the consolidation we had before and the next possible, likely target that we're going to be looking to be targeting in the next couple of, it could be very quickly, but in a couple of days, it could be just, less than 24 hours. But that's the order block, the daily order block above us, which is the lower border for that is, 117.86. Not very long ago, we were at 114 something. So that's tells us, actually, it wasn't 14, but yes, it was 14. So that tells you a little bit about the impulsiveness of the market. But right here, I'm not looking for an entry like right now. The opportunities I do see. So to me, it's either I'm in the trade and I'm managing my trade right now, or I'm looking for the next structure that market can react to. One thing is, we have a massive move today. Okay, the move isn't over by any stretch of the imagination. As you can see, we're already in 129 pips from the start of the day, and the ATR is currently at 86. Right, so that's what that's about 145%, if I'm not mistaken. But then again, this is not a regular day. This is not an average day. So the price is, expanding 140 plus percent. The ATR is in conformity to the current condition. I mean, we've just had a ceasefire, a very early ceasefire attempt, and both sides are giving us positive signs that they're considering it. They are actually going to implement it. They're negotiating, and whatever else details are coming out of those negotiations. That's a huge thing. We just had the whole world biting their nails, looking at this conflict and realizing we are in a very not comfortable position, economical wise, economy wise, worldwide. Everyone, crude, even though we have renewable energies, crude is still so important for world economy. And so that Strait of Hormuz is very, very influential on the trust and stability of the world and world economy. So point is, we have this is a relief rally, right? So we have we have a lot to catch up. So I would allow price to extend some more even today. But that would be the price, not the price, but the opportunity here. The thing is, I would be looking for an overextension of this move. It isn't there yet, because you can see that the market has one big move on the H4 and has a consolidation, or actually a very tight and beautiful retest of these levels. As you can see, what are those levels? That's the previous high we had from March 10th, and we had a beautiful retest a couple of times, actually almost 2 times on the H1. You can actually go to the 1 minute and see how the market reacts to those. That's one that was almost reaching it, but you can actually go here and see how the market reacted. That's so beautiful. I mean, I always look in, I always enjoy watching price action. Look at that preciseness that market reacts to. This is the 1 minute, reacts twice, fakes a break it, and then couldn't close up, and from then on it's history. So if the market is if you look at, zoom out, the market still has a lot of steam and can still continue to go up, even albeit maybe a little bit slower than before. But it's, the buyers are completely in control, and it doesn't seem like we're getting any slowing down at all, right? You can see how the market is putting in higher swing lows and still having strength to continue to that breakout. So it's likely that's going to continue for that. How much more? Difficult to say, but we don't have anything to the left to stop price, other than perhaps that swing low that was broken before. That could be a place where market will, will be like a magnet for for price. But eventually, I think the market is looking to react to that lower border of that broken bullish weekly. It's a bullish one, so it's not as strong. It's a broken bullish, which becomes a supply, but it's not as strong as you would as a bearish structure normally. So you have that lower border of the weekly, and then you have the daily, which is actually, and that's where I'm going. I wanted to go to. We have a quasi now, right? So this is something we could be looking for, right? So this is, I think, the opportunity. There we go. So you got a left shoulder, neck, that will be the neckline, the head of the possible quasi. And even if we don't, if we continue, maybe we will, we don't know yet, and continue to go higher because of this pattern, it is likely that the market could have a nice reaction, not a reversal, completely reversal, although that's also in the cards, but at least a reaction from that daily entry order block. We have two of them. You never know in advance which one will be the one that the market uses. But I mean, it's a daily structure. You only need a reaction that lasts a couple of hours, and you could be pocketing 30, 40 pips, maybe even more, relatively easily. So that's something that I'm looking for my main strategy, looking to look for, how will the market react to the lower border of that weekly, but more so the daily order block that we have on the entry, as an entry for the quasi structure. The official target is actually all the way down here, but you gotta have more inputs and not just go for the ultimate target. Maybe the next structure on the lower time frame could be a better, much better, higher probability target to have. So that's my view on EU. We are pushing strongly to the upside. This is just market being very, very strong. I don't see any weaknesses coming in, so we'll see. We'll have to see what will happen. But I'm not looking for a trade. If you ask me, that was the question. From a main strategy using the H4, I'm already late to get in. The entry was below here, and it didn't offer me any options to get in. According to the very strict strategy.
Where would you have booked your
Yes,
target if you decided to enter there? Will you
if I
let it
decided
run?
here,
Yeah, yeah.
well, that's a good question. If I had an entry, let's assume I did have an entry. We can go back and show you guys where the entry could have been. The entry wasn't here, although that was a quasi and an entry order block on the 3 minute, but it doesn't really matter because it didn't really reach the area. If it did, let's assume I did get into maybe a retest of a structure, assuming that it did get there. My stop loss would be either below the head, which would be below wherever the head is, or below the structure, the entry structure that I got in. Couple of pips below, and that's all I need. So that would be my stop, and I would hold, and I might have multiple entries, not just one. each and every time frame that triggered. And what I would do is I would this is on Tuesday. So let me check here. What was the let me check on Tuesday what the ATR would have been, and I can give you guys where my target would have been. Let's take a look. That would be that was at 76, and if we go back and so if we go back just to give us a little idea, I would have to go to the 1 hour actually. And you have the quasi, and because of the quasi that we have here, the logical place, the first place that I would put my target would be at the end of this structure, right? There is another reversal pattern, right? The quasis is one of the ways, if not the way. I mean, head and shoulder is very popular. Quasi is just a variant of that. You have the head, the left shoulder, and the neckline, or actually it could be here. That was taken out, and this is the top of the structure. So this would be from the bigger quasi. There's a little one in here as well, but that would be the target for my daily target. I'll just have to look for measure 46. Yes, for sure. That would be one. And actually, depending on when this happened, it would have been an overnight because the entry would have been much later. So actually, there is a possibility that I would be looking for the next structure on outside of that quasi, which would be here, and meaning my target would have been either here or before the structure we have on the next structure on the H1. That would be half of the trade, which is already a huge trade, and the other half would be on the daily structure. And the daily structure.
Do you do trailing? Do you trail your stop loss?
Yes, but I am not a big fan of trailing. What I do is after I hit my first target, I put the rest of I move my target for the daily target, and I put the stop loss in break even plus a few pips.
Okay.
So if I lose, I only lose the floating profit and nothing else. That can still be a huge amount, but I'm already in nice profit because that was 18R, that move. So taking off half would be 9R. So, and if you go to the H1, the daily, I mean, the target for the daily would have been the macro target we have here, because we don't have anything in between. So you can see that this balloons into something gigantic, and I don't catch them all the time. I don't catch them all the time, and it doesn't come along very often. But boy, when you do get them, it's out of this world, because all your
I was
just
gonna
about
say
all your evaluation. If you're into evaluation, if you're funded, it's gonna scale you up. If you're in evaluation, it's gonna pass you all the passes. Just catch one of these, and it puts you into next level, not automatically, but probably by the end of when it hits the TP.
I was saying even if you catch these type of trades like once in a year, I think that will be good. I don't think so. You can catch these type of
happens.
trades often, but once in a year
Yeah,
can make up with lot of losses.
I catch similar trades, daily trades, more often than that. But not every daily is such a big move as this one. Sometimes it's just maybe like intraday trades, they go to maybe 40, 50, 60 pips when you have a full TP. And the daily targets, they could be double that, sometimes a little bit more than that. So we're talking about 180, maybe 100, but this is 250. So that's even like 4 times. So these are rare, and daily targets for me are, not as frequent as I have them, multiple times on a month, but not these big ones. Like the ones that I leave open for the daily targets. I have them maybe 3 times a month, but not these ones. They come less often, but not once a year. Perhaps once a quarter, I would say.
Once a quarter. Okay.
Something
Makes
like that.
sense.
But
Yeah,
this is, I mean, the whole, you know, the intraday strategy that I share with our beloved viewers, that in its own already has a positive expectancy. You can see the equity curve going up. But when you hit one of these, you see a huge jump on the equity curve, and it seems like an elevator. It's not like grinding up; it just goes, you know, a couple of floors up in one shot, basically. So and that's why I only use I only swing trade, because these are swing trades. It's coming from a profitable trade that I took on the intraday, because I can, you know, I talked about this before. You know, I couldn't sleep before when I was trying to be a swing trader, because of the, you know, that fluctuations you have when you're holding that for multiple days. But if you do it from an intraday perspective, when from a day trade that already has hit TP, that's the only time in a swing trade when my TP has been hit on the day trade. So I'm actually psychologically comfortably sitting on profits, and you know, it's the best position to be in to handle losses and, you know, fluctuations, because you don't really care that much, because you're up, even if it goes back to your entry, and I trail it as well. You know, your losses aren't as big anymore. And you're psychologically, I mean, you're not
yeah,
losing
that
because
makes
you
sense.
already have. And it's if to me, that's the game changer, to be able to hold trades longer, to only do it from a position of strength. And to me, that means when I'm already, you know, profited and partialed out with good, handsome profit, I can withstand just about anything that happens. Actually, I go to bed, I literally forget about the trade. The next day, I start new, and sometimes I forgot that I had the trade on, but it doesn't really matter because it's already on autopilot. I have the trade
Yeah, I think this
management.
kind of trading behavior comes with experience. I was listening to you, and the first thing came in my mind, oh, you know, Victor is sleeping, and then he forgot about the trade that he had. I think with experience, you get comfortable with this, and you get to the point where Victor is right now. And that's amazing, you know. You slowly you are stepping up, and this is the phase you go in. And after that, also there are many phases in trading. So yeah, that's amazing.
Yes, I mean, took me a while though to get there. Many trial and errors in the meantime, you know, and a lot of mishaps. But hey, it's worth it. Let's check the chat, see how we're doing on the interactions. I would like to remember those who are interested in a free account. If you're interested in a free account, I don't know, maybe you are, maybe you're not. But if you are, we are giving away a 200, another 200. I keep saying 200. 20K,
20K.
20, right? Don't pay me on this. 20K bootcamp account on in our call today in the Discord community. Every call we will be having this month, we'll be giving out one account. Yesterday we gave away two just for you guys. That's how we appreciate the members in our community. And today is no different. If you don't know what I'm talking about, get an account with the The5ers. So you get your hub, right? And in the dashboard on the hub, you will get the icon, the entry, the entrance to the Discord community. Click on that, you know, it'll open up and give you, that will be the link to the Discord community. Once you're in, you will see that we have these weekdays calls. Myself or some other Rich, you know, our personal performance coach, or some other traders from the The5ers will be, you know, hosting a stream on Discord as well. And today, as I said, you have the chance to win a free account, 20K bootcamp account. Don't miss the chance. I mean, every time we come here and on YouTube, people keep asking us, when is the giveaway? Is the giveaway already happened? Now is the chance. I'm telling you in advance. Discord today in about an hour and a half. Be there. All
Amazing,
right.
guys. Take full advantage of this opportunity. If I was you, I definitely wouldn't have missed this chance. And yes, let's. Okay, what chat is saying? There is Peter who is asking you something. You can review it,
Let me double check that.
or maybe
All
you have
right.
covered it. I'm not sure.
I don't know. Maybe you see. Victor, please give me an example of multi-time frame entry approach while using quasi, and which time frame are best for this. Peter, thank you. You always have these very thought out questions. Actually, I did already explain the how I do the multi-time frame analysis and trade management. Actually, I didn't talk about the trade management from a multi-time frame perspective. But what I can show you guys, maybe I'm not too versed in using the, let me start a new one, maybe start something like this. And if we go to the higher time frame, I can break down what the process is of an entry using that higher time frame or multi-time frame approach. So basically what I'm trying to do is I'm getting Peter, let me slow down here. This is the order block, right? So I have two entries that I use. One is the fresh order block. So the price action, this is the order block, but the price action that creates the order block is basically where the buyers in this case take over. And I'm interested in the first time they come back to the retest, to the order block, because that's how the market moves a lot of the times, right? So I'm interested in this piece of this move, right? So I'm looking for the reversal here after we created the order block. That's one type of the entry. That's the fresh order block. And the other one is the quasi, which you mentioned as well. And I will show you guys what the quasi is if you are new to the channel. So basically, let me take this off. The quasi is like so. So you have the established downtrend and you have the break of the neckline or break of structure. And then price typically, not always, typically comes back for retesting something between this point and that point. It could be different things, but I only use order blocks for this. Sometimes it comes back to the 50% retracement. Sometimes it goes back to some level that was important from the past. It could be different things, but I only use the entry order block. And what we'll see is that a lot of the time the market leaves behind structures that it will later come back and use them for that reversal pattern. So I filter these to go to the 50% retrace. So anything up here I don't take. I use for the it needs to come back for that 50% retracement. And I have a couple of rules as well. I'm trying to simplify things here just for the sake of education. So I wait for the market to come back to these levels, and that's where I assume, or that these are the not that I assume that they are the higher probability areas for price to respond or react from, but I assume that it will be whenever I see the reaction, I will wait for the signal and get in. And sometimes, of course, it's not. I'll have to do that again at the next level, and sometimes none of them. Either it doesn't trigger and it goes down, or it does trigger and it goes down. I lose in those instances, but my stops is beyond either the head, but a lot of the times it's below the very very structure, so it's very tight. The stop is, and I get very quick response feedback from the market. Either I'm right and it moves quickly, or it stops him out very quickly. But the
I want
point
to
is,
ask.
the,
Yeah, yeah. Continue. I'm
go
sorry.
ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to ask, as you trade lower time frames, and I'm sure your stop losses sometimes may get triggered in just seconds after you enter, based on your
Yes.
criteria. So I was getting some kind of flashback when I was trading, this way. I was, entering off of some order blocks, keeping my stop loss below it. So how you got used to that when you were letting the trade go if it hits your stop loss in just couple of seconds or couple of minutes? Because for me, I was not okay with it. I was
Yeah.
making bad decisions after it. So I want to
Yes.
cover this psychological point.
Yeah, actually, I had a lot of issues with that as well. I'll have to confess. Because you get quick feedback,
Yeah.
and humanly, your instincts is to react quick as well, right? Because you get stopped out quickly, and you say, "Well, I'm gonna put it back in, or I'm gonna do something about it because I'm gonna." And it took me a long time before I could actually, uh, dominate myself, control myself to not to not do that, because it wasn't helping. I wasn't, becoming. I measured edge, but I was blowing it up by psychology not being right. So what I did was, two things that I do. One is I have my entries are selective. It's not any time, and so my
Okay.
entry don't come along very often. It's not like the price reaches the area and I'm in. It's not like that. There's a whole process and systematic, and needs to go through. I have a mental, actually written as well, but I have a mental flow chart. It needs to do each of these steps before I can get the signal, and only then I get the signal. And sometimes, it bounces, but it doesn't do it in the right way, in the right sequence, and I'm not part of it. As you can see on the daily, in that huge move, I'm not part of it. That happens. That comes with the rules. And if
Okay.
in my case, I saw that I can only be successful if I follow my rules to the T, and I don't care about anything else. I don't care about how big the move was, how much money I could have won, you know, trading it. If it's not part of my trade plan, it's not mine. If it didn't fit my trade plan, it's not mine to take. That mentality has helped me. So I have a very strict trade plan to follow, and that one keeps me from getting back in, because if it's not automatically, the trade plan will tell me that I'll have one entry here and another entry there if this one fails, and only if it triggers. So sometimes the market goes through them, but it never triggers me. It never, the signal doesn't come because the signal is quite selective.
Okay.
I've seen that so many times. When I am following the plan to the T, I get the results that I knew I could get. And whenever I deviate from it, whenever I think I'm smarter than my plan, my equity curve starts going down. And so it's a a logical feedback, but it's very hard at the beginning to comprehend and to actually follow it. But the key is following a back-tested, validated system to the T, and that's what I'm doing. So, and the other thing that I
Okay.
do is I lowered my risk. So when I hit a loss, it doesn't sting, because
Okay.
I'm taking, and in to compensate that the risk is very low, I have multiple time frames. So I have 4 time frames that can trigger. That means that I can have 4 entries on one structure. But each one of them, the individual entries are tiny. So that helps me when one gets stopped out. I don't really care that much, because normally I have a couple of losses easily, and that's fine. That's perfectly fine. But since whenever it really moves, it triggers more than just one signal. So I'll be in multiple trades, and that's from the beginning, and then I'll add on if there's reasons to do that. So those are the two things that I think help me, which is lower risk and be very, very mindful of following my plan, and that conviction that I'm only going to be profitable if I trade within the edge, within the trade plan. Whenever I step out of it, my equity curve starts going down. So to me, I just have to remind myself what happens when I don't follow my plan, and that will kick me back in and say, yeah,
Okay.
I'm not going to be doing that. So going back to the question Peter has. So this is
Yes.
the other entry. So I have the fresh order block and the quasi, that is left shoulder, head, neckline, and the highest point after the head when you get the entry, this would be the entry order block, and this is the daily. So let's put the daily entry here. The highest, whenever I get to the entry, the highest point of the structure, that would be my first target to look for. Now, these are the two reasons to get in, and I use these on all time frame, not all time frame, but I mean all the time frames that I trade on. Peter asked me what time frame can we use ideally, or what have I found? Well, I use very quickly factor of 4 or 5 to go to one step to the next step in time frame. That means from the weekly to the daily, that's factor 5. From the weekly to the monthly, that's factor 4.1, a third. From a factor or a little less than that, those are working days, but little, 4 point something. If you go from H1 H4, that's factor 4, of course. H4 daily, that's factor 6, right? So those, that to me, that was the key, having jumps in or steps into the time frame with a factor of 4 or 5 on most time frame, for the month, for the daily, for the swing period, and as well as for the hourlies. And I only move on to the next time frame if if I have a signal. And so I need that alignment that goes all the way from a higher time frame going down. If I'm using a daily, it better have an H4 and an hourly as well. Otherwise, I can't use that daily. Same goes for the weekly. If I'm going to be using a weekly signal or a reason, I need that daily to be on as well. If it's the daily isn't on, then I can't use the signal. Just keeping things, so alignment is very important as well. But the entry that I use for Peter, he asked me how the entry works. So on the higher time frame, all right, so on the weekly, I already had the fresh order block, right? Remember, that's setup number one, reason number one to get into a trade. The fresh order block I already have on the fresh order block on the weekly. I go to the daily, and the daily as well has I'm not sure if it was, yeah, it was there. Okay, so the daily already has, also within the weekly, has a fresh order block. So I have a weekly reason, a daily reason, so, and have alignment. That gives me that's the invitation for me to go to the H4 and start looking for a trade. And if I get alignment with the H1, I can then go to the entry level, which are the minutes. And if I do get the minutes, the entry, that means that I have alignment all the way back to the weekly, right? And so that means that I can take a day trade, close half, and leave the rest to run for either the daily or the weekly. I have that option to choose from. So what I would do is, this is the daily. So in this case, I would have to wait for, it's already marked, but I have to wait for the day to close, right? Because this is the daily and it's still fresh. I need this candle to close first before I can go and wait for the retest. So let's do that. The daily closes around here, actually. So that's, I would
Market
wait
is
for
also about to open in 3 minutes, so I'm just waiting for a setup. Are you waiting for like any trade on the future side or NQ or
I'll
the?
not specifically. I'll take a look at it in a few. I don't,
Okay, okay,
the way that I do the future, I don't wait for, I don't have the full construction, so it's easier and quicker. I'll just have to take a glance at it and see if there's something for me.
okay.
But so this is the next candle. So here's the immediate retest, and that's the moment that I start looking at it. So we have the Peter and everyone who was wondering, we have the weekly, the daily, that signaling. So then I go to the H4, and the H4 does have that area here. And I keep doing that alignment all the way to the 1 hour. And the 1 hour, and this is nice for those who are paying attention, the 1 hour had this structure. Right? So remember, I said you have the two ways to enter, right? The fresh order block and the quasi. And the quasi had the hourly had this reversal pattern. So you have an established downtrend, left shoulder, head, neckline, breaks the neckline, goes all the way up, and it comes back to one of the few entry order blocks. We had a 1 hour entry order block there, another one there, and this baby here, which is the outside bar that also gives me an order block right here. And it did come back to the hourly, but I need the overlap with the H4, and that's why I didn't take it. But that's an example of where you have the weekly, the daily, the H4, H1, and all of them need to be giving me the same level while still being on green. And that's the moment that I get in. As you can see, it's quite specific. But I mean, you don't think you can get a 1 to 80 trade just by doing random trades. You know, you gotta be very deliberate and very specific and patient about it to catch these moves. All right, that's it. That's the we have the entry of the market, not the entry, the open.
I have few scenarios, and let's see if we see something. I might can take entry here live with our lovely
Okay.
viewers. So let's see. Market is about to open in 10 seconds. So let's see if we get anything.
Sure. Let me close this. All right,
By the way,
so
this was really lovely analysis and trade that you just showed. Okay.
let's take a look at. You want to be looking at your screen for the scenarios you have in mind?
Yes, sure. You can put my screen or Remy can help it. Okay. So we are at my screen now. This was the high which was made previously. First scenario can be this high gone, and this line that I have, this is a fair value gap like previously on charts. So I will not go too deep in it. But the first scenario can be price breaking this, tapping this fair value gap, and I see something good and I will be selling. And the second scenario can be this is the 4 hour fair value gap. If we tap this and if we get something, actually this fair value gap will make more sense. If we go to the 4 hour, this is a big fair value gap we have, and this is also close to VWAP. So I want this to get tapped, and then if I see a pattern which is price liquidating and some kind of consolidation, then definitely I will be taking this trade. So these are two buying areas for me, as price didn't broke this high. So I will wait for this, either this fair value gap or this fair value gap. To be honest, price tapping this fair value gap will be more, basically it will be better because it will also touch the VWAP, which will add a confluence in my trade. So let's see how this behaves here. US30, okay, US30 I do believe we can go to the downside right from here because price is moving in a channel and we are too extended. So if I was trading US30, I'm testing a new system, so that's why I am not trading it. If I was trading CFD account, I would definitely would have shorted here, place my stop loss like 200 points, keeping the target 200 points, something like this. This would have been my trade, and let my account reset because I have a withdrawal lined up like in 2 days. So once I request it, I'll be trading these kind of setups. But I am focusing on NQ for now. So let's see how price behaves with one of these areas. US30, let me go to the 1 minute time frame. Let's cross check. Okay, we have one wick which was not filled, so I think the better entry can be here. If you want to wait a little bit, if you want to stay a little bit more patient, yes, 200 point stop loss, entry somewhere around here. I definitely would have taken a shot here for 1-to-1. This US30 is going to the upside, and NAS 100 is, which is MNQ, NQ, whatever you want to call it, is going to the downside. We also broke this low. Let's go to the 1 minute time frame. Okay, this is a 4 hour fair value gap. Yes, so I don't mind taking this fair value gap also, but let's see how it behaves around here. Going to the 1 minute time frame. Okay, right now we are quite bearish. We are getting a lot of bearish momentum. So yes, let's see. I already told you the areas. We have 2 areas. Now it's a time to wait patiently and see how price reacts from this area. And we have this low, which is also liquidated, going to the 15-minute. Yes, 5-minute. Okay, price just tap that area. If we inverse this area, I think that can be the trade. Yes, that can be the trade. Yes, let me see if I'm missing anything. Okay, 5-minute market just opened, liquidity this low, and price tap that 4-hour fair value gap, going to the 1-minute. Yes, I like this idea of getting longs around this area, but I'll just wait and see how price reacts from this fair value gap that I have drawn. On the NAS 100, it will be a little bit more cleaner. I want the price to close above this gap, and then I will be taking longs from here. If you respect this area, definitely we can go lower, and then there will be no trade for me here. Still we have like 12 seconds left for the candle to close, and let's see how price behaves. And we haven't taken this high also, so there is a quite a possibility we may can take this high out. Let me go to that MNQ. Okay, I'm just waiting for the price to close above this. Let's see. US 30, are we coming to the downside? We haven't touched that area yet, but this is a very good shorting area. I like the idea of shorts here, and this is a very good setup, but I'm testing a future thing, so I'm testing the other setup, some kind of scalping setup. That's why I was asking Victor what he does when you get stopped out really quickly, because in scalping that thing can happen to you. So okay, let me take a look at MNQ once again. We are not closing above yet. NAS 100. Okay, I want the price to close above this. That will be good. We are also near the VWAP, which is a good sign. So now let's see how price behaves around this fair value gap that I have. Okay, price is trying to go above. Let's see if it goes close above this area. I'll just take something like this. We can even target this, but so far no close above, so no trade. We can also respect from this area, which will indicate that we can go bearish. So yeah, let's see.
We have news coming in that India and China are ordering immediate shipments of Iranian crude oil after the announcement of ceasefire agreement. So
Okay.
switch to my screen quickly to you guys to show the news. This is just a couple of minutes ago. India and China ordering. So things are getting. That's why the market is reacting as it is. That's why MNQ or NQ in this case, or Nasdaq is pushing. Has had the overnight move that we're seeing in the charts. And the thing is, it's quite expanded already. So I think there's enough reason this relief rally can still go on, but it's always tricky. Are we? I think at least we're going to have an attempt to continue higher, and likely a continuation of that. If I may give my 2 cents on, we've broken structures before. That structure that was before, we did have that swing high. That was not a thing at all for price. And if we go to the H4, that we're looking possibility of closing in 21 minutes the first outside bar bearish. It is not very significant if you consider this whole move. So you shouldn't just focus on one single thing just because there's an outside bearish bar here, candlestick combination being created, doesn't mean it's gonna retrace and negate all this not likely. But it's still important to understand that at least at that point, the sellers have been able to close. I don't think they will, to be fair, because I mean, I would expect price to continue some more, at least some more, and not retrace that quickly. We don't have any negative news so far, so I think long is the place to go, or the direction to go. But we need to build a case for it, right? Need to set up for it. So on the H4, there isn't really a lot of information. On H2, we have a fresh order block bullish that's being retested right now. I want to see, we have 20 minutes for that to close. I want to see if it's able to close below, right? So we could have a little squeeze of that structure and then come back, not break it, and that means it will fuel up in about 21 minutes. That's one thing we could be looking for. And if it does close there, then I would be looking for the continuation, maybe a retest for a continuation onto much lower time frame. Maybe build some cases, build some structures, and then perhaps later try to continue a little bit higher. Who knows? Those are the indications based on the H2 and H1. You can see it as well because we have they're all telling us the same. The lower border is around here. That's the level you want to be looking for the market to give that information. Is it going to continue or not? Is it going to retrace? Perhaps, a third, 20% of that move. We'll have to see. But if you consider the opening range, it's the first candle, still have 5 minutes to go. We can mark the high, mark the low, which isn't in yet. Let's change the color. So you got it. Oh, that's in the case of let's put it yellow. And this as well, right? So you guys can see it. Not that one. Well, maybe this one. There we go, right? So currently that's the opening range. It's gonna expand as price move. And the 50-minute and afterwards the 30-minute, the 60-minute, these opening range will tell us a lot of things, right? Once that range is fixed, then you can interpret breakouts out of those ranges as signals to go in that direction. And either you take the trade right away, or you wait for price to come back to inside the area to continue, or you do the same for the continuation like so. These are very simple ways to look at price action, look at the range, look at where the market wants to go, get the signal, get the direction, and wait for your entry. And it comes back a little bit better entry price. Then you get in and you target something that makes sense, either from price action or maybe from a multiple of the range of whatever time frame that you're looking for. So we're going to be giving you updates as price is expanding. Getting ready for your trade, Samir?
We are just falling, and I haven't seen the entry pattern yet. But US30, I think it might be going decent. Yes, that trend line touch, amazing. But as I'm trading different system, so I don't want to trade it yet. So this trend line touch, 200 point stop loss, you can target at least till this VWAP. So that was the thought process behind the US30 trade, and looking really good. But I wanted price to come a little bit above, because this is the 4-hour area, which was some kind of resistance area where there was a huge wick. So I have noticed these kind of wicks do get tested sometimes, of course not every time. So I think this can be a good entry right here. But NQ, I'm just waiting on NQ, going to the 1 minute time frame. Okay, I'm just waiting for it to close above the above this fair value gap. We have this small fair value gap right here. This trade still makes sense. 3 minute, nothing. Can I go to the 2 minute time frame? Okay, I think I cannot. Okay, I have to stick with the 1 minute time frame. And this is the 4-hour fair value gap. I'm just noticing right now, haven't done anything, but US30 looking amazing. So yes, I want to test this NQ system on my futures account. So that's why I'm not really mixing the main strategy with this scalping strategy. So yes, let's see how this strategy is gonna perform. So I'm just waiting again.
What is it about the scalping? You mentioned it's different from the breakout you do on the US 30. What is the setup to your scalping that you're testing out?
Okay, the setup is I wait for some kind of liquidity moves and I wait for price to tap at the fair value gaps, and then there is fair value gaps again, and I wait for the inversion. There are some rules. The liquidity should be in play. For an example, this liquidity has gone, and this is a good setup. Now there is a fair value gap on the future side somewhere around this area, but I cannot go to the 2 minute time frame, somewhere around this area. So if price close above that area, then I will definitely take a long here. Stop loss can be here, and my break even point can be if we break this area, and then I can go for at least this high or 1 to 1. So this is the whole system. Very easy. Liquidity moves, fair value gaps, and then entry pattern is inversion of fair value gaps. Let me delete everything. So I'll just give you an example. On the 1 minute, we have this small fair value gap here. So right now we are at the 2-hour fair value gap, sorry, 4-hour fair value gap, which is around this area. And there is also another one which is here. So going to the 15 minute, was there any liquidity? Yes, we have broken this area, this area. So the rule has met. And now it comes to the entry pattern. Do we have the entry pattern yet? No. I was waiting for this fair value gap, which didn't happen. And we even moved lower, which is good actually. We even took out this liquidity. VWAP is still bullish. So on the 2 minute time frame, there is a fair value gap somewhere around here. But on the 1 minute, of course, you cannot see. So I want the price to close above, and then stop loss can be, at some kind of level, let's say 50 points. And then I'll go for 50 points. Or if the volume is good, then I can even target these highs. But the break even point is this, if we break this high. So that is the thought process behind this trade, and overall, thought process of the strategy.
It's similar to the strategy you were trading, I think, a couple of months ago, right? Before
Yes.
you went on to Dow 30, you were
Yes,
doing
exactly.
this, but I think in this time frame as well. Was it all on the low 1 minute, or was it a bit higher?
It was on the 1 minute only, and in gold actually it works really well, but in MNQ also it works well, which is NAS 100 on the Forex side. So, but I have paired couple of rules now. Previously, I was just going for daily highs and daily lows, which are already swept. So this day was no trading day according to that strategy. But I already have the experience of trading this inverse fair value gap. So that is why I am testing this on futures side. Because this normal strategy on CFD, you can hold the trade, right? Overnight with the 5ers, you can hold the trade. But we have you have some kind of restrictions with futures, so that's why I wanted something to scalp from. Actually, we are going above the fair value gap. So if we close above this
You
fair
need,
value
you
gap,
need,
that
you
will
need to
be
wait
my
for the
entry.
close.
Yes, we need to wait for the close. Right now we have nothing, so I'm just waiting for the close. Let me draw a level here so that I don't get confused. Okay, let me delete
If you guys
everything once
felt
again.
if you guys
Okay.
like what you're seeing, if you enjoy us talking to each other, live about, each other's strategies, what we think, market breakdown, my strategy, his, whatever it is, if we are doing something to you that you're enjoying and you think is valuable, please show us a little bit of reciprocity, and click on the like button, or subscribe to the channel, if so inclined. Small little thing, but huge to us.
Okay,
All
I
right.
just
The
took a trade
Mhm.
here because there was a 2 minute inversion. So my stop loss can be below this low, which is protected. Keeping this fair value gap in mind, this will be my break-even point. Overall, I'm targeting this high, which is a decent target. So let's see if we can see that target or not. or it can be a losing day. So let's see how it this day is gonna treat me. I'm just gonna yes, my stop loss
11
is
minutes.
somewhere
Yeah,
around
11
here.
minutes for the order blocks that we talked about to be invalidated. I'm going to switch very quickly to my screen. We talked about that, right? Just a few minutes ago, 10 minutes ago or so. These are bullish structures. I don't like the fact that they are at the end of a impulsive move. And if you think about what we're talking about, we are measuring on the daily time frame 902 points already, right? Made, and the market just opened. So that's all overnight move, which means we've done some great strides, huge strides. And if you compare to the ATR on this is the NQ, you look, it's 593. So we're already at the open. We expended a huge deal compared to what we normally see on the futures, right? It's what is that? That's about 150% at the open. That's huge, right? So a reaction, even if we continue to go later on higher, either in this session or tomorrow, a little or a little retrace wouldn't be, it's still a healthy thing. Look at that big move we had overnight, and a little bit of a retracement is, fine, doesn't break anything. So that's something you want to be considering. However, if the market is unable to close within the H4, or actually, if it closed below, if it's unable to close above, that means that we're going to have some kind of a continuation of that move to lower, right? And that could be the beginning of, the retracement that I just mentioned. However, the other side is if the market recovers in 9 minutes and 30 seconds and closes above this line, that's the line we had before as well. If it closes above, it will be perceived as the market was unable to break the structure, right? So that means for the next couple of bars, maybe not on the 2 hours, next couple of an hour or two, you're going to see the market perceive that move, and you'll see some kind of a push. Of course, you already see there's also a bearish order block there. So that could be something that pushes price. Price will have some kind of a reaction, maybe deeper. I don't know, maybe continue later on. We'll have to see. But it all depends on how the close is in about 8 minutes. So it's getting quite, actually, if we go to the 1 minute, you will see that the market is reacting quite violently look at that. Market is actually looking very weak. And do we have anything to trade from here? There's a little order block there on the 3 minute that was retested. That we're seeing the market continue to break lower. Yeah, it looks like we are, if in the next 8 minutes, 7 minutes, nothing is corrected from this bearish order flow, I suppose that we're going to have some kind of a retracement into deeper level, and perhaps from there we might have another attempt from the bulls to recapture and continue a little bit high, because I don't think this is the top. It's too early to put it in the top yet. I mean, the news is just out, a couple of hours, not even a day, and I could see price moving higher because it's huge. The implication of a ceasefire being held. I do
Yeah,
see.
I just took a stop loss on that trade. I will give one last chance. If we inverse once again, so this there is a rule. I can take only 2 trades in a particular session. So if I get a win now, that's fine. If I didn't, then I'll just call this a session. Let's see how it is gonna go. I'm just gonna give one more chance to that same idea which I explained you guys. And yes, there is some news here. Ceasefire.
Yeah, probably that's the reason the market is not holding up as cleanly as you would expect, given the overnight move. It's because the ceasefire is, very fragile, so to speak, right? It's both sides have mentioned that they're looking positive to it. They seem to be working towards it, and they kind of sort of confirm, but they don't really have a completed agreement yet. However, there's news coming out, that was only about 12 minutes when I showed it, that the ceasefire is quite fragile. So anytime now things can, turn back and would be, not respecting any ceasefire, and how it works. So escalation could still
Yeah,
lingering
definitely.
around, and that will keep the market, jittery for the rest of the day, the week, perhaps. I think the week, because the ceasefire is for what, 14 days, until they will get back in Islamabad to negotiate or agree. Uh, I think negotiate. There are going to be talks there to negotiate an actual deal. So between now and then, any signals from the events that indicate that we're going to have a ceasefire, a definitive one, or a stop of the conflict, or an escalation and a failure of the agreement, will market will be going both sides violently, I would expect.
Yeah, these type of catalysts are really important, and you can see huge impulses in the market, either to the upside or to the downside. And again, in these type of condition, risk management should also be in place, because we don't know now, there it can be any news, and if there is a news, we will see huge impulse, which can also cause slippages and all. So make sure you are aware about these things, and always trade responsibly when it comes to the market.
Yes, we have someone, Patel, a good friend of ours, Manu Patel, asking for help. My friend, you are at the right company, but not the right people. We're not support. We're not able to help you with your KYC or activating your account. We have no access to that part. We are traders. We're streamers. We're hosting the channel, but we have no supporting ability. So, um, the right place to go to is either to uh the 24-hour agent. We have live agent on the website. Go to the Discord channel, or better yet, send an email to help@the5ers.com. These are the proper ways. They are the best people to help you. I want to, but I don't have the ability to do so, and neither does Samir. He has great setups, wins tons of money all the time. But this we can't help you with. All right. Let's take a look at the market. So now we have on the 50-minute, right? So we were talking about the opening range. That's the opening range. It's already been defined now. At least that's the 15-minute opening range, right? So you have the 30-minute, the 45, whatever that you want to be using, even 60-minute or the 5 or 10-minute. You pick your time frame. It's up to you. But this is the 15 minutes. So now what you can do is, you can assess whether the market respects. In this case, it's the lower side, because that's the side we're going in, where we're going to be retesting currently. Um, will the market close and continue to go? If it does close, and then you can expect a continuation to some lower level. And if it can't, or even if it closes, but then if it closes but then recaptures and does something like this, then you know as well that the market is actually just expanding the range but not actually breaking out. So uh, in the next couple of minutes, you can get a signal, actually 3 minutes for the next candle to close, and we can get more information. If this looks like it's going to have some, it looks weak. Let's go to the lower time frame to actually get more price action information. All right, so we have. I see that. All right, that looks quite weak. Why do I say that? Look at how it moves. Um, Basically, this is what you're seeing, right? So you have this. That's the actual move of the market. That looks. If you move away, that's a clean bearish structure. So price needs to either break at this point. That would be the neckline, depending on the time frame you go. Actually, It could be officially, it would be a 3-minute quasi. That would be my neckline. We'll have to see if it doesn't come back, break this. I would assume so. Anything price does in here up to that point, I would consider that it's going to continue high, going to continue lower. Even it comes up in, of course, if it continues, that's a no-brainer. And if it does break this line, then I can consider that maybe price will come back, retest, and continue higher. Maybe retest this level, and that's another test to see if the market is going to break the other side or not. But those are the basic ideas for the market. We are 30 minutes to the close of this 15-minute candle, and as well to the stream. When did that happen, Samir? When did we get to the end of the stream? In a blink of an eye, it seemed.
Time really flies. But guys, again, if you want the free account, you know where to go.
Yes, 5 seconds to the close. As you can see, let's switch to your screen, Samir, as we're going to be inviting everyone for the Discord community. If you weren't tuned in when we talked and we mentioned it, then allow me to invite you to join our Discord community. This whole month, we're celebrating our community, and we have an awesome community, and I'm not exaggerating. It's non-toxic. You can see the market, actually, it's coming back a little bit. There was a nice reaction there. That's a nice, I know I'm skipping topic, but that's it seemed like we're gonna have a
Yes, we are traders.
nice reaction.
We see a move and then we try to analyze. Yes, we get distracted.
But anyways, as I was saying, our Discord community, we're celebrating this month, the month of April. Actually, the whole year, we're celebrating our 10th anniversary. The 5ers, right? I mean, the prop firm industry hasn't been around for a very long time. Actually, it's been around by about 10 years, and we are celebrating 10 years. That already tells you that we are pioneers in this industry. We are, one of the very first prop firms that started, and that's a sign to you that this is we're here to stay. So we're celebrating the 10th anniversary the whole year, but this month specifically, we're celebrating our community, the Discord community, and that's why we're giving these 20K bootcamp accounts on every call, on every session we're going to be having this month in the Discord. So if you want to have a free account, you want to have a chance at winning a free account, join us at our Discord community. How to get in? Buy an account. If you already have one, then you already know how to get in on the dashboard. Discord link, you get in, get your session. We talk about the market. You can ask us all kinds of questions. We, hang around, have some time, and in the process, you get to, have a chance to win a free account every call, not just once or twice or 3 or 5 or 10 times, the whole month. Okay, all right. So this is the end of the stream. Samir, are you triggered into the
Not yet. I'm still waiting for this inversion. If it happens in about 30 minutes, if I see any pattern, then I will trade. If I didn't saw a pattern, I will just call this a session. So I'll come back tomorrow and try to see what I can do. But US30 is going decent from the trendline touch. I do think we can touch the VWAP, and that was amazing move right from here. If I was having the CFD account, I definitely would have taken a trade right here. But anyways, so let's see how this fair value gap is gonna do. If we get inversion, that's good. If we rejects from here, again, no trading day for me. And again, guys, 10 years with the 5ers, you can win a lot of prizes. Right now, today itself, you can win 20K bootcamp account. So make sure you are in our Discord community. For that, you have to get the account, and the Discord link will be in your hub. Basically, it will be in your dashboard. So with that being said, guys, that was amazing stream, and thank you guys for everything. You are supporting us. I'm seeing some regular names here. Special thanks to you guys. You show up every day. So again, thank you to the 5ers also for giving us this opportunity. And with that being said, guys, we'll see you tomorrow.
That's correct. See you guys tomorrow. And everyone who accepted our invitation for Discord, see you in about 40 minutes or so. Take care. Be safe in the markets. Remember, a lot of things are happening. You want to make sure that you have risk management under control. These are not times to be playing around and leaving, trades open unattended without a plan. Make sure you have, all your ducks in a line. Take care. See you tomorrow. Bye bye.